They died. After they died, they were innocent. Yes, it happens, Beezus. But it's the more extreme that you push it, the more extreme it will be, because it's like, you know, at that point I would fault the system, I wouldn't fault the outcome. That's how it goes sometimes. But thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out. This game was quite fucking interesting. You know, it is what it is. It's a fucking gotcha game. What you gonna do? Pretty fucking funny though, you know? We got our asses handed to us, that's all that matters. But anyways, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, she purposefully, like, puts herself, like hanging on the edge of, like a cliff or a building to make herself feel terrified, to make him feel terrified. Shit like that, like, just crazy shit that, like, an absolute psycho would do. Yeah, this one. AR, multiplayer, FPS in China. Who else loved paintball or airsoft as a kid? This would be so hype with none of the mess. Perfect for an urban community. But it's like they're using it to train kids to be soldiers. That's literally what China's doing. I mean, it may look like it's all fun and games until, like, World War III and he puts them all on the battlefield because he can't afford fucking drones.
I'm just proud of the fact that I can get my face on stream. I can show a window of my, like, internet thing, and I can have sound. That's my goals right now.
Hell yeah, start small.
Yeah.
Stream Elements does it.
I have a BRB stream scene as well. I figured that out.
Nice. I have one, but I don't use it. It's
Well, you never leave the stream.
Sometimes I do, but then I'm like, why do I have a be right back screen when I have the 3D picture behind me that you guys can stare at her back or her butt? Like, if you're being arrogant and talking down to someone, that's different. But I think you should take the audience's view very seriously, because they're the ones you're aiming for. And if you don't try to go out of your way to please your audience, then, like, what are you doing? Oh, I haven't finished any stories. We've been writing this very complex, very structured and purposeful series story of Duart. So this will be the next story we put up. But this is a it took us a long time. Like, we took breaks between making Cryogen and we wrote Nepotism Unleashed, but we haven't done that with this. So that's the reason why I haven't uploaded in a while, is because we've been working so much on this story to facilitate the community and create a space for us to go crazy with stories, ideas, and all of that fun stuff. So thanks for hanging out, and remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! But Sean, what I didn't want is I didn't want something that you could use on someone else. Like, I didn't want someone pointing something at someone and being like, ha, you're this % gay. It's one thing when you type out the gay command, it's another thing when someone types the gay command for you.
Poor girl's got the sniffles and her voice is extra husky.
True.
Absolutely.
Nervous coin flipping, chain smoking, the Picard maneuver where you straighten your shirt every time you stand up. But it was fucking brutal. She's like, I've never given up sushi. I don't care. It's just so good. I mean, the whole having allergies thing seems made up. I can't tell if this is rage-based sarcasm or ignorance. No, it's just like, yeah, you could definitely say that, Levi. 100%. I mean, the whole point of being a streamer is creating lore around yourself, right? I don't have any evidence for anything. The only evidence I have, guys, is this. a hypothetical world where your nervous system doesn't shut off when you die, but nobody knows. Well, that's where consciousness comes into play, Fury. Is your consciousness still alive when you die? So maybe you can experience death through your consciousness, but not through physical reality. And physical reality and whatever you want to call it, whether it's spiritual or whatever dimension, radiometrics, stellar evolution, and spectroscopy, crater counting, here we go. Planets and moons with solid surfaces accumulate, that's for like non-solid surfaces, right? Because you can't do that for a gaseous giant, right? Planets and moons with solid surfaces accumulate impact craters over time. The density of craters on the surface can be used to estimate its age, with older surfaces having more craters. However, this method can be less accurate on surfaces where erosion or geological activity has erased cluster ages, stuff like that, and other methods. But yeah, it's a primary one. And that makes them just so unbelievably stronger than everyone else that they literally have to use fake IDs to pretend that they're like 50 or 60 different people. Yeah, Zip Law, 20% of characters at 80% of the power approximately, and top 20% of the really strong characters, 80% of the power among those characters. Yeah. Christianity is not a foundational religion in Japan, and Christmas is fundamentally part of Christianity. So they treat it more as a holiday. It's KFC. Exactly. Relating KFC to Christmas in Japan is a complete accident, but it was an amazing marketing strategy that completely worked. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Unveiling why the Warriors of Light are the Warriors of Light. What the tablet says, and the past and the history of the world. Like, the entirety of the second book is almost all, like, exposition, lore dump, and discovery. Because that's the part of the series where all you're doing is finding out what... I think the death of Zaid and the revealing of the Monarch and the exile of the Adventurers Guild. Dude, I could actually do that. And they have to get another dragon to do it. So that's why they don't have relic weapons in the first time that they confront the Monarch. But the main problem with the first time that they confront the Monarch isn't their gear or anything. What the Monarch does when they confront him and the Viceroy turns to the other side is he brings everyone to the top of the tree. So all of the characters are suffocating because they can't breathe. There's also the chance that the Warriors of Light reveal themselves, put on their relic armor, and help Fafnir. And it wouldn't coincide with like the moral dilemmas that are always placed. Like, for instance, when the Doctor creates the Kardashian scientist who genocided all of those people, and then he winds up deleting the guy in the end. Is that pretty much like companies starting to become, like, basically, like, have property ownership to the point that they're monopolizing the price on properties? Because companies own, like, 200, 300, 400 houses, and they're just not selling those houses under a specific price. Need some advice. D&D campaign first quest is our water supply is fucked. We need people to unfuck it. How can I get the players to be the ones to do it? Why wouldn't anyone else volunteer? Could either be knowledge of the area, so they have really good knowledge and they're the ones that know the route. Or they're like... size matters, right? Like maybe they're really small or really tall or really skinny or something, so they can only fit in the crevice that could go. So like something about their physical features or something about their knowledge of the area. I think I'm a hoarder of channel points. Well, it's not like you... Yo, boys, how's it going? We back at her again. Another day. How's everyone going? It is what it is. There's not many chapters for any of these stories. We got one small chapter of Goblin Girl Evolution, and that's pretty much it. So we're probably just gonna start with chapter 2 of the Wheel of Time. Eye of the World. That's what it is. The first book. So we got some metaphor today. We're talking about some Antifa shit, because that's going to be great. And hopefully we'll actually get to the point of editing the banquet. I know I've been putting it on hold. I've been purposefully doing that to try and distance myself from it. Try and throw some ideas in my head for the conversations and stuff, how we can keep the perspective going the way that we want it to. And then we're probably going to place a PoE. So, I'm feeling good today. We're back out. We're rested. We're good to go. I also, my project for today, because as you know, I always do one thing a day. We did the Smoky story. So I got that all completely set up. The only thing I need is a thumbnail. So I wanted people's ideas and perspectives on different thumbnails, because I was thinking about using the 700 Septillion in Smokey's face and then doing something with that. So something like... you know, something like that. And then be like, finding out that you're, you know, something about the story, like, that one troll viewer who turns out to be homeless, and then you give him your stream. Something like that, you know? Like that, or like Smokey being like, be like, this was my viewer, so I gave him my stream. Something like that. Something fucking stupid. Stupid and eye-catchy. That'd be kind of the idea with it. I should probably... Well, I mean... I don't know if I actually have the file or not. I don't know. Because I know it was on Discord, but I don't know if I downloaded it off of Discord. Channel points... Nope, not there. You know? Probably don't, because I probably had it in downloads and I probably deleted it out of it because I'm retarded and I just forgot to move it. That would be, I think, the most likely outcome from that. But yeah. Because we want to do new experiments. And we haven't put up a story in, like, 2 months. But that's because we haven't finished one, because we've been working so hard on actually making these ones good. And we still have to do the, like, Mr. Ballin style with the other stories. Kind of get notes together and kind of put together this, you know, kind of little narrative about it, about what's going on, pick up the people, change the names and stuff like that, make it feel more real towards it, and, you know, and then at the end just say, like, this is a, you know, random story and this is the concept, and, you know, something like that. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know, that's why we've been watching more Ballin lately, just to get an idea behind, like, the general setup and like you know, how the story's told, like the catching the hook at the beginning, the flashback, like, you know, making sure that there's some sort of anticipation in the reader at all points in time, and them being like, oh, I gotta figure out what's going on next, kind of idea. So it's like super huge to maintaining and retaining the audience, because it's like, we're working with like 3 different mediums. We're working with a short story medium, which doesn't allow people to connect to characters because they're just like on screen, off screen. There's no continuation. It also is, we're trying to do it in story format for like a YouTube video, which is a completely different type of formatting than like just like reading something, right? Because It's not so much that it's more competition, it's just the competition is more fierce in the fact of there is more that you can do to attract someone's attention. Like, there's like 5 different things that you can do versus like writing is like, you've got like 3 sentences to fucking nail it. If you can't nail it in those 3 sentences, you might lose like 50% of the people that read it, right? But other than that, it's like catchy title, great synopsis, great first 3 sentences, boom, you're sold. But like YouTube, you got to deal with the thumbnail, you got to deal with what's the current competition in the genre, what is the current like trending, you know, how's the algorithm gonna mess with you, and it's just a lot more to think about and to do than it is just writing the story itself and saying, here's the story, it's written, it's done. Plus there's like editing, you know, actually reading the story out loud, getting the vibe across while I'm reading the story. So it's definitely a lot more when it comes to it, but I enjoy it, right? It's just I'm not good at it. At least from the view count, I'm not good at it. But I mean, you look at the main channel, it's like I got 1,000 fucking videos, I got 1,000 fucking views. That's pretty fucking sad. But another funny thing I was thinking about with like Hello Future Me and everything is like, I was like, we need to get ready for the art arc. Excuse me. The art arc in October, and Hello Future Me does like these little animations and stuff like this, so I was like, it's a good segue into it. And then we just gotta find like I watch a couple of drawing things like Jazza and stuff like that do like, you know, turn ordinary pictures into like horror fucking pictures and shit like that, but you know, nothing on the basics level of it, because we need to start at like the very beginning, like the not even 3D. We gotta start with like 2D and just like getting used to, again, just getting lines on the fucking page. That's our biggest issue, is actually getting shit down. So we gotta start with that. And once we have that down, then we can move into more complicated things, right? Because like a lot of the stuff that I usually do is like, I have like an image of something in my head, and then I try and find an image that copies or mimics that in some way, and then do like, not necessarily a tracing, but you know, like a visual tracing of it, and then try to match that. So I'm never going from like a baseline original just an image in my head. I'm going off of a lot of actual visual input. So when you're just basically line tracing like that, it's pretty easy to hit the notes. But when you're just drawing, God, I'm fucking god awful. So we need to do something with that. But anyways, we have a new chapter of Goblin Girl Evolution. Oh, and also I wrote like 500 words or something like that on Stoner Girl Evolution, just trying to like, again, hit that vibe and feeling, and like trying to develop out the character. So the main thing with this character is fucking lazy. She's a lazy piece of shit who never wants to do anything, wants everything to be done for her. And it's not necessarily that she thinks she deserves it, it's just like that's what she wishes. She's like, man, I fucking just wish life was so easy that I just never had to do anything. And it's like, her whole thing is like, oh my god, now I'm 19, the fucking the run is over and now I gotta get a job. Like, oh my god, my life is falling apart. Like, my friends are more friends with my parents than they are with me. Like, I just want to be left alone and, you know, like, I just want my solitude and just to chill and, like, you know, not feel obligated to other people. And that's kind of like why the character's kind of like leaving off on their own, you know, kind of a lot of times. And it's like we've gotten back to the point of now they're sitting on the deck, and it's like the conversation before they take the joint. So they've kind of bounced on the trampoline, been like, all right, well, this is the reason why I'm over here is because I literally need to get away from people, but I can't get away from people. And now I'm being pressured into being even more with people. It's like, fuck! And it's like I'm all just trying to, like, you know, ask something of me, like, expect something of me, put me to an obligation or something. And then it's like, you know, has another drink, chugs a cooler, goes back outside, sits down, and then it's like, here's the joint. But there needs to be, like, another kind of, like, couple of paragraphs of introduction of the joint being passed around. Like, you guys have been smoking with my parents? Like, what the fuck, guys? And my parents are like, calm down, live a little. And then it's like, I kind of go, like, a little off the edge. And it's like, and they're like, just live a little, smoke the joint. And then I'm like, out of breath from huffing and puffing. Because originally it was like I was out of breath from the trampoline. But we kind of needed to change that up. So now it's like, we're kind of in a huff and puff for, like, being in an argument. Because we're, like, drunk as fuck now. Because we just chugged a cooler and, like, another half of a cooler. And went outside super frustrated. And then we're like, oh, do this. And it's like, oh my god, stop asking me to do shit. It's my fucking birthday. Like, just leave me alone. And it's like, dude, just chill. Calm down. And it's like, here, just take this. And it's like, I'll choke and die. And it's like, okay, well, shit, that life didn't turn out. Okay, I guess we're on to the next one. Let's go. See if this one's any fucking better. But I still need to get that motivation of the character down and moving them from being this lazy, doesn't want to do anything, and then they're like forced into the hero role kind of thing, right? But it's like they kind of almost embrace it now, where they're like, they've got a new lease on life, a new chance, and they're like, you know what? It is true. You don't miss it till you lose it. Like, you know, you don't know what you got until you lose it. And that was very clear with, like, the friendships that she had, the relationship with her parents and everything. And now she's in this random world all alone, everything she wanted and asked for. But that's the want versus need, where I'm very heavily placing this, okay, well, this was the want, and you had your needs. Your needs were just, you needed a little bit of chill time. Just tell people, hey, man, I need some time to myself. But this character is very much like they can't say no, right? And they're always worried that, how do you put this? Like, the second they take a step back and, like, take a breath, all of their accomplishments will basically, like, fall apart. And then everything will just be back to the beginning. So they're like, we can never take a break, we can never stop, because the second we do, that's when everything crumbles down. And it's just, like, pushing the character to such an extent that they're overworked, overexhausted, overthought, underslept, like, just, the world's just been pushing them too hard. They've been pushing themselves too hard. And now this is their moment to take a step back and say, okay, what the fuck did I do wrong? How can I fix it now? And that's kind of the direction I want to go with the character. And it's like a whole growing up character development arc where it's like, you're thrust into this situation where it's like you're the worst thing that could happen in the day is, oh, you didn't apply enough resumes, so your parents are like yelling at you a little bit and putting more pressure on you to go out and, you know, get a job. Now it's like, oh shit, I literally fucked up this world, and now if anyone finds out that I did it, they're probably gonna try and kill me. Plus, there's like all this fucked up other shit. Plus the fact of, yeah, okay, well, I guess magic is real and isekais are real. Fuck it, here we go. So, We can move along very heavily with that. And then it's like, I don't know exactly where they get isekai, but it has to be like almost the middle of nowhere kind of thing. Because it's like, I don't know if I want it to be exactly on the capital, because the idea is that the original corpse that they would be summoned to would be in the like whatever secret chamber science lab, because I don't know if like the machine that the leaders built that pulls the consciousness, that isekai the main character, is in the technological nation or the magical nation or a neutral nation. And I'm thinking that's where the Amish nation comes in, and they've infiltrated the like kind of Amish non-magical, non-technological, just kind of chill society, and they've done like, you know, kind of like underground maybe stuff to hide it, and there's like tunnels that go between the nations and stuff like that. And this is like, you know, like 30-40 years in the making kind of idea. Callie! Oh, what's up? Welcome. Did you stream today, Callie? I checked to see if your stream was up, but I found this really awesome streamer that you should go check out. I think you would really enjoy them if you've never been in their stream. Which I'm gonna say, Callie, there's no chance you've never been in their stream. I found them today because I don't know, I just always try to find new people. The Shady Lady. You ever been in her stream? That was a good time. You should go check her out. I'm dead! Ah, shit, Callie. Yeah, after yesterday. Did you exercise today? Link! She's playing a game right now, but she was earlier. She was reading her book. She wrote it when she was 14. She published it when she was 21. She's 35. She wants to rewrite it, so she's reading through it with chat and everything to get people's opinions and ideas on it to flesh it kind of out. So I thought you might enjoy that, Callie. Sounds like a very interesting book. It's like set on this island where there's like really fucked up rules and stuff like that, like really fucked up laws. But it's very much a young adult book, but she wants to rewrite it as like a more mature adult book, because the main character in it's like 14, because she was 14 when she wrote it. But anyways, what was I saying? I was talking about Stoner Girl Evolution and where I'm not sure things for the, like, where the machine is. But oh yeah, the corpse and wherever that science lab is, that's where the main character is supposed to be isekai to. So the leaders of the nation are like, well, what the fuck is this? Like, it didn't work, but it did work? Like, did we actually catch the consciousness of God and it wasn't enough? Like, was the machine not strong enough to capture it? So they're gonna, like, be going back through the data and finding out what the hell happened. It's Ox! What's up? I got an idea. Yes, Callie, what's the idea? Shoot. I'ma improve my French. Oh, the language of love, Callie. You can already seduce people and attract French viewers. Yes, the French writing community is fucking huge, Callie. So is the German community. The biggest streamer in the writing category is a German streamer who does fairy tales and stuff, and he gets like 800 viewers. I think he's like a professor or something like that. I don't know. I don't read German, but I've stopped in a couple times just to like check out the stream. But I guess German fairy tales are like extremely popular. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, there's hope, right? There's hope that it's possible to have at least, you know, Then I will also learn German. That's a good idea. French, you can seduce them, and then German, you can yell at them. That can be your angry Callie. I had those 2 languages on my list anyway. They're good languages, right? Very solid languages. I'd learn Russian and Japanese. If I had to pick 2 languages, it'd be Russian and Japanese. Only because swearing in Russian is awesome. Blat! 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 Okay, well, this is the new. Anyways, this is the newest chapter of Goblin Girl Evolution. Fuck off. Alright. Well, we got an ad coming up here, so we'll just wait for that. So the other thing is, since the main character didn't make it to the corpse, there's like this distance problem of, are they close to the main city or wherever it is? And this is actually, okay, thinking this out. So, oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, Callie, this is how it's gonna work. This makes perfect sense. This makes absolute perfect sense. So, the magic and technological leaders of the nations, were worried that if their secret lab got found out, it would be, like, basically, it would cost them their leadership. They would be removed as the leaders of the nations. That's why they can't stop the war, because if they stopped the war, their nations would be like, you're not our leaders anymore, we're going back to war with them, fuck those guys. That's why they have to keep up the facade. But in order to prevent anyone thinking that they're inclusion in some way, the tunnels from the nation, so you have like the 2 nations on top, magical nation, technological nation, and then underneath them to the south, you have the like non-magical, non-technological nation, which is technically, the magical nation is a religious nation, and magic works through the goddess, through religion, and they have tunnels that go down to the bottom nation. And they kind of meet in the middle, and that's where the machine is. So the main character gets pulled to the nation that's non-magical, non-technological. And that's where the weed is. And now she has the ability to grant magic to these people. And then it becomes the dilemma of, these are like Puritans, and they have to smoke this plant that gets them high in order to gain magical powers for a short time. So then it becomes an ethical and moral dilemma of, we were trying to create a nation that was against, not necessarily against technology and against religion, but didn't hold it as the foundations of our reality. To the point where they're like, oh, hey, you know, there are these things, but we don't want them to be the core functions of our reality. We want them to be there as just a side thing. So they never went heavy into industry, and they never went heavy into religion. They have a little bit of both, you know. They've got windmills, they've got roads, they've got houses and stuff. They just don't have lights. They don't have cars. They don't have airplanes, right? They can't work miracles. They can't bring back the dead. They can't, Welcome, Sean! It's good to see you here this early, man. I'm glad. 18 posted too. Hell yeah, we'll have to read another couple today so we can catch up, Sean. We got another one of Goblin Girl Evolution here, but we're just kind of going over a little statistics and stats and ideas for Stoner Girl Evolution and how everything's going to work, because I wrote another 500 words on it, kind of expanded out the character and worked more on character motivation, what the actual character's needs and wants are, how that's going to play into the story. So, and now we're figuring out where we get isekai to and why we get isekai there and how important that is to the story. And that's why we find the other character there, because he's a dead, like, famous person from one of the nations, and he's hiding out in this nation because the whatever you want to call it, the laboratory, the science laboratory where the machine is located in this nation. And he escaped it, and now he's, like, running free in the nation. But if anyone sees him, they'd be like, oh, we know who that guy is! Why is he here? And they'd, like, swarm him, and the news would get out that he was alive, and then they'd be able to find him. So he needs to stay away from everyone. But then he bumps into the main character, and the main character, and he's like, oh god, shit, what have I done? And the main character's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, I should be saying that, not you. And he's like, wait, you don't know who I am? It's like, no, who the fuck are you? And he's like, wait, are you from a different world? Because this isn't my body. And it's like, well, this is my body. And then that's where it finds out, oh, why is the main character in their own body and the other character isn't? And then you find out that, like, later on, that the other characters that got pulled into the world, they didn't die. Death wasn't the reason why they got isekai'd. They just happened to get chosen by the machine. Their consciousness was what the machine honed in on, and then dragged the consciousness out of their bodies, essentially. So they did technically die from, like, their consciousness being ripped out of their bodies, essentially. And they became vegetables in their own worlds. But the main character died mid-transition, and the body it latched onto was its own body, and that's why they're in their own corpse and not someone else's corpse. But that also brings into the magic of being brought back to life, and this kind of brings in an idea I had that the main character is dead. So their body is rotting, and then since they meet the character, they have to now venture to, like, the magical world in order to find a priest in order to make this ritual to bring them back to life. So they have to like, pretend that the main character is dead so that they can get the side character to get the priest to bring the main character back to life so it's not rotting in its own body. Something like that. Because, like, the goddess can bring people back from the dead. Or then there's the fact that the goddess is just inside of the main character, so maybe the goddess revives the body. But maybe she can't use her own powers. Maybe she can only use her powers through other people. But now that she's trapped inside the main character, only people she can't grant her blessing to anyone anymore. So only those who previously had her blessing can use it. Like, her blessing still exists on them, but she can't go into the state that she would be in order to give them thing. Because she's basically, like, the whole point is to limit her powers while she's trapped inside of the vessel. So she's basically just a voice inside of his head. She has absolutely no powers or anything like that. At least yet. Which, there has to be some sort of event that happens that makes it so the goddess regains her powers. Maybe she gets trapped by fanatics from, like, the main nation, and they extract the goddess from her, and it releases the goddess, and now the goddess is, like, has, like, a whole new lease on life, where before it was kind of a wandering consciousness. So it kind of peeked in on people, like, you know, it was, like, out in the cosmos, and it'd have, like, tiny pricks of human thought that it would, like, zone in on for, like, a tiny bit of time and, like, grant its blessing and then leave. But now, it's fucking here, and it's honed in on the world, and it's like, oh, I did not notice how close I could get to this, and now it's like a playpen. So once the character, and maybe that should happen at the beginning, that the character gets the goddess removed, and now the goddess is fucking with the world. You know, or maybe halfway through or something like that. But I want that to be a whole, like, extra arc afterwards, right? Like, you've figured out the leaders of the nations and the machine and how everything works, and then it's like, all of a sudden now you have the whole new evilness, which is the goddess. And it's like, could it be now the goddess is twisted by man because she's been inside of my body and she's experienced man's perspective, so that's kind of changed her, and now she's, you know, like this bloodthirsty kind of goddess that's, like, using crusades and wrath and like belief to try and get everyone to believe in her or something like that. I still don't know how I'm gonna do it, but that's the basic premise of the direction that I'm trying to head in when I'm brainstorming these ideas and stuff. But anyways, take a toke and we should get into Goblin Girl Evolution. Alright, here we go. There's a couple months of budget concerns, buying food against future crops to make up for the fallow season, getting supplies from one place that had an excess to another in desperate need, and putting the absolutely horrid records kept by Michiko's father into order as we loaded them into crates for transport. Then I physically lifted Michiko, who could hold my entire meaty ass in her belly up by this point. She was so overloaded with gobbo kids. And hauled her out of the castle behind everyone who had once lived in it and everything they planned to take with them. I'd run a poll, and no one wanted this ugly stone box around anymore. I'd experienced a bit while I wiped it off the map. So I'd experiment a bit while I wiped it off the map. First, I tapped it a few times along the foundation, using tremor sense to get a feel for how the stones of the foundation met with the bedrock and meshed with each other. These walls were solidly built, but my cultivation was more solid yet. Even limited to a mortal strike, I was figuring out how I was going to do it. I tapped harder, feeling how the stone and mortar echoed. Stronger now, and I was getting the sense of the stones themselves vibrating as the minerals they were made of from shook against one another. Just like that earthquake zone. My eyes opened, and I slammed the wall with a single palm strike. It was like I had struck with the force of 5 or 6 catapult stones, and the energy just went straight through. The granite turned to sand, mortar to clay, and it all started to come crashing down. Kinetic strike, mortal. Sorta. Proven mastery will auto-upgrade the skill when cultivation can contain it. Right into my head. Right onto my head. My heart caught in my chest, and I desperately tried to stand when I saw the castle collapse onto Lady Yuki's small frame. Alas, I was far too gravid to move, and the staff only restrained me as they looked on. We had all been happy to see Honda Castle, a place no member of our generation had happy memories of, thanks to my father, mismanagement, and excess, fall. But not at the lady's expense. Please, not her. Lady Honda Michiko, relating her thoughts upon the destruction of Castle Honda. Shaking the dust out of my hair, I flipped off the system for distracting me before I could slip out of the destruction range. I was never in any danger, but I was filthy now. Oh, and Michiko was crying and screaming out my name. Yeah, I needed to reassure that girlie before she hurt herself. Quick dusting off, but I had the girl drying her eyes in my tits. She calmed down when she realized it was me and gathered everyone together as we went home. Thankfully, I'd managed to upgrade my Shadow Walk into something that worked far more effectively transporting groups and going long distances. Shadow Step, heavenly. Wherever there is light, there are shadows, and wherever your foot has trod and your gaze has landed, those shadows are a part of you. Moving through them is now as easy as breathing. As is bringing others along for the ride. We came home to a party. Everyone was celebrating the news they'd heard, and they were more than a few ladies who'd come home with our boys. Cats, wolves, cows, and bunnies now joined our native foxes, and everyone was celebrating with a public barbecue and orgy. Including Akari and Shoko, who I gave passionate kisses to when I saw them. Shoko was even showing off quite a baby bump to the embarrassment of her husband. He kept saying it wasn't a normal thing, but to be honest, it kinda was, for goblins. I quietly asked my grandbaby if she wanted some half-sibs for her baby and Mama and Granny, but she just went kinda dark-eyed and muttered something about not permitting Permitting an affair, I backed off and got into the group Akari was part of instead. Michiko was a hit all around. For all we had to leave her floating in the bathhouse most of the day. Even by goblin standards, she gotten huge. Still, that bathhouse was a major social hub for the village women, so she never felt left out by being immobilized. And she was given a nice heavy mattress in the communal hall at night, where she could watch nightly fuckings and the occasional public birthing. When her turn on the stage came up, everyone cheered her on. 13 gobs later, she was exhausted, but as proud as any woman could be. Akari and I were the first to congratulate her, and Akko was right behind us, her own latest at her tit. We hashed out our plans for the spring a little, deciding to lay off on the kids for a bit so we could all move a bit more lightly toward the next step toward liberating this empire. Maybe making the first steps towards doing the same for the humans and elves. Shadow Step massively improved our transit options, so I could simply walk somewhere. Shadow Step back, then take anyone or anything I wanted to where it needed to be. Very handy, but not enough. I had a winter to train up, and I needed to work on refining my techniques. There were even enough cultivators around for me to get a few tips and a bit of advice on the various elements now, that I planned to do just that. But first, we celebrated the end of the year and the beginning of a new with the solstice bonfire. Big fire, big dances, big feast, big orgy. Everyone celebrated it to some degree or another, and goblins were no exception. We just did it all in the open, cold green asses sticking out of the wind as we sweated by the fire, toasted up mallow roots, and fucked whoever we wanted in celebration of the sun's death and rebirth. Truly a glorious time. One thing I will say about the story is it does remain true to, like, the anime, like, idea of a goblin. And I kind of like that. It definitely has its own perspective to it. And it's not ashamed by it, which I absolutely love. Make sure this is the right chapter. Chapter 14, The After Party. Smut is not lacking, that's for sure. And it's not graphic, it just says what it is. It doesn't get into anything. You just imagine it's goblins, they're doing their thing. It's just a massive orgy. There's no specifics, which again, it's very tactful in that way. Alright, there we go. So this is 15 and 16. I honestly think it works better keeping it vague, as what tickles one person naughty bits would traumatize another. Yeah. Like, it is kind of traumatizing to me, to the whole, like, having an orgy with your siblings, but it's like, that's kind of true to the goblin way. Like, they're not abashed in any essence by, like, incest or anything like that. Like, they're literally fucking goblins. They're supposed to be monsters. They're supposed to have an extremely unethical, fucked up society, because that's what they are. Which is, like, absolutely amazing that it's, like, portrayed in a very accurate way. Which is, again, the power of it, because it's so unabashful. It's just like, yep, that's the way it is. We just saying it the way it fucking is. Deal with it. And that incest is wrong, not due to morals, but due to biology. Morality grew out of understanding it messed with our children. And the thing is, Sean, it's not even technically that. It's that It's because it's two women. It's just you hanging out in an orgy with your daughter. So there isn't even technically in that essence like a biological aspect to it. It's not like you're fucking your sibling. You're just chilling with your sibling while the orgy's happening. So in their case, and as far as goblins go, I'm sure they wouldn't care either way. But usually the males die so much that it's like, good luck finding one that would be related to you, right? But the females, that's where you really got it. Because as far as, like, I'd assume for most lore, like, there are no female goblins, and that's the reason why goblins are a huge rape society, because they need to do that in order to procreate. And their main directive is basically procreation. So they just, like, steal and, you know, pillage and rape and all that good stuff for the purpose of procreation. And then they're usually completely fucked over by everyone else because that's not how, you know... If it was just a bunch of goblin societies doing that to other goblin societies, you know, within their own little circle, that's one thing. But it's like once you exit that circle and you go into other territories and you're dealing with other races... Ooh, well, now you got reason for retaliation, right? And it's kind of with, like, Stoner Girl Evolution, where it's going to be the satire of characters like, are you fucking kidding me? Isekai? I got goddamn isekai? This is like, fuck off, you know? Like, what a shitty trope. Come up with something original. Like, fuck. Alternatively, they don't like their own women. For whatever reason, women and goblins make babies together. Produces dumb goblins can't let the girls get with other races, males either. That happened in one story. Yeah, I could see that. That's what's so great about fantasy, though, is there's so much different perspective, idea, and like breadth of field for content in the fantasy genre. Like, just talking about goblins alone. One species. You could do fucking so much with that just one species. Rules are open for determination in fantasy because it isn't based on fact, only myth. Exactly. And the more that you innovate the genre, the more it expands. And the more that it expands, the more it's incorporated into it. Where it's like, we've gotten to the point of like isekai, isekai, the whole point of isekai, in my opinion, like the reason why the genre is so huge is because you can be in a fantasy world with a character that has references to the real world. So you don't have to make up like a bunch of bullshit for lore and stuff like that, and you can just do comparisons like, oh, this is like a TV, but it's magical. Oh, this is like a cell phone, but it's an animal. Like, it's so easy to make comparisons and just like speed the pacing of the story without having to explain things if you have the ability to relate to the real world. And then you can do comparisons and stuff like that. So it's understandable why it's such a potent genre, because it has a lot of potential for universality, understanding, description, and relatability. And that's a really cool thing, that it's like accepted as a thing, that people are like, oh, I really like the fact that, you know, it's not just this character somehow has knowledge of Earth, but it's because this character is from Earth that it has the knowledge of Earth. And then it's like it can use its advanced knowledge in order to manipulate the world that it got pulled into. And it's like, how does their knowledge affect that world. And I think that's it just keeps adding depth to the stories. But anyways, enough ranting. Let's get into this. All right. I use message stones, but they can't be moved. So if you're traveling, you can't get updates. You have to reach a fixed message stone. Oh, that's cool, Sean. I like that. Because then, like the main things, the limitations of a power are what dictate that power's, like, basic meaning, right? Like, what can it not do? And then you have to work the story around what can it not do. Limitations are, like, super huge and important. And they're not taken advantage of as much as I think they should be. So I stood there with Marta and Cora. Cora's mother came up behind us and slapped me on the back. Several of the men in attendance gasped at the sight. Splendid custom, my boy. Wish one of my own daughter's fathers had done something like that. I can tell you've already attempted to breed her, too. In fact, you've bred them both. How much did they pay you, huh? I took a deep breath, steadying breath. Naturally, making one is expensive, so typically only nobles or high-profit guilds will be able to have one. Yeah. And it's a show of wealth, too, right? Power and wealth. Mother, and yes, you are my mother-in-law. My wives and I are one person, one household. We don't charge each other for anything, least of all enjoying each other's bodies. Children will come when God decides it will happen, and not before or after that. Infants are never early, nor are they late. They arrive precisely when God intended. That is a beautiful one there, Sean. I love that. Nice little Easter egg snuck in there. Chuckled at my parody of Gandalf's line in the Lord of the Rings story. Sorry, I'm a bit silly with my humor, and that line wouldn't even register to you. It's a foreign story from your point of view, and not one you could ever have been exposed to. Anyway, why did all the guys gasp like that? Is it just because of the shoulder smacks? Cora answered, yes, dear husband, it's precisely due to that. To them, that was unacceptable contact. I'm glad you're more ladylike than they are, because I know that's how you'd act with other men you were fond of. I shook my head as I chuckled. This world really is base backwards to me. So close, Sean. That's the first spelling error I found. And it's not even a spelling error, it's just a missing letter. Not complaining, but it is a major adjustment to accept men wearing skirts, let alone why they think they need chest wraps. Just then, one of the men, having had enough of this scandalous behavior, came marching up to me, skirts flaring, and made to slap my face. Much to everyone's surprise, aside from Marta, I intercepted his slap and flipped him over my hip, then almost had my foot in his face before Cora managed to stop me with a tight squeeze to my arm. That's deliberate. Bass instead of ass, and then no B for backwards. Oh! Okay. Bass backwards. Okay. I see what you did there. I'm retarded. I feel really dumb now. Sweetheart, if you do that, you'll likely kill him, and then how would he experience his punishment? She asked sweetly. I say it all the time, so I don't even think about it. You'd have got it verbally, but in text, not so easy, I guess. Yeah, because I'd want to say that was bass, not bass. So maybe doing something like... Or... I don't know. Bass backwards. I slowly raised my foot, removed it away from his face, and placed it back onto the floor. I bet you're too stupid to realize what you actually just did. Care to try answering it anyways? His goose-like feathers ruffled as he stood back up. I was trying to put a slut in his place. Probably make it... Oh, there you go. That's better. Yeah. Yeah. How about that? Bass backwards. Then it actually seems like it's intentional. I grabbed him by the hair and twisted. No, you dense little prick. What you did was assault a family member of the House Sprana and House Grunta. Lest any of you forget, Lady Vanessa of House Sprana is the Viscountess of this territory. You can bet Grammarly didn't like that either. Yeah, I bet. In other words, you dense little prick, you violated every rule of etiquette imaginable in this situation, assaulting a superior noble's son. At his own ceremony, which you were invited to as a guest, you disgraced everyone who has the misfortune to share any blood relation to you. Cora's mother nodded firmly. Your mother has no choice but to disown you. No more skills for you, Mr. Thing. I, Deborah of the House Grunta, have witnessed your act. Even had I not, Vanessa of the House of Sprana also witnessed your act. You are an utter disgrace. The S is silent in that word. It's an actual noble title, too. Viscount? Oh, Viscount? His eyes went wide in horrified realization. Guards came in to escort him out of the grounds. He went away with his head limply hanging down, all his earlier arrogance replaced with utter despair. I slowly shook my head. Some people's parents didn't love them enough to spank their butts, and it saddens me when reality bites those self-same butts in a much more permanent manner. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope we can put this unpleasantness behind us and enjoy the rest of the meal. At this point, an attendant came in with a cart, in which were enough bars of soap for every attendee, as well as a small bag of the sea salt we had made. My son-in-law, Vanessa paused to let that word truly sink in, has prepared gifts for all who were invited. I do believe you will all be quite pleased. Within the silk wraps, you will find superior quality soap of his own recipe. In the bags, you will find a substantial amount of fine ground sea salt. You heard that correctly. This salt, which has been used in many of the dishes, has been extracted from our own sea. The production is still quite limited, but as it ramps up, there will be affordable salt even for commoners. The tension caused by the arrogant man from before was replaced with a giddy excitement. People opened the bars and took tentative sniffs, which were followed by a deep inhale. Others opened the salt and took the tiniest of tastes, only for their eyes to light up with joy. I'd already detailed the entire recipe for the soaps and everything else, including the sea salt manufacturing process, to Marta, who had written everything for her mother. So I wasn't surprised when Marta spoke. My husband has graciously provided the recipe for these soap bars, as well as a few other liquid hygiene products, which in time will make their way into the markets. The doors were flung wide open as two criers entered, followed by some impressive-looking guards. All rise for Her Royal Highness Princess Naila, third daughter of the realm. In strode a petite woman, probably barely in her teens, who resembled, of all things, a tree frog. She had no hair, and her fingers were clearly webbed, as I assumed her feet would be as well. The pattern on her scalp, though, made up for the lack of hair, and I oddly found her quite appealing. I signaled to the attendant who had brought the soap and salt. Somehow I just knew something like this would happen, and had prepared a deluxe gift basket for the royal family to keep on hand until immediately after the luncheon, when it would have been shipped as swiftly as possible to the capital. But was still here, ready for presentation. The attendant swiftly ducked out of the hall and fetched the basket. She brought it directly to me, and I accepted it. Your Highness honors me with my brides by your attendance on our wedding day. Please accept this token of our appreciation for this delightful surprise. I handed the basket to the guard nearest me, who inspected it completely to ensure it contained no threat. She nodded at me for not having given it to the princess directly. Oh my, I hadn't realized we would be interrupting an event. How nice of you to have prepared a gift in case of our arrival. Oh my, this is salt. And very high quality as well. Better than any in the castle. Then are these soap. I've never seen its like before, and the smell is superb. I think even my brother would approve. What are these liquids, though? Marta spoke up. If I may, Your Highness, the maroon conditioners are something called shampoo conditioner, and are combined as it combines the process of cleansing hair with repairing the split ends to a degree. Well, the other is called body wash, and as the name suggests, is a superior cleansing agent. Well, I certainly look forward to testing it later. What is this wedding and all these what are the brides? Maroon should be magenta. Oops. Colors, they're so difficult, aren't they? Because I remember you said magenta before. I spoke again, if I may. It is the tradition of my country of origin. A man takes a woman into his family for life. They are legally one person, with both families accepting the partnership as an in-law. As such, by marriage, I am now the son of both Viscountess Vanessa and the House of Sprana, through marriage to her daughter Marta, as well as to Deborah of the House of Grunta, for having married Cora of the House of Grunta. As such, my wives are also legally entitled to claim my own family name. Might I therefore introduce you for the first time to anyone, Miss Cora Grunta Sprana Waltrin and Miss Marta Sprana Grunta Waltrin. The princess's eyes widened in shock for the briefest moments before regaining her composure. What a wonderful custom! Might I have your name as well? Please forgive the delayed introduction. I suppose in this country it would be appropriate for me to claim my wife's surname as well. In which case, my name in full now would be James Frederick Walton Sprana Grunta. I bowed with respect, causing one of the guardswomen to giggle, though she quickly stifled it. Before the princess could react to that, I continued. The tendencies of the genders are reversed in my homeland, and I will never wear a dress, and a curtsy is intended for women where I come from. I realize all too well the oddness of my personage. Take no offense to genuine surprise or mirth. In truth, I am quite pleased at just how well disciplined the guards who attended you are. That caused the princess to smile broadly. If that is the case, then I, too, shall overlook this minor misstep. I do believe a seat has been prepared for me. I shall then take a said seat, as I am quite famished. All in attendance bowed or curtsied, as was their wont. We have come with news, but that shall wait until after our repast. Bloody busy, true, bro. How's it going? Welcome. We've come with news, but that shall wait until after our repast. Then I wish to know more about young James here, a strange fellow to bind himself to two women for life. Vanessa bobbed her head respectfully. That's not all. He and Marta adopted Fox Girl. Her name is Gabby, and she's surprisingly good at water magic. Coupled with James' unique thinking about water, it's improved Tracy's magic as well. He's also quite skilled at unarmed combat. Gabby is sitting to their left over there. Princess looked at her and contemplated how fortunate these events seemed to be. With the advent of the princess's arrival, we had an excellent excuse to send home all the nobles who weren't required to attend the princess. We hadn't exactly planned anything in particular for after the meal, but it was generally anticipated that most, if not all, of the guests would likely remain for several hours, socializing and trying to network on behalf of their families. I attempted to excuse myself, however. The princess was having none of it. Nonsense, Sir Waltrin. I believe, from what little I've heard today, that this topic involves your adopted daughter. Besides, you are the son of a landed viscountess, as well as a baroness of the robe. You are, in fact, fully required to attend this meeting. You might not have realized beforehand, but by joining yourself to House Sperana, you now have obligations. Sitting through meetings is only the least annoying to you, as I'm sure breeding will be more of a chore. Though I do sympathize with a man's disinclination to produce children, it is a requirement of all noblemen. Vanessa, Marta, Cora, Alyssa, Vera, Tracy, and Carrie were attempting valiantly to stifle their chuckles at that statement, causing Her Highness to look around, confused, even as Cora's mother, Deborah, and sister, whom I was informed was named Grammari. I believe they are finding it quite humorous that I have absolutely no issues with breeding, and intend to do so frequently, even when my wives are heavy with child. I will still enjoy their bodies whenever I am given the chance. Having my babies in their wombs will actually excite me even more. This, however, was information you lacked. I did mention how the genders behave oppositely where I come from, but the extent of that difference is yet to be explained to you. My personal reason for attempting to excuse myself isn't a fear of tedium either. My people have a concept for all things governmental of the need to know. The idea of this concept is that the fewer uninvolved people who know of a thing, the less likely it will be for the information to spread unchecked. Even people of the same security clearance level wouldn't know all the same information. Thus, I assumed you would wish to limit the attendance of your meeting to only those whom you had direct intelligence for, inviting others into the meeting when it came time to glean information from them. Goodness, you certainly are different from the men of this nation. It's a shocking but pleasant surprise. As to this concept of need to know, I shall take it under advisement. However, I do believe you have a need to know. I bowed respectfully and took a seat. The princess then began to inform us about a rash of kidnappings across the nation, and how we were likely being targeted as well. Vanessa raised her hand. With all due respect, Your Highness, we are already aware of the kidnappings. We have defeated one ship of slavers already, and have increased our own patrols to discover any further ships that have already been sent. We informed Her Majesty only 2 days ago as to the situation here, and the information gleaned from the captives we have enslaved. It is truly unfortunate that message stones can't travel, or else you'd have been informed already, I'm sure. How did this come about? From what happened in other countries, information was being blocked from reaching the Lord, and the traitors have yet to be uncovered. Marta answered. That was thanks to James. He had one of the mothers report the loss of her daughter to every level of the system, only changing the name at each one. Thus, we were able to deduce that the highest person who failed to turn in names was the traitor here. A man, if you can believe it. 6 of the 10 fake names weren't reported. Therefore, we knew who wasn't passing on information. Captain Cora collared the filth herself upon Mother's request. This took Deborah and Grammari by surprise, and the princess smiled in a somewhat evil way. Excellent. Very wise not killing the filth. Enslaving him forces him to speak truth. I raised my hand. If I may, the princess nodded at me to continue. My people have a coast guard, which is different from the Navy itself. Their duties are to defend against illegal immigration, smuggling, or terrorist acts, as well as to perform sea rescues and provide emergency services, including search and rescue. Perhaps a service of that sort can be arranged here. We have one commandeered ship which could be converted to serve on that capacity. Oh ho, turning the captured vessel into protectors to prevent any repeat of this evil from happening again. Very nice. They don't need to be massive ships, as they'd be staying close to shore, and not needing as large of food stores. I shall approve of this ship being converted at once. With a small amount of luck, we can make a vessel functional in short order to capture any more than call then come calling. I shall write the orders now and send them at once to your shipwrights. As much as I know that they will want to assist, I do hope compensation is included for the work. Materials and labor cost money. If they don't get paid, they can't eat, and if they can't eat, they stop being able to work. I know this is common sense, but at times like this, the details are easily overlooked. Vanessa's eyes had grown wide in alarm at my question. The princess, however, smiled. I had indeed overlooked that aspect. I'd hope I would have caught the mistake fairly soon, but having the issue commented on now saves time. I thank you, Sir Waltron. I shall send an initial purse of 50 gold worth, in silver and coppers. More can be paid as those funds diminish. I bowed in deep respect. The whole family seemed to sag in relief. I'm quite overjoyed that you are willing to make such comments despite my being a princess. In truth, it's because you are a princess I felt obliged to mention it. Your Highness does not often need to worry where your next meal will come from, and money itself is often an afterthought. One can't always send a runner to fetch one's purse. This is one such situation where the funding needs to predate the work, or the work can't progress. Princess Nayla nodded. That is indeed true. Plus, I am still somewhat young. Being gently reminded rather than lectured is a nice change. Would that more people, men and women, made such gestures. Alas, the life of a princess is not one where people have one's best interests at heart, but rather a life in which everyone is attempting to seek advantage through any interactions they have. Please continue to act as you have been, at least in private. I truly appreciate it. I seek nothing but to live my life in the best way I know how. As such, I can offer genuine friendship to your Highness, with no exceptions, nor desire for physical rewards. I certainly wish for no titles. I have my house, I have my wives, I have my newly joined family, and my adopted daughter. I have plenty of food and the knowledge to make several things for which I can profit from, without putting your nation at risk due to rapidly increasing your technology base. Were I to have my druthers when it comes to slavery, only the crown would be able to issue a writ of enslavement. So nobody could just randomly grab a person and enslave them, because all unused slave collars would be in the capital itself, and all criminals to be enslaved would be transported to the capital and to be tried by a court of law, where their crimes must be proven beyond a doubt. Then the judge-magistrate would decide if death or enslavement was the more fitting punishment, with death being the lighter punishment, as a life of slavery is never an easy one. Princess considered my words carefully, then nodded. I think that is a most excellent idea. This will be relayed to Her Majesty as soon as I may do so. Enslavement isn't a light punishment, and taking a slave illegally is a most heinous crime. Making it that much more difficult for this travesty to repeat itself is only practical. You have my thanks once again, Sir Waltron. Whew. Damn. The one thing I will say, Sean, is how do you say this? Like another nation. Like they've introduced this one nation, right? I'm waiting to see obviously there's like some other nation and there's like some sort of like pirate thing going on, right? But it's like, is this preparation, like, is this preempt to war between two nations? Trying to make it look like it's not what it is, and then going to some lengths of denying it. But I'm like, please tell me this eventually escalates into a war. And then he has to invent war machines and show people how powerful he actually is. I could definitely see like a corruption arc in there as well, where it's like, all that's been disclosed so far is a single noble being naughty. They found something and didn't want anyone to know it. Okay. Alright, so now we're on to Chapter 2 of Eye of the World. First book in the Wheel of Time. Callie, are you here? I wanted to show you this, Callie. I think you would highly appreciate this. The, Chapter 2. It's Ravens. I was like, that's like your Raven emote. What they found requires a large labor force to extract, but again, they don't want anyone to know. Buying slaves legally would be noticed too quickly. That's where I'm at with it. Ah, okay. When Rand and Matt carried the first barrels through the common room, Master Alvir was already filling a pair of mugs with his best brown ale, his own make, from one of the casks racked against the wall. Scratch, the inn's yellow cat, crouched atop it with his eyes closed and his tail wrapped around his feet. Tam stood in front of the big fireplace of river rock, thumbing the long-stemmed pipe full of tobacco from a polished canister the innkeeper always kept on the plain stone mantel. The fireplace stretched half the length of the big square room. Have to go shopping soon, so I'll be off. Maybe pop back in when I get back. No worries, Sean. Thanks for stopping in and sharing your story, man. Take care. Enjoy your shopping, good sir. We'll see ya when we see ya. Fireplace stretched half the length of the big square room, with the intel as high as a man's shoulder, and a crackling blaze on the hearth vanquished the chill outside. At that time of the busy day before festival, Rand expected to find the common room empty except for Bran and his father and the cat. But 4 more members of the village council, including Sen, sat in high-backed chairs in front of the fire, mugs in hand and blue-gray pipe smoke wreathing their heads. For once, none of the stone's boards were in use, and all of Barnes' books stood idle on the shelf opposite the fireplace. The men did not even talk, peering silently into their ale or tapping pipe stems against their teeth in impatience as they waited for Tam and Bran to join them. Worry was not uncommon for the village council these days, not in Edmund's Field, and likely not in Watch Hill or Devon Ride or even Terran Ferry. Though who knew what Terran Ferry folk really thought about anything? Only 2 of the men before the fire, Raul Luhan, the blacksmith, and John Thane, the miller, so much as glanced at the boys as they entered. Master Luhan, though, made it more than a glance. The blacksmith's arms were as big as most men's legs, roped with heavy muscle, and he still wore his long leather apron as if he had hurried to the meeting straight from the forge. His frown took them both in, Then then he straightened around in his chair deliberately, turning his attention back to an over-studious tampering of his pipe with a thick thumb. Curious, Rand slowed, then barely bit back a yelp as Matt kicked his ankle. His friend nodded instantly towards the doorway at the back of the common room and hurried on without waiting. Limping slightly, Rand followed less quickly. "What was that about?" he demanded as soon as he was in the hall that led to the kitchen. "You almost broke my—" "It's old Luhan," Matt said, peering past Rand's shoulder into the common room. "I think he suspects I was the one who—" He cut off abruptly as Mistress Alvier bustled out of the kitchen, the aroma of fresh-baked bread wafting ahead of her. The tray in her hands carried some of the crusty loaves from which she was famous around Edmund's Field, as well as plates of pickles and cheese. The food reminded Rand abruptly that he had eaten only an end of bread before leaving the farm that morning. His stomach gave an embarrassing grumble. A slender woman with her thick braid of graying hair pulled over one shoulder. Mistress Elvire, smiled in a motherly fashion that took in both of them. "There is more of this in the kitchen if you two are hungry. I never knew boys your age who weren't. So, or any other age for that matter. If you prefer, I'm baking honey cakes this morning." She was one of the few married women in the area who never tried to play matchmaker with Tam. Toward Rand, her motherliness extended to warm smiles and a quick snack whenever he came by the inn, but she did as much for every young man in the area. As she occasionally looked at him as if she wanted to do more, at least she took it no further than looks, for which he was deeply grateful. "Slut!" Without waiting for a reply, she swept on into the common room. Immediately there was the sound of chairs scraping on the floor as men got to their feet, and exclaimings over the smell of the bread. She was easily the best cook in Edmund's Field, and not a man for miles around but eagerly leapt at a chance to put his feet under her table. "Honey cakes," Matt said, smacking his lips. "After," Rand told him firmly, "or we'll never get done." A lamp hung over the cellar stairs just beside the kitchen door, and another made a bright pool in the stone-walled room beneath the inn, banishing all but a little dimness in the furthest corners. Wooden racks along the walls and across the floor held casks of brandy and cider, and larger barrels of ale and wine, some with taps driven in. Many of the wine barrels were marked with chalk in Bran Alvire's hand, giving the year they had been bought and what peddler had brought them, and in which city they had been made. But all of the ale and brandy was the make of the Two Rivers, farmers, or of Bran himself. Peddlers and even merchants sometimes brought brandy or ale from outside, but it was never as good and cost the earth. Besides, and nobody ever drank it more than once. "Now," Rand said, as they set their casks on the racks, What did you do that you have to avoid Master Luhan?" Matt shrugged. "Nothing, really. I told Adam Alcar and some of his snot-nosed friends, Edward Finger and Dag Coplin, that some farmers had seen ghost hounds breathing fire and running through the woods. They ate it up like clotted cream. And Master Luhan is mad at you for that," Rand said, doubtfully. "Not exactly," Matt paused and shook his head. "You see, I covered 2 of his dogs with flour so they were all white. Then I let them loose near Dag's house. How was I to know they'd run straight home? It really wasn't my fault. If Mistress Luhan hadn't left the door open, they couldn't have gotten inside. It isn't like I intended to get flour all over her house." He gave a bark of laughter. I hear she chased old Lethan and the dogs, all three, out of the house with a broom. Rand winced and laughed at the same time. If I were you, I'd worry more about Alsbet Luhan than about the blacksmith. She's almost as strong, and her temper is a lot worse. No matter, though, if you walk fast, maybe he won't notice you. Matt's expression said he did not think Rand was funny. When they went back through the common room, though, there was no need for Matt to hurry. The 6 men had their chairs in a tight knot before the fireplace, with his back to the fire. Tam was speaking in a low voice, and the others were leaning forward to listen, so intent on his words they would likely not have noticed if a flock of sheep had been driven through. Rand wanted to move closer to hear what they were talking about, but Matt plucked at his sleeve and gave him an agonizing look. With a sigh, he followed Matt out to the cart. On their return to the hallway, they found a tray by the top of the steps, and hot honey cakes filling the hall with their sweet aroma. There were 2 mugs as well, and a pitcher of steaming mulled cider. Despite his own admonition about waiting until later, Rand found himself making the last 2 trips better cart and cellar, while trying to juggle a cask and a piping honey cake. Setting his final cask in the racks, he wiped crumbs from his mouth, while Matt was unburdening himself, then said, "Now for the glee." Feet clattered on the stairs, and Edwin Fingar half fell into the cellar in his haste, his pudgy face shining with eagerness to impart his news. "There are strangers in the village." He caught his breath and gave Matt a bright look. "I haven't seen any ghost hounds, but I hear somebody flowered Master Luhan's dogs. I hear Mistress Luhan has ideas who to look for, too." The years separating Rand and Matt from Irwin, only 14, were usually more than enough for them to give short shrift to anything he had to say. This time, they exchanged one startled glance, then both were talking at once. "In the village?" Rand asked. "Not in the woods." "Right on top of him," Matt added. "Was his cloak black? Could you see his face?" Ewan looked uncertainly from one of them to the other, then spoke quickly. Then Matt took a thundering step. "Of course I could see his face. And his cloak is green, or maybe gray. It changes. It seems to fade into wherever he's standing. Sometimes you don't see him even when you look right at him, not unless he moves. And hers is blue, like the sky, and 10 times fancier than any feast day clothes I ever saw. She's 10 times prettier than anybody I ever saw, too. She's a highborn lady, like in the stories. She must be. Her," Rand said. "Who are you talking about?" He stared at Matt, who had put both hands on top of his head and squeezed his eyes shut. "They're the ones I meant to tell you about," Matt muttered, "before you got me off onto..." He cut off, opening his eyes for a sharp glance at Ewan. "They arrived last evening," Matt went on after a moment, "and took rooms here at the inn. I saw them ride in. They're horses, Rand. I never saw horses so tall, or so sleek. They look like they could run forever. I think he works for her." "In service," Owen broke in. "They call it being in service in the stories." Matt continued, as if Ewan had not spoken. "Anyway, he defers to her, does what she says. Only he isn't like a hired man, a soldier maybe. The way he wears his sword, it's part of him, like his hand or his foot. He makes the merchants' guards look like cur dogs. And her, Rand? I never even imagined anyone like her. She's out of a Gleeman story. She's like... He paused to give Ewan a sour look. "Like a highborn lady," he finished with a sigh. But who are they? Rand asked. Except for merchants once a year to buy tobacco and wool. And the peddlers, outsiders never came into the Two Rivers, or as good as never. Maybe at Terran Ferry, but not this far south. Most of the merchants and peddlers had been coming for years, too, so they did not really count as strangers, just outsiders. It was a good 5 years since the last time a real stranger appeared in Edmund's Field, and he had been trying to hide from some sort of trouble up in Balin that nobody in the village understood. He had not stayed long. What do they want? What do they want? Matt exclaimed. I don't care what they want. Strangers, Rand. And strangers like you never ever dreamed of. Think of it. Rand opened his mouth, then closed it without speaking. The black cloaked rider had him as nervous as a cat in a dog run. Just seemed like an awful coincidence. 3 strangers around the village at the same time. 3 if this fellow's cloak that changed color never changed to black. Her name is Moiraine, Eowyn said, into a momentary silence. I heard him say it. Moiraine, he called her. The Lady Moiraine. His name is Lan. The Wisdom may not like her, but I do. What makes you think Nynaeve dislikes her? Rand said. She asked the Wisdom for directions this morning, Eowyn said, and called her child. Rand and Matt both whistled softly through their teeth, and Ewan tripped over his tongue in his haste to explain. The Lady Moiraine didn't know she was the Wisdom. She apologized when she found out she did, and asked some questions about herbs, and about who is who around Edmund's Field, just as respectfully as any other woman in the village. More so than some. She's always asking questions about how old people are, and how long they've lived where they live, and, I don't know what all. Anyway, Naveen answered like she'd bitten a green sweetberry. Then, when the Lady Moiraine walked away, Naveen stared at her like, well, it wasn't friendly, I can tell you that. Is that all? Rand said. You know Naveen's temper. When Sen Bowie called her a child last year, she thumped him on the head with her stick. And he's on the village council, and old enough to be her grandfather. Besides, she flares up at anything, and never stays angry past turning around. That's too long for me, Ewan muttered. I don't care who Naveen thumps, Matt chortled. So long as it isn't me. This is going to be the best Beltane ever. A gleeman, a lady. Who could ask for more? Who needs fireworks? A gleeman? Ewan asked, his face rising sharply. Come on, Rand, Matt went on, ignoring the younger boy. We're done here. You have to see this fellow. He bounded up the stairs, with Ewan scrambling behind, calling, Is there really a gleeman, Matt? This isn't like the ghost towns, is it? Or the frogs? Rand paused long enough to turn down the ramp, then hurried after them. In the common room, Rowan Hum and Samuel Craw had joined the others in front of the fire, so that the entire village council was there. Bran Alvear spoke now, his normally bluff voice pitched so low that only a rumbling murmur traveled beyond the close-gathered chairs. The mayor emphasized his words by tapping a thick forefinger into the palm of his other hand, and eyed each man in turn. They all nodded in agreement with whatever he was saying, though Sen more reluctantly than the rest. The way the men all but huddled together spoke more plainly than a painted sign. Whatever they were talking about, it was for the village council alone. At least for now, they would not appreciate Rand trying to listen in. Reluctantly, he pulled himself away. There was still a gleeman in these strangers. Outside, Bella and the cart were gone, taken away by Hugh or Tad, the inn's stableman. Matt and Ewan stood glaring at one another in a few paces in the front of the door of the inn, their cloaks whipping in the wind. For the last time, Matt barked, I'm not playing a trick on you. There is a gleeman. Now go away. Rand, will you tell this woolhead that I'm telling the truth so he'll leave me alone? Pulling his cloak together, Rand stepped forward to support Matt. But his words died as the hairs stirred on the back of his neck. He was being watched again. It was far from the feeling the hooded rider had given him. But neither was it pleasant, especially so soon after that encounter. A quick look about the green showed him only what he had seen before. Children playing, people preparing for festival, and no one more than glancing in his direction. The spring pole stood alone, now waiting. Bustle and childish shouts filled the street sides. All was as should be, except that he was being watched. Then something led him to turn around, to raise his eyes on the edge of the inn's tile roof, perched on a large raven. Swaying a little in the gusting wind from the mountains, its head was cocked to one side, and one beady black eye was focused on him, he thought. He swallowed, and suddenly anger flickered in him, hot and sharp. Filthy carrion eater, he muttered. I'm tired of being stared at, Matt growled, and Rand realized his friend had stepped up beside him and was frowning at the raven too. They exchanged a glance, then, as one, their hands darted for rocks. The two stones flew true, and the raven stepped aside. The stones whistled through the space where it had been. Flooding its wings once, it crooked its head again, fixing them with a deadly black eye, unafraid, giving no sign that anything had happened. Rand stared at the bird in consternation. Did you ever see a raven do that? He asked quietly. Matt shook his head without looking away from the raven. Never. Nor any other bird, either. A vile bird, came a woman's voice from behind them, melodious despite echoes of distaste, to be mistrusted in the best of times. With a shrill cry, the raven launched itself into the air so violently that two black feathers drifted down from the roof's edge. Startled, Rand and Matt twisted to follow the bird's swift flight, over the green and towards the cloud-tipped mountains of mist, tall beyond the westwood, until it dwindled to a speck in the west, then vanished from view. Rand's gaze fell to the woman who had spoken. She, too, had been watching the flight of the raven, but now she turned back and her eyes met his. He could only stare. This had to be the Lady Moraine, and she was everything that Matt and Ewan had said, everything and more. When he had heard she called Naveen child, he had pictured her as old, but she was not. At least he could not put any age of her at all. At first he thought she was as young as Naveen, but the longer he looked, the more he thought she was older than that. There was a maturity about her large dark eyes, a hint of knowing that no one could have gotten younger. For an instant he thought those eyes were deep pools about to swallow him up. It was plain why Matt and Ewan named her Lady from the Gleeman's Tale, too. She held herself with a grace and air command that made him feel awkward and stumble-footed. She was barely tall enough to come up to his chest, but her presence was such that her height seemed the proper one, and he felt ungainly in his tallness. Together, she was like no one he had ever seen before. The wide hood of her cloak framed her face, and dark hair hung soft in her ringlets. He had never seen a grown woman with her hair unbraided. Every girl in the Two Rivers waited eagerly for the women's circle of her village to say she was old enough to wear a braid. Her clothes were just as strange. Her cloak was sky-blue velvet, with thick silver embroidery leaves and vines and flowers, all along the edges. Her dress gleamed faintly as she moved, a darker blue than the cloak and slashed with cream. A necklace of heavy gold links hung around her neck, while another gold chain, delicate and fastened in her hair, supported a small sparkling blue stone in the middle of her forehead. A wide belt of woven gold encircled her waist, and on the second finger of her left hand was a gold ring in the shape of a serpent biting its own tail. He had certainly never seen a ring like that, though he recognized the great serpent, an even older symbol for eternity than the wheel of time. Fancier than any feast day clothes, Ewan had said, and he was right. No one ever dressed like that in the Two Rivers, not ever. Good morning, Mistress, Lady Moraine, Rand said. His face grew hot as his tongues fumbling. Good morning, Lady Moraine, Matt echoed somewhat more smoothly, but only a little. She smiled, and Rand found himself wondering if there was anything he might do for her, something that would give him an excuse to stay near her. He knew she was smiling at all of them, but it seemed meant for him alone. It really was just like seeing Gleeman's tale come to life. Matt had a foolish grin on his face. You know my name, she said, sounding delighted, as if her presence, however brief, would not be the talk of the village for a year. But you must call me Moraine, not Lady. And what are your names? Ewan leapt forward before either of the others could speak. My name is Ewan Fingar, my lady. I told them your name. That's how they know. I heard Lan say it. But I wasn't eavesdropping. No one like that has ever come to Edmund's Field before. There's a gleeman in the village for Beltane, too, and tonight is winter night. Will you come to my house? My mother has apple cakes. I shall have to see, she replied, putting a hand on Ewan's shoulder. Her eyes twinkled with amusement, though she gave no other sign of it. I do not know how well I could compete against a gleeman, Ewan. But you must all call me Moraine. She looked expectantly at Rand and Matt. I'm Matrim Cawthon Moiraine, Matt said. He made a stiff, jerking bow and then went red in the face as he straightened. Rand had been wondering if he could do something of the sort, the way men did in stories. But with Matt's example, he merely spoke his name. At least, he did not stumble over his own tongue this time. Moiraine looked from him to Matt and back again. Rand thought her smile, a bare curve of the corners of her mouth, was now the sort Ewan wore when she had a secret. I may have some small tasks to be done from time to time while I'm in Edmund's Field, she said. Perhaps you would be willing to assist me. She laughed as their assents tumbled over one another. Here, she said, and Rand was surprised when she pressed a coin into his palm, closing his hand tightly around it with both of hers. There's no need, he began, but she waved aside his protest as she gave Ewan a coin as well, then pressed Matt's hand around the one same way she had Rand's. Of course there is, she said. You cannot be expected to work for nothing. Consider this a token and keep it with you, so you will remember that you have agreed to come to me when I ask. There is a bond between us now. I'll never forget, Ewan piped up. Later we must talk, she said, and you must tell me all about yourselves. Moiraine, Rand asked hesitantly as she turned away. She stopped and looked back over her shoulder, and he had to swallow before going on. Why have you come to Edmund's Field? Her expression was unchanged, but suddenly he wished he had not asked. Though he could not have said why, he rushed to explain himself. Anyway, I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry. It's just that no one comes into the Two Rivers except the merchants and peddlers. When the snow isn't too deep to get down from Baerlon. Almost no one. Certainly no one like you. The merchants' guards sometimes say this is the back end of forever. And I suppose it must seem that way to anyone from outside. I just wondered. Her smile did fade then, slowly, as if something had been recalled to her. For a moment she merely looked at him. I am a student of history, she said at last, a collector of old stories. This place you call the Two Rivers has always interested me. Sometimes I study the stories of what happened here long ago. Here and at other places. Stories, Rand said. Whatever happened in the Two Rivers? To interest someone. What could have happened here? And what else would you call it besides the Two Rivers, Matt added. That's what it has always been called. As the wheel of time turns, Moiraine said, half to herself and with a distant look in her eyes. Places wear many names, men wear many names, many faces, different faces, but always the same man. Yet no one knows the great pattern the wheel weaves, or even the pattern of an age. We can only watch and study and hope. Rand stared at her, unable to say a word, even to ask what she meant. He was not sure she had meant for them to hear. The other two were just as tongue-tied, he noticed. Ewan's mouth hung open. Moiraine focused on them again, and all three gave a little shake as if waking up. Later we will talk, she said. None of them said a word. Later. She moved on toward the wagon bridge, appearing to glide over the ground rather than walk, her cloak spreading on either side of her like wings. As she left, a tall man Rand had not noticed before moved away from the front of the inn and followed her, one hand resting on the long hilt of a sword. His clothes were a dark, grayish green that would have faded into leaf or shadow, and his cloak swirled through shades of gray and green and brown as it shifted in the wind. It almost seemed to disappear at times, that cloak, fading into whatever lay beyond it. His hair was long and gray at the temples, held back from his face by narrow leather headband. That face was made from stony planes and angles, weathered but inclined despite the gray of his hair. When he moved, Rand could think of nothing but a wolf. In passing the three youths, his gaze ran over them, eyes as cold as the blue as a midwinter dawn. It was as if he were weighing them in his mind, and there was no sign on his face of what the scales told him. He quickened his pace until he caught up to Moiraine, then slowly walked by her shoulder, bending to speak to her. Rand let out a breath he had not realized he'd been holding. That was Lan, Ewan said throatily, as if he too had been holding his breath. It had been that kind of look. I'll bet he's a warder. Don't be a fool, Matt laughed. But it was a shaky laugh. Warders are just in stories. Anyway, warders have swords and armor covered in gold and jewels, and spend all their time up north in the Great Blight fighting evil and Trollocs and such. He could be a warder, Ewan insisted. Did you see any gold or jewels on him? Matt scoffed. Do we have Trollocs in the Two Rivers? We have sheep. I wonder what could have ever happened here to interest someone like her. Something could have, Rand answered slowly. They say the inn's been here for 1,000 years, maybe more. 1,000 years of sheep, Matt said. A silver penny, Ewan burst out. She gave me a whole silver penny. Think what I can buy when the peddlers come. Rand opened his hand to look at the coin she had given him, and almost dropped it in surprise. He had not recognized the fat silver coin with the raised image of a woman balancing a single flame on her upturned hand. But he had watched while Bran al'Vere weighed out the coin merchants brought from a dozen lands, and he had an idea of its value. That much silver would buy a good horse anywhere in the Two Rivers, with some left over. He looked at Matt and saw the same stunned expression he knew must be in his own face. Tilting his hand so Matt could see the coin but not Ewan, he raised a questioning eyebrow. Matt nodded, and for a minute they stared at one another in perplexed wonder. What kind of chores does she have? Rand asked finally. I don't know, Matt said firmly. I don't care. I won't spend it either, even when the peddler comes. With that, he thrust his coin into his coat pocket. Nodding, Rand slowly did the same with his. He was not sure why, but somehow what Matt had said seemed right. The coin should not be spent. Not when it came from her. He could not find anything else silver was good for. But do you think I should keep mine too? Anguished indecision pained Ewan's face. Not unless you want to, Matt said. I think she gave it to you to spend, Rand said. Ewan looked at his coin, then shook his head and stuffed the silver penny in his pocket. I'll keep it, he said mournfully. There's still the Gleeman, Rand said, and the younger boy brightened. If he ever wakes up, Matt added. Rand? Ewan asked. Is there a Gleeman? You'll see, Rand answered with a laugh. It was clear Ewan did not believe until he set eyes on the gleeman. He has to come down sooner or later. Shouting, drifting across the wagon bridge, and when Rand looked to see what was causing it, his laughter became wholehearted. A milling crowd of villagers, from gray-haired oldsters to toddlers barely to walk, escorted a tall wagon towards the bridge. A huge wagon drawn by 8 horses, the outside of its rounded canvas cover hung above with bundles like bunches of grapes. The peddler had come at last. Strangers and a gleeman, fireworks and a peddler. It was going to be the best Beltane ever. Another chapter down. Oh. Okay, we gotta find a couple of short stories to read here. I'm gonna pull up this and go to bookmarks. So, 9 billion names of God. We already did Tower of Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth. Murders in the Rue Morgue. Purloined Letter. Oh, I read this one in school. This is actually one of the ones that inspired like the way that I write, with like the twist and everything like that. Okay, let's do one mystery and one horror. We're gonna skip the lottery because I already know that story. This is gonna be like, you can't read it, right? Whatever. That's super annoying. I just want the PDF of it. Okay, so short stories and new. Purloined Letter, as well as Telltale Heart. Should we also skip Telltale Heart? It's like, I also know that one, right? Maybe let's just do the Monkey's Paw. Because I know the Monkey's Paw, but like I don't know it like very like specifically. Okay. Okay, here's a PDF. That's all I need. Perfect. Sometimes these things are super annoying. And I don't need that. I just want... Oh, can I not copy this? Yeah, I can't copy it. Okay, screw that. What about this? I just want the fucking story. So confused. There we go. All right. Damn, this one's pretty long. 7,000 words. Oh. We got an ad break coming up in a sec here. Yo, Stoned! What's up, brother? How's it going? My man, how are you? We are just about to start reading short stories. We have the Purloined Letter and the Monkey Paw. I believe these, like, which one is this one? This is W.W. Jacobs, and this is Edgar Allan Poe. A lot of Edgar Allan Poe in here. We skipped the lottery because I read this one in school. This was actually one that got me into reading short stories and loving short stories and, like, the way that I do short stories, like the twist and everything like that. Huge about that. And then skip the Telltale Heart too, because I know that one. Queen, welcome, how's it going? We're in the middle of ads right now, but how are you guys? We are doing fantastic today. Yay, ads. Oh well, it's just take a toke, sit back. Think toke, Queen? I'm back. Welcome back, Stone. How are you today, good sir? I'm ready whenever you are. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! Yay, weekend! Nice, Queen. Hell yeah, weekend! Ah, the big relaxer. Alright. So this is Fresh Bag. Hell yeah, Stone. That's what it's all about. The Purloined Letter. I have no idea what this says, so I'm gonna take the cheat code, guys. I'm gonna do a cheat code here.
Nil sapientiae odiosus acumen nimio, Seneca.
There, save myself that bullshit. At Paris, just after dark one gusty evening in the autumn of 18, I was enjoying the twofold luxury of meditation and Mircosm? Meerschaum? I have no idea what that is. I guess we're right. We're pretty fucked off the bat on this one. Meerschaum. And a meerschaum, in company with my friend C. August Dupin, in his little back library or book closet. Oh, Troyseam. Prob some German word. Yep. Number 33, Rue de Not Faubourg, Saint Germain. For 1 hour at least we had maintained a profound silence, while each, to any casual observer, might have seemed intently and exclusively occupied with the curling eddies of smoke that oppressed the atmosphere of the chamber. If I yell loud enough, do you think Callie will hear me? Yes, Queen. 100%. I sent Callie on a mission, however, and I am afraid he has not returned, which then I do believe my mission was successful. Or the mission was successful. Or is being successful. In the process of being successful. Because he has not returned. But if you call out his name, there is a chance he will hear you, Queen. He is good with that. However, I was mentally discussing certain topics which had formed matter of conversation between us at an earlier period of the evening. I mean the affair of the Rue Morgue and the mystery attending the murder of Maggie Roget. I looked upon it, therefore, as something of a coincidence when the door of our apartment was thrown open and admitted our old acquaintance, Monsieur G., the perfect of the partisan police. I yelled so loud the message has to be checked by a mod. That's so weird, Queen, because nothing popped up on my end. And I don't think there's any mods in here because Sean's gone. So that message might remain in limbo. I don't know why it didn't prompt me. System's fucked. No yelling in the halls! Guys, this is a library! Shh. Oh hey, I wonder if it went through. It's not animated, but we have a new emote. It just doesn't work as well as on Kick. But hey, that's what the multi-platforms are for, right? We gave him a hearty welcome, for there was nearly half as much of the entertaining as of the contemptible about the man, and we had not seen him for several years. He had been sitting in the dark, and Dupin now arose for the purpose of lighting a lamp, but sat down again without doing so, upon G's saying that he had called to consult us, or rather to ask the opinion of my friend, about some official business which I had occasioned a great deal of trouble. If it is any point requiring reflection, observed Dupin, as he forbore to enkindle the wick, we shall examine it to better purpose in the dark. That is another of your odd notions, said the prefect, who had a fashion of calling everything odd that was beyond his comprehension, and thus lived amid an absolute legion of oddities. Very true, said Dupin, as he supplied his visitor with a pipe and rolled towards him in a comfortable chair. And what is the difficulty now? I asked. Nothing more in the assassination way, I hope. Oh no, nothing of that nature. The fact is, the business is very simple indeed, and I make no doubt that we can manage it sufficiently ourselves. But then I thought Dupin would like to hear the details of it because it's so excessively odd. Simple and odd, said Dupin. Why, yes. And not exactly that either. The fact is, we have all been in a good deal puzzled because the affair is so simple and yet baffles us altogether. Perhaps it is the very simplicity of the thing which puts you at fault, said my friend. What nonsense do you talk, replied the prefect, laughing heartily. Perhaps the mystery is a little too plain, said Dupin. Or, good heavens, who ever heard of such an idea? A little too self-evident. Ha 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 ha, ho ho ho, roared our visitor, profoundly amused. Oh, Dupin, you will be the death of me yet. And what, after all, is the matter on hand, I asked. Why, I will tell you, replied the prefect, as he gave a long, steady, and contemplative puff, and settled himself in his chair. I will tell you in a few words, but before I begin, let me caution you that this is an affair demanding the greatest secrecy, and that I should most probably lose the position I now hold were it known that I confided it to anyone. Proceed, said I. Or not, said Dupin. Well, then, I have received personal information from a very high quarter that a certain document of the last importance has been purloined from the royal apartments. The individual who purloined it is known, this beyond a doubt. He was seen to take it. It is known, also, that it still remains in his possession. How is this known? Asked Dupin. It is clearly inferred, replied the prefect, from the nature of the document and from the non-appearance of certain results which would at once arise from its passing out of the robber's possession. That is to say, from his employing it as he must design in the end to employ it. Be a little more explicit, I said. Well, I may venture so far as to say that the paper gives its holder a certain power to a certain quarter, where such power is immensely valuable. The prefect was fond of a cant of diplomacy. Still, I do not quite understand, said Dupin. No, well, the disclosure of the document to a third person, who shall be nameless, would bring in question the honor of a personage of most exalted station. And this fact gives the holder of the document an ascendancy over the illustrious personages whose honor and peace are so jeopardized. But this ascendancy, I interposed, would depend upon the robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Who would dare? The thief, said G, is the minister D, who dares all things, those unbecoming as well as those becoming a man. The method of the theft was not less ingenious than bold. The document in question, a letter to be frank, had been received by the personage robbed while alone in the royal boudoir. During his pursuit, she was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of the other exalted personage, from whom especially it was her wish to conceal it. After a hurried and vain endeavor to thrust it in a drawer, she was forced to place it, open as it was, upon a table. The address, however, was uppermost, and the contents thus exposed. The letter escaped notice. At this junction enters Minister D. His lynx eye immediately perceives the letter, recognizes the handwriting of the address, observes the confusion of the personage addressed, and fathoms her secret. After some business transactions hurried through in his ordinary manner. He produces a letter somewhat similar to the one in question, opens it, pretends to read it, and then places it in close juxtaposition to the other. Again, he converses for some 15 minutes upon the public affairs at length. In taking leave, he takes also from the table the letter to which he had no claim. Its rightful owner saw, but of course dared not call attention to the act in the presence of the third personage who stood at her elbow. The minister decamped, leaving his own letter, one of no importance, upon the table. Here, then, said Dupin to me, you have precisely what you demand to make the ascendancy complete. The robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Yes, replied the prefect. And the power thus attained has, for some months past, been wielded for political purposes to a very dangerous extent. Personage robbed is more thoroughly convinced every day of the necessity of reclaiming her letter. But this, of course, cannot be done openly. In fine, driven to despair, she has committed the matter to me. Then whom, said Dupin, amid a perfect whirlwind of smoke, no more sagacious agent could, I suppose, be desired or even imagined. You flatter me, replied the prefect, but it is possible that some such opinion may have been entertained. It is clear, said I, as you observe, that the letter is still in possession of the minister, since it is this possession, and not any employment of the letter, which bestows the power, which the employment the power departs. True, said G, and upon this conviction I proceeded. My first care was to make thorough search of the minister's hotel, and here my chief embarrassment lay in the necessity of searching without his knowledge. Beyond all things, I've been warned of the danger which would result from giving him reason to suspect our design. But, said I, you are quite a fate in these investigations. The partisan police have done this thing often before. Oh, yes. And for this reason I did not despair. The habits of the minister gave me, too, a great advantage. He is frequently absent from home all night. His servants are by no means numerous. They sleep at a distance from their master's apartment, and being chiefly Neapolitans, are readily made drunk. I have keys, as you know, with which I can open any chamber or cabinet in Paris. For 3 months a night has not passed, during the greater part of which I have not been engaged, personally, in ransacking the D Hotel. My honor is interested, and, to mention a great secret, the reward is enormous. So I did not abandon the search until I had become fully satisfied that the thief is a more astute man than myself. I fancy that I have investigated every nook and corner of the premises in which it is possible that the paper can be concealed. But it is not possible, I suggested, that although the letter may be in possession of the minister, as it unquestionably is, he may have concealed it elsewhere than upon his own premises. This is barely possible, said Dupin. The present peculiar condition of affairs at court, and especially of those intrigues in which D is known to be involved, would render the assistant availability of the document, its susceptibility of being produced at a moment's notice, a point of nearly equal importance in its possession. Its susceptibility of being produced, said I. That is to say, of being destroyed, said Dupin. True, I observed. The paper is clearly then upon the premises. As for its being upon the person of the minister, we may consider that as out of the question. Entirely, said the prefect. He has been twice waylaid, as if by footpads, and his person rigorously searched under my own inspection. You might have spared yourself this trouble, said Dupin. D, I presume, is not altogether a fool, and if not, must have anticipated these waylayings as a matter of course. Not altogether a fool, said G, but then he's a poet, which I take to be only one remove from a fool. True, said Dupin, after a long and thoughtful whiff from his meerschaum. Although I have been guilty of certain doggerel myself, I suppose you detail, said I. Suppose you detail, said I, the particulars of your search. Why, the fact is, we took our time and we searched everywhere. I've had long experience in these affairs. I took the entire building, room by room, devoting the nights of a whole week to each. We examined, first, the furniture of each apartment. We opened every possible drawer, and I presume you know that, to a properly trained police agent, such a thing as a secret door is impossible. Any man is a dolt who permits a secret drawer to escape him in a search of this kind. One thing is so plain. There is certain amount of bulk of space to be accounted for in every cabinet. Then we have accurate rules. The 50th part of a line could not escape us. After the cabinets, we took the chairs, the cushions. We probed with the fine long needles you have seen me employ. From the tables, we removed the tops. Why so? Sometimes the top of a table or other similarly arranged piece of furniture is removed by the person wishing to conceal an article. Then the leg is excavated, the article disposed within the cavity, and the top replaced. The bottoms and tops of bedposts are employed in the same way. But could not the cavity be detected by sounding? I asked. By no means, if, when the article is deposited, a sufficient wadding of cotton be placed around it. Besides, in our case, we were obliged to proceed without noise. But you could not have taken to pieces all the articles of furniture in which it would have been possible to make a deposit of the manner you mention. A letter may be compressed into a thin spiral roll, not differing much in shape or bulk from a large knitting needle, and in this form it may be inserted into the rug of a chair. For example, you did not take to pieces all the chairs. Certainly not, but we did better. We examined the rungs of every chair in the hotel, and, indeed, the joinings of every description of furniture, by the aid of a most powerful microscope. Had there been any traces of recent disturbance, we should not have failed to detect it instantly. A single grain of grimlet dust, for example, would have been as obvious as an apple. Any disorder in the gluing, any unusual gaping in the joints, would have sufficed to ensure detection. Agreed, Queen. Just chillin'. I presume you looked to the mirrors between the boards and the plates, and you probed the beds to the bed and the bedcloths as well as the curtains and carpets. That, of course, and when we had absolutely completed every particle of the furniture in this way, then we examined the house itself. We divided its entire surface into compartments, which we numbered, so that none might be missed. Then we scrutinized each individual square inch throughout the premises, including the two houses immediately adjoining, with a microscope, as before. The two houses adjoining, I exclaimed. You must have had a great deal of trouble. We had, but the reward offered is prodigious. You include the grounds about the houses. All the grounds are paved with brick. They gave us comparatively little trouble. We examined the moss between the bricks and found it undisturbed. You looked among D's papers, of course, and into the books of the library. Certainly. We opened every package and parcel. We not only opened every book, but we turned over every leaf in every volume, not contenting ourselves with a mere shake, according to the fashion of some of our police officers. We also measured the thickness of every book cover, with the most accurate measurement, and applied to each the most jealous scrutiny of the microscope. Had any of the bindings been recently meddled with, it would have been utterly impossible that the fact should have escaped observation. Some 5 or 6 volumes, just from the hands of the binder, were carefully probed longitudinally with the needles. You explored the floors beneath the carpets. Beyond doubt, we removed every carpet and examined the boards with a microscope. And the paper on the walls, yes. You looked into the cellars, we did. Then I said, you have been making a miscalculation, and the letter is not upon the premises, you suppose. I fear you are right there, said the prefect. And now, Dupin, what would you advise me to do? To make a thorough research of the premises. That is absolutely needless, replied G. I'm not more sure than I breathe than I am the letter is not at the hotel. I have no advice to give you, said Dupin. You have, of course, an accurate description of the letter. Oh, yes. And here the prefect produced a memorandum book proceeding to read aloud a minute account of the internal and especially of the external appearance of the missing document. Soon after finishing the perusal of the description, he took his departure, more entirely depressed in spirits than I had ever known the good gentleman before. In about a month afterwards, he paid us another visit and found us occupied very nearly as before. He took a pipe and a chair and entered into some ordinary conversation. At length I said, "Well, but G, what of the purloined letter? I presume you have at least made up your mind that there's no such thing as overreaching the minister." "Confound him, say I. Yes, I made a re-examination, however, as Dupin suggested, but it was all labor lost, as I knew it would be." "How much was the reward offered, did you say?" asked Dupin. "Why, the very great deal, a very liberal reward. I don't like to say how much precisely, but one thing I will say, that I wouldn't mind giving my individual check for 50,000 francs to any one who could obtain me that letter. The fact is, it is becoming more and more important every day, and the reward has been lately doubled. If it were trebled, however, I could do no more than I have done." "Why, yes," said Dupin, drawingly, between the whiffs of his I can't say that fucking word. Mearscum? "I really think, G, you have not exerted yourself to the utmost in this matter. You might do a little more, I think, eh?" "How? In what way?" "Why, puff, puff. You might puff, puff. Employ counsel in the matter, eh? Puff, puff, puff. Do you remember the story they tell of Abernathy?" "No. Hang Abernathy." "To be sure, hang him and welcome. But once upon a time, a certain rich minister conceived the design of spunging upon this Abernathy for a medical opinion, getting up for this purpose an ordinary conversation in a private company. He insulated his case with the physician, as that of an imaginary individual. We will suppose, said the miser, that his symptoms are such and such. Now, doctor, what would you have directed him to take? Take, said Abernathy. Why, take advice, to be sure. But, said the prefect, a little decomposed, I am perfectly willing to take advice, and I pay for it. I would readily give 50,000 francs to any one whom would pay me in the manner. In that case, who would aid me in the manner. In that case, replied Dupin, opening a drawer and producing a checkbook, you may as well fill me up a check for the amount mentioned. When you've signed it, I will hand you the letter. I was astonished. The prefect appeared absolutely thunderstricken. For some minutes he remained speechless and motionless, looking incredulously at my friend with open mouth, and eyes that seemed staring from their sockets. Then, apparently recovering himself in some measure, he seized a pen, and after several pauses and vacant stares, finally filled up and signed the check for 50,000 francs, and handed it across the table to Dupin. The latter examined it carefully and deposited it in his pocketbook. Then, unlocking an escritoire, took thence a letter and gave it to the prefect. This functionary grasped it in a perfect agony of joy, opened it with a trembling hand, cast a rapid glance at its contents, and then, scrambling and struggling to the door, rushed at length unceremoniously from the room and from the house, without having uttered a syllable since Dupin had requested him to fill up the check. When he had gone, my friend entered into some explanations. The partisan police, he said, are exceedingly able in their way. They are perceiving, ingenious, cunning, and thoroughly versed in the knowledge which their duties seem chiefly to demand. Thus, when G detailed to us his mode of searching the premises at the Hotel D, I felt entire confidence in his having made a satisfactory investigation, so far as his labors extended. Yes, said Dupin. The measures adopted were not only the best of their kind, but carried out to absolute perfection. Had the letter been deposited within the range of their search, these fellows would beyond a question have found it. I merely laughed, but he seemed quite serious in all that he said. The measures, then, he continued, were good in their kind, and well executed. Their defect lay in their being inapplicable to the case, and to the man. A certain set of highly ingenious resources are, with the prefect, a sort of Procrustean bed, to which he forcibly adapts his designs, but he perpetually errs by being too deep or too shallow for the matter in hand. And many a schoolboy is a better reasoner than he. I knew one about 8 years of age whose success at guessing in the game of even and odd attracted universal admiration. This game is simple and is played but with marbles. One player holds in his hand a number of these toys and demands the other whether the number is even or odd. If the guess is right, the guesser wins one. If wrong, he loses one. The boy to whom I allude won all the marbles of the school. Of course, he had some principle of guessing, and his lay in mere observation and measurement of the astuteness of his opponents. For example, an arrogant stipulation in his opponent, and holding up his closed hand, asks, Are they even or odd? Our schoolboy replies, odd, and loses. But upon the second trial, he wins. And, for he then says to himself, the simpleton had them even upon the first trial. And his amount of cunning is just sufficient to make him have them odd upon the second. I will therefore guess odd. He guesses odd, and wins. Now, with the simpleton a degree above the first, he would have reasoned thus. This fellow finds that in the first instant I guessed odd, and in the second he will propose to himself upon first impulse a simple variation from even to odd, as did the first simpleton. But then the thought will suggest that this is too simple a variation, and finally he will decide upon putting it even as before. I will therefore guess even. He guesses even and wins. Now this mode of reasoning in the schoolboy. His fellows termed lucky. What, in its last analysis, is it? It is merely, I said, an identification of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent. It is, said Dupin. And upon inquiring of the boy by what means he effected the thorough identification in which his successor consisted, I received answer as follows. When I wish to find out how wise or how stupid or how good or how wicked is anyone, or what are his thoughts at the moment, I fashion the expression on my face as accurately as possible in accordance with the expression of his, and then wait to see what thoughts or sentiments arise in my mind or heart, as if to match or correspond with the expression. This response of the schoolboy lies at the bottom of all the spiritus profundities which has been attributed to Rochefoucauld, to Leboeuf, to Machiavelli, to Campendola. In the identification, I said, of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent depends, if I understand you aright, upon the accuracy with which the opponent's intellect is admeasured. For its practical value, it depends upon this, replied Dupin. And the prefect and his cohort fail so frequently, first, by default of this identification, and secondly, by ill admeasurement, or rather, through non-admeasurement, of the intellect with which they are engaged. They consider only their known ideas of ingenuity, and in searching for anything hidden, avert only to the modes in which they would have hidden it. They are right in this much that their own ingenuity is a faithful representative of that of the mass, but when the cunning of the individual felon is diverse in character from their own, the felon foils them Of course, this always happens when it is above their own, and very usually when it is below. They have no variation of principle in their investigations. At best, when urged by some unusual emergency, by some extraordinary reward, they extend or exaggerate their old modes of practice, without touching their principles. What, for example, in this case of D, has been done to vary the principle of action? What is all this boring and probing and sounding and scrutinizing with the microscope and dividing the surface of the building into designated square inches? What is it all but an exaggeration of the application of the one principle or set of principles of search, which are based upon the one set of notions regarding human ingenuity to which the prefect in the long routine of his duty has been accustomed? Do you not see he has taken it for granted that all men proceed to conceal a letter, not exactly in a gimlet hole bored in a chair leg, but, at least, in some out-of-the-way hole or corner suggested by the same tenor of thought, which would urge a man to secret a letter in a gimlet hole bored in a chair leg? And do you not see also that such researches, nooks for concealment are adapted only for ordinary occasions, and would be adopted only by ordinary intellects, for, in all cases of concealment, a disposal of the article concealed, a disposal of it in this recherche manner, is in every first instance presumable and presumed, and thus its discovery depends not at all upon the acumen, but altogether upon the mere care, patience, and determination of the seekers. And where the care of its importance, or what amounts to the same thing in the political eyes? When the reward is of magnitude, the qualities in question have never been known to fail. You will now understand what I meant in suggesting that, had the purloined letter been hidden anywhere within the limits of the prefect's examination, in other words, had the principle of its concealment been comprehended within the principles of the prefect, its discovery would have been a matter altogether beyond question. This functionary, however, has been thoroughly mystified, and the remote source of his defeat lies in the supposition that the minister is a fool, because he has acquired renown as a poet. All fools are poets. This the prefect feels, and he is merely guilty of a non-distributio medi, in thence inferring that all poets are fools. But is this really the poet? I asked. There are two brothers, I know, and both have attained reputation in letters. The minister, I believe, has written learnedly on the differential calculus. He is a mathematician and no poet. You are mistaken, I know him well. He is both. As poet and mathematician, he would reason well. As mere mathematician, he could not have reasoned as well, and thus would have been at the mercy of the prefect. You surprise me, I said, by these opinions which have been contradicted by the voice of the world. You do not mean to set at naught the well-digested idea of centuries, and mathematical reason as long as regarded as the reason par excellence. Il y a parir, replied Dupin, quoting from Chamfort, Quutet ide publicae tout convection rescue est une sottise, car elle est convenue à plus grand nombre. The mathematicians, I grant you, have done their best to promulgate the popular error to which you allude, and which is none the less an error for its promulgation as truth. which aren't worthy a better cause. For example, they have insinuated the term analysis into application to algebra. The French are the originators of this particular deception. But if a term is of importance, if words derive any value from applicability, then analysis conveys algebra about as much as in the Latin ambitus implies ambition, religion, or homines, honest, a set of honorable men. Chris AM, hell yeah! Hell yeah, Chris AM. Thanks for the 1 kick, my dude. Really appreciate it, man. I know those things are so cool, right? I love how they added it. They're like, we need a bit system for kick. Let's figure it out. I mean, I think they did a good job with it, that's for sure. Thank you very much, good sir. Really appreciate it. How are you doing? Oh shit, Damn, guys, that's impressive. I never set the bot up to do that, but I mean, I'm glad the bot does do it. Hell yeah. Even if I miss it, the bot's got your back, Chris. I dispute the availability and thus the value of that reason which is cultivated in any special form other than the abstractly logical. I dispute in particular the reason adduced by mathematical study. The mathematics are the science of form and quantity. Mathematical reasoning is merely logic applied to observation upon form and quantity. The great error lies in supposing that even the truths of what is called pure algebra are abstract or general truths. And this error is so egregious that I am confounded at the university with which it has been received. Mathematical axioms are not axioms of general truth. What is true of relation of form and quantity is often grossly false in regard to morals. For example, in this latter science, it is very usually untrue that the aggregated parts are equal to the whole. In chemistry also the axiom fails. In the consideration of motive it fails. For two motives, each of a given value, have not necessarily a value when united, equal to the sum of their values apart. There are numerous other mathematical truths which are only truths within the limits of relation. But the mathematician argues from his finite truths through habit, as if they were of an absolutely general applicability, as the world indeed imagines them to be. Bryant, in his very learned mythology, mentions an analogous source of error when he says that although the pagan fables are not believed, yet we forget ourselves continually and make inferences from them as existing realities. With the algebraists, however, who are pagans themselves, the pagan fables are believed, and the inferences are made, not so much through lapse of memory as through an uncountable addling of the brains. In short, I never yet encountered the mere mathematician who could be trusted out of equal roots, or one who did not clandestinely hold it as a point of his faith that x squared plus px was absolutely and unconditionally equal to q. Say to one of these gentlemen, by way of experiment, if you please, that you believe occasions may occur where x squared plus px is not altogether equal to q, and having made him understand what you mean, get out of his reach as speedily as convenient, for, beyond doubt, he will endeavor to knock you down. I mean to say, continued Dupin, while I merely laughed at his last observations, that if the minister had been no more than a mathematician, the prefect would have been under no necessity of giving me this check. I know him, however, as both mathematician and poet, and my measures were adapted to his capacity, with reference to the circumstances by which he was surrounded. I knew him as a courier, too, and as a bold intriguant. Such a man, I considered, could not fail to be aware of the ordinary political modes of action. He could not have failed to anticipate, and events have proved that he did not fail to anticipate, the laywayings to which he was subjected. He must have foreseen, I reflected, the secret investigations of his premises, his frequent absences from home at night, which were hailed by the prefect as certain aids to his success. I regarded only as ruses to afford opportunity for thorough search to the police, and thus the sooner to impress them with the conviction to which G, in fact, did finally arrive. The conviction that the letter was not upon the premises. I felt also that the whole train of thought which I was at some pains in detailing to you just now concerning the invariable principle of political action in searches for articles concealed, I felt that this whole train of thought would necessarily pass through the mind of the minister. It would imperatively lead him to despise all the ordinary nooks of concealment. He could not, I reflected, be so weak as not to see that the most intricate and remote at recess of his hotel would be as open as his commonest closets to the eyes, the probes to the gimlets, and to the microscopes of the prefect. I saw, in fine, that he would be driven as a matter of course to simplicity, if not deliberately induced to as a matter of choice. Well, you will remember, perhaps, how desperately the prefect laughed when I suggested upon our first interview that it was just possible this mystery troubled him so much on account of it being so very evident. Yes, said I remember this merriment well. I really thought he would have fallen into convulsions. The material world, continued Dupin, abounds with very strict analogies in the immaterial, and thus some color of truth has been given to the rhetorical dogma that metaphor or simile may be made to strengthen an argument as well as embellish a description. The principle of the vi intere, for example, seems to be identical in physics and metaphysics. It is not more true in the former that a large body is more difficultly set in motion than a smaller one, and that its subsequent momentum is commensurate with its difficulty. And it is in the latter that intellects of the vaster capacity, while more forcible, more constant, and more eventful in their moments than those of inferior grade, are yet the less readily moved, and more embarrassed and full of hesitation in the first few steps in their progress. Again, have you ever noticed which of the street signs over the shop doors are the most attractive of attention? I have never given the matter a thought, I said. There is a game of puzzles, he resumed, which is played upon a map. One party playing requires another to find a given word. The name of the town, river, state, or empire, any word, in short, upon the motley and perplexed surface of the chart. A novice in the game generally seeks to embrace his opponents by giving them the most minutely lettered names. But the adept selects such words as stretch in large characters from one end of the chart to the other. These, like the largely lettered signs and placards of the streets, escape observation by dint of being excessively obvious. And here the physical oversight is precisely analogous with the mortal inapprehension by which the intellect suffers to pass unnoticed these considerations which are too obtrusely and too palpably self-evident. But this is a point, it appears, somewhat above or beneath the understanding of the prefect. He never once thought it probable or possible that the minister had deposited the letter immediately beneath the nose of the whole world. by way of best preventing any portion of that world from perceiving it. The more I reflected upon the daring, dashing, and discriminating ingenuity of D, upon the fact that the document must always have been at hand, if he intended to use it to good purpose, and upon the decisive evidence obtained by the prefect, that it was not hidden within the limits of a dignitary's ordinary search, the more satisfied I became that to conceal this letter, the minister had resorted to the comprehensiveness and sagacious expedient of not attempting to conceal it all. Full of these ideas, I prepared myself with a pair of green spectacles and called one fine morning, quite by accident, at the ministerial hotel. I found D at home, yawning, lounging, and dawdling as usual, and pretending to be in the last extremity of ennui. He is perhaps the most really energetic human now alive, but that is only when nobody sees him. To be even with him, I complained of my weak eyes, and lamented the necessity of the spectacles, under cover of which I cautiously and thoroughly surveyed the whole apartment. While seemingly intent only upon the conversation of my host, I paid especial attention to a large writing table near which he sat, and upon which lay confessedly some miscellaneous letters and other papers, with one or two musical instruments and a few books here. However, after a long and very deliberate scrutiny, I saw nothing to excite particular suspicion. At length, my eyes, in going the circuit of the room, fell upon a trumpetry filigree card rack of pasteboard that hung dangling by a dirty blue ribbon from a little brass knob just beneath the middle of the mantelpiece. In this rack, which had 3 or 4 compartments, were 5 or 6 visiting cards and a solidarity letter. This last was much soiled and crumpled. It was torn nearly in two across the middle, as if a design in the first instance to tear it entirely up is worthless, and had been altered or stayed in the second. It had a large black seal bearing the D cipher very conspicuously, and was addressed in the diminutive female hand to D. The minister himself, it was thrust carelessly, and even as it seemed contemptuously, in one of the uppermost divisions of the rack. No sooner had I glanced at this letter than I concluded it to be that of which I was in search. To be sure, it was, to all appearance, radically different from the one of which the prefect had read to us a minute description. Here the seal was large and black, with the D cipher. There was a small and red with the ducal arms of the S family. Here, the address, the minister, diminutive and feminine. There are superscriptions to a certain level, certain rival of presentability of markedly bold and decided. The size alone formed a point of correspondence. But then, the radicalness of these differences, which is excessive, the dirt, the soiled and torn condition of the paper, so inconsistent with the true methodical habits of D, and so suggestive of a design to delude the beholder into an idea of the worthlessness of the document. These things, together with the hyper-intrusive situation of this document, full in the view of every visitor, and thus exactly in accordance with the conclusions to which I had previously arrived. These things, I say, were strongly corroborative of suspicion, and one who came with the intention to suspect I protracted my visit as long as possible, and while I maintained a most animated discussion with the minister upon a topic which he knew well had never failed to interest and excite him, I kept my attention really riveted upon the letter. In this examination I committed to memory its external appearance and arrangement on the rack, and also fell at length upon a discovery which set at rest whatever trivial doubt I might have entertained. In scrutinizing the edges of the paper, I observed them to be more chafed than seemed necessary. They presented the broken appearance with which is manifested when a stiff paper is being often folded and pressed with a folder, is refolded, then reversed direction in the same creases or edges which had formed the original fold. This discovery was sufficient. It was clear to me that the letter had been turned as a glove inside out, redirected and resealed. I bade the minister good morning and took my departure at once, leaving a gold snuff box upon the table. Oh. When we resumed quite eagerly the conversation of the preceding day, Willis engaged. Comrade Omega Borelli! Hello! Hello, Borelli! Welcome, welcome! How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy exploring the world of words? Surviving reader. Ooh. We are reading short stories here in a matter of market research for our own short stories to see how our short stories hold up in a matter of structure. Not quality, just structure. Also a question. What's up? What is your question? All questions are welcome and valid. Answers may not be, though. It's just the way of the world. While thus engaged, however, a loud report, as if of a pistol, was heard immediately beneath the windows of the hotel, and was succeeded by a series of fearful screams and the shoutings of a terrified mob. D rushed to a casement, threw it down, and looked out. In the meantime, I stepped to the card rack, took the letter, put it in my pocket, and replaced it by a facsimile, so far as regards externals, which I had carefully prepared at my lodgings, in imitating the D cipher. Very readily, my means of the seal formed of bread. By necroscope, the source have a number on the bottom, OG, the page, like 0987654321. Does it mean? What's a necroscope? I'm not quite sure. Never heard of this. Interesting. Is that a book series that you like, Borelli? Very old. 1986. Not that old. I mean, we're reading stuff from 1800s, 1700s sometimes, right? Seems like a pretty cool idea, though. Oh, it's another relic. Well, I'm 34, Borelli, so it's not that old for me. This is 5 years before I was born. I'm 30. Nice. Definitely something to look into, though. I love dark grim horror like that, so I'm sure it could definitely. So any idea what does that number mean? No. Could not tell you. I'm sure Reddit has some answers. Disturbance in the street had been occasioned by a frantic behavior of a man with a musket. He had fired it among a crowd of women and children. It proved, however, to have been without ball, and the fellow was suffered to go his way, as a lunatic or a drunkard. When he had gone, D came from the window, whither I had followed him immediately upon securing the object in view. Soon afterwards, I bade him farewell. The pretended lunatic was a man in my own pay. But what purpose had you, I asked, in replacing the letter by a facsimile? Would it not have been better at the first visit to have seized it openly and departed? D, replied Dupin, is a desperate man and a man of nerve. His hotel, too, is not without attendants devoted to his interests. Had I made the wild attempt you suggest, I might never have left the ministerial presence alive. The good people of Paris might have heard of me no more, but I had an object apart from these considerations. You know my political prepositions. But other than that, Borelli, what are your hobbies? What do you do? You know? What genre do you generally enjoy reading in? Because we tend to jump all across all different kinds of genres and different kinds of story styles, from webcomics to like manga to like short stories to full-on novels to like massive series. Always trying to have multiple works in progress as well. Oh, ads. I read all that again, especially if the cover of the book looks beautiful. Hell yeah. All about that cover art, my friend. Oh, ads. Here we come. Bring on the ads. Up in addom, we got ads, we go ads, down go ads, up, over, down, over, up, down, over, down, up, over, down. That's how we play with ads! Oh. Okay, we're super close to finishing this.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Nice little dance break. True. Thanks, Queen.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Shabadoo wop wop foodoo roopadoo boo boo roodoo hoo. Up in here. You know my political prepositions in this matter. I act as a partisan of the lady concerned. For 18 months the minister has had her in his power. She has now him in hers. Since, being unaware that the letter is not in his possession, he will proceed with his exactions as if it was. Thus will he inevitably commit himself at once to his political destruction. His downfall, too, will not be more precipitate than awkward. It is all very well to talk about the Facilis Decenarius Averni, but in all kinds of climbing, as Catalini said of singing, it is far more easy to get up than to come down. In the present instance, I have no sympathy, at least no pity for him who descends. He is that monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. I confess, however, that I should like very well to know the precise character of his thoughts, when being defied by her whom the prefect terms a certain personage, he is reduced to opening the letter which I left for him in the card rack. How did you put anything particular in it? Why, it did not seem altogether right to leave the entire blank. That would have been insulting, D. At Vienna once did me an evil turn, which I told him, quite good-humouredly, that I should remember. So, as I knew he would feel some curiosity in regard to the identity of the person who had outwitted him, I thought it a pity not to give him a clue. He is well acquainted with my MS, and I just copied into the middle of the blank sheet the words Un dessin si fantasy. I don't even know. We're just not even gonna try, guys.
Un dessin si funeste, sil nes digne d'etre, est digne de thiesti. They are to be found in Prebion's Atre.
I don't know if it was just me and I zoned out at the end, but it sounded like Dupin fucked over the prefect and gave the prefect the wrong letter. Or was I... Okay, no, maybe he was talking about the mysterious guy who took the letter. And when he opens the new letter that was given to him by Dupin, this is in it, so he knows that Dupin was the one. Because Dupin knows the guy, obviously. That was inferred, right? That's how he was able to get into his house, to talk to the guy. Alright. The Monkey's Paw. Now, I've heard of this one, but I've never actually fully read it. Whereas, like, The Lottery and... fuck, what's the other one by Edgar? Telltale Heart. I've read multiple times. But I never read Murders in the Rue Morgue. Actually, I probably read it once in high school, but I just didn't remember. Well, I've never read The Monkey Paw. So, this is the scary one, guys. These are all the bad endings. All the possible bad endings. You guys ready? The Mon, I am mood. Reread lines 1 to 18. Note words and phrases that describe the setting. What feelings... Okay, this is like some sort of fucked up thing. Where did this go? Okay. What was it copying over that it's not supposed to be copying over? Did it copy those? So with... The night was cold and wet. That's what I want. Not found. Okay. Oh, was it because I couldn't copy it? Hold on. No, so we have, like, from here. So, like, what the hell? Why wouldn't it have copied the exact... Okay, I don't know what it was doing before, but it looks like we're good now. Okay, sweets. Oh, and Queen, you know what we did today? We made Smokey's story into a video. So after we're done this, we're gonna play that, and I need your guys' opinions on it, because I think it's good, but I want to know what I could possibly be able to improve on. And I also need to come up with, like, a thumbnail, and I was thinking, like, the 700 septillion with Smokey's face, and being, like, something along the lines of, I had a homeless viewer and I gave him my stream. Or something like that. Or from, like, stealing phones to world's top streamer. Like, from stealing phones to watch streams to being world's #1 streamer. Something like that. Some sort of path progression. Because those ones tend to be the stories that people click on the most. At least the ones that I've seen of short story content that goes, like, you know, above 1,000 views, generally seems to have that kind of thing. That story. Yeah, because I finished my backlog. So I've done all the backlog now, so now I can spend all of my time on actually, like, you know, being up to date with everything. Because I had to put up, like, freaking, like, 100 goddamn freaking YouTube videos. And I still have to upload, like, the Let's Plays and the writing ones. And, like, the last 4 or 5 days of streams. But other than that, like, we're pretty golden with catching everything up. Stoner Girl, I wrote 500 words today, actually. And fleshed out the scene trying to make the character, like, and the character's motivation. And we develop, like, the wants versus the needs of the character. So, basically, I'll take the token, then I'll kind of go into it. Okay, so the character's lazy as fuck. They don't want to have to do anything. They don't like responsibility. They don't like obligation. They just want to be left alone. They're turning 19. They're going to have to get a job. They're out of school now. They're going to have responsibilities. Life's basically hitting them in the face, and they're like, fuck this. So she's kind of trying to hide from it. And when she gets back to her friends and stuff, it's like, man, my friends are like better friends with my parents than they are with me. Like, they're sitting here fucking smoking weed with my parents while I'm the prune sitting over here fucking trying to hide out. She's always like, you know, her house is the hub that everyone comes to, so she never has like a moment of peace. There's always people over at the house. All she wants is like peace and quiet, like a couple of days to herself where she doesn't have to worry about anyone else or anything like that. So there's kind of these thoughts that foreshadow her getting like isekai'd, right? And having these wants be delivered. Because she's like, oh, she wants this isolation, she wants this escape. She gets it, and then finds out that that's actually not what she wanted. She thought that's what she wanted, but it wasn't what she needed. And then she builds connections in that world and realizes, you know, what she was missing and what she took for granted in her own life. And, you know, kind of turns over a new leaf and picks up responsibility and kind of evolves into being, you know, a person who can take accountability, essentially. But that's kind of the character, like, the rough character journey arc that I have. So it'll definitely make it easier to write knowing what the fuck the character's actually supposed to do, right? So I still need to, and I don't exactly know how I want to start it, because I want to start the story at the end. And I want the beginning of the story to be a retelling of, like, her at the end having defeated the goddess, saying something like, I never expected the success of my trials to put me in such a position, you know? Now I'm, like, stuck in this form forever containing this evil. And it makes me think back to how this journey began. And then it cuts back to how she got isekai'd and the entire journey. But just this tiny little snippet of who's telling the story and why they're telling the story. She's a tree, yes, but she's still consciousness. It's like she's inside of the tree. Because it's like the outside of her body, like her skin, essentially, is like becoming the tree. But she's still, like, human biology on the inside. No, she can't talk or anything. But the tree sustains her through the roots and everything. So she's just trapped inside of the tree. So it's just her reliving the experiences of how she got to this point. Kind of idea. You know, the reminiscing of, like, an imprisoned mind. It's like, all I can do now is think back on how I got here. Could I have done anything differently? She's talking to herself. It's all in her mind. It's like the idea of she's retelling this story in order to keep her mind sane for the centuries that she's going to be stuck inside of this tree. And it goes back to the idea of being stuck with, like, heaven or hell is being stuck with your own mind. Heaven is being able to stand being stuck with your own mind, and hell isn't. And she's kind of in this purgatory of she's trying to decipher whether she can actually withstand all of eternity with her own mind. And then there'll be, like, little quips throughout the entire thing that take you back to that, of being, like, the reasons why she's telling this story, of, like, kind of foreshadowing of things, of being like, man, I could have never seen what would have happened next. This thing was so surprising to me that, you know, the memory of it is still a little bit faded, but that one specific thing is so, and then it's like, you're kind of getting into the weeds of it, of things maybe sometimes don't quite make sense, and then she has to go back and be like, no, wait, that's not how it happened. It actually happened like this. And I kind of want to play with that with the story of being this ambiguity of, is this a misremembered memory? And then use that as playing through the story in order to use the character itself as the, like, uninformed character of trying to, like, inform their former their past self, and like it's a critique and reflection on the things that happened and the things that she did in the ways that she did them in different ways that could have been done in hindsight. So I really want it to feel like it's a retelling. And that's where you can bring in, like, fourth wall breaks, like, literally telling the future and shit like that, as well as, like, things that are slightly discombobulated, and then be like, no, it didn't happen like that, it happened like this, that's right. They did this, then they did that, then they did that, because this would end you up at a dead end. So it's like, some of the story seems to be like, it'll be just like a couple of paragraphs. I don't want to string someone along like a dream sequence. A couple of paragraphs and you hit a dead end and they're like, wait, it couldn't have happened that way. Wait, hold on. No, let me rethink this. They did that, then they did that, then, oh, right, I missed this one that's right, okay, it was that and that. And I think that'll just give it, like, a special spark to it, right? Because I want to take every single trope, every single idea that comes along with, like, isekais. So you got fourth wall breaks, you got earth relevancy, like, references to, like, the present day and like now and things like that. You have like the knowledge that they bring with them, the how they can affect the world and stuff like that, and then like the system, the goddess. Like, I just want to bring it all together in this giant kerfuffle of like, this is the essence of the isekai genre. But that would be my goal for it, in the direction I'm trying to, like, bring my mind, if that makes sense. So hopefully that's something that's enticing, and the way that the story could be told is gripping. And it allows for me to, like, bring in, like, hook points that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do very well in a normal story. Being like, wait, guys, hold on. There's this one thing you gotta keep reading for. Like, this was insane, And it's like, consciousness plays a big role in this, because I'm huge about consciousness, right? So there could also be the aspect that, like, these thoughts are her projecting her experience out into the world, and saying, into the universe, and saying, if anyone picks up on these ideas or anything like that, we already know there's machines that can pick up on consciousness. Maybe there's a machine out there that reads all of consciousness, and someone's going to pick up my story, and it's going to teach someone a lesson about don't fuck with the goddesses and shit like that. Don't fuck with deities and stuff, Find your own universe. Don't fuck with someone else's universe kind of idea. But there's always what the vision is and then what it becomes. So, I don't know. I'm intrigued by it. I think it's cool, but I have shit taste, so I can't rely on myself to say that it's good or not. But I'm the only one who knows me, so that's the only thing I know, so that's what I write. Whether it's good or bad. It sounds interesting. Well, that's good to hear. And it's like, because, like, my biggest problem with isekais is they take, like, one thing. Oh, it's an overpowered character in the system. Oh, you don't know anything about the world. Oh, this character's knowledge of the past is, like, intricate to the changing of the world in the storyline. I'm like, I want depth. I want everything. I want I want you to not know what the fuck is going to be happening next, what trope I'm going to throw in, what thing is going to happen, what, you know, where the story is going to go. I want it to be a roller coaster. Because there is one thing that's, like, nice about knowing, oh, this is going to be this type of story. But I think there's not enough people taking the risk of going out there and just fucking going hard with, like, everything. As opposed to pussyfooting around, we know people like this one trope, let's stick to that one trope and that'll be our only audience. I want to combine them together and be like, the people that like the AI trope mixed with the people that like the goddess trope, and now we've got the AI system and the goddess together in the same story. I've never seen a story that does that, because usually you pick one or the other. You don't have both, right? Because it's not like it's a gaming system. It's just like, that's her, like, superpower, right? It's like, I think of reincarnated as a slime with Rimuru, like the sage ability in his head. That's kind of what her ability is, on top of containment. And that's how it contains the goddess, because it's like expanding her consciousness to the level of being able to contain a god. Alright. Without, the night was cold and wet, but the small parlor of Laburnum Villa, the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess, the former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous to preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched his hand. "Check. I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathway's a bog and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter. Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one. 10, 21, amiably, in a friendly way." Okay, so this is like, that's what's going on. These are like definitions that somehow got stuck in here. And then there was this. Feelings you suggest, clues to make your inference. Setting the mood, interior of the house from 1800s was brightly burning fire, father and son. Okay, so we're going back. I'm so confused. I guess this is part of the story. I'm just fucking retarded. What can you infer about the object in the photograph? Note the clues to use. Okay, so that's like setting in the mood, interior of the house. White-haired old lady knitting a fire. Old man opening door to tall, burly man. Mr. White looking up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin gray beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged loudly and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste and opened the door. It was heard colliding with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing himself. The sergeant major shook hands, taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host brought out drinks and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. He began to talk a little family circuit regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts. As he squared his broad shoulders in the chair, he spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues, of strange people. 21 years of it, said Mr. White, nodding to his wife and son. When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in a warehouse. Now look at him. He don't look to have taken much harm, said Mrs. White politely. I'd like to go to India myself, said the old man. Just to look around a bit, you know. Better where you are, said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook his head. I should like to see those old temples and fakirs of jugglers, said the old man. What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris? Nothing, said the officer hastily. Leastways, nothing worth hearing. Monkey's paw, said Mrs. White curiously. Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps, said the sergeant major offhandedly. His three listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. Look at it, said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket. It's just an ordinary little paw dried to a mummy. He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. And what is there special about it? Inquired Mr. White as he took it from his son and, having examined it, placed it upon the table. It had a spell put on it by an old fakir, said the sergeant. A very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives and that those who interfered with it did so at their own sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their laughter jarred somewhat. Well, why don't you have 3, sir? Said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in a way that the middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. I have, he said quietly, and his blotched face whitened. And did you really have the 3 wishes granted? Asked Mrs. White. I did, said the sergeant major, and his glasses tapped against his strong teeth. And has anybody else wished? Persisted the old lady. The first man had his 3 wishes. Yes, was the reply. I don't know where the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw. His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Morris, said the old man at last. What do you keep it for? The soldier shook his head. Fancy, I suppose, he said slowly. I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think of it want to try it first and pay me afterward. If you could have another 3 wishes, said the old man, eyeing him keenly, would you have them? I don't know, said the other. I don't know. He shook the paw, and dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. Better let it burn, said the soldier solemnly. If you don't want it, Morris, said the other, give it to me. I won't, said his friend doggedly. I threw it on the fire. if you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man. The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. How do you do it? He inquired. Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud, said the sergeant major, but I warn you of the consequences. Sounds like the Arabian Nights, said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me? Her husband drew a talisman from his pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. If you must wish, he said gruffly, wish for something sensible. Arabian... Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket and placed chairs, motioning his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten. Afterward, the 3 sat listening to an enthralled fashion, a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. The tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he had been telling us, said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train. We shan't make much of it. Did you give him anything for it, father? Inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. A trifle, said he, coloring slightly. He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away. Likely, said Herbert, with a pretend horror. Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked. He darted round the table, pursued by a malignant Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Antimacassar. I don't know what that is. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact, he said slowly. It seems to me I've got all I want. If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. Well, wish for £200 then. That'll just do it. His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son. With a solemn face somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, he sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. I wish for £200, said the old man distinctively. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddered cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. It moved, he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake. Well, I don't see the money, said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table. And I bet I never shall. It must have been your fancy, father, said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. Never mind, though, there's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same. They sat down by the fire again. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silent, unusual, and depressed settled upon all 3, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed, said Herbert, as he bade them good night. And something horrible squatting upon the top of the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains. A cloth placed over an arm or back of a chair. Antimacassar. To what... He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. Last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with a little uneasy laugh he felt on the table for the glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. The brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it strewed through the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room, which it was lacked on the previous night. And the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened a great belief in its virtues. Suppose all soldiers are the same, said Mrs. White. The idea of our listening to such nonsense. How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could 200 pounds hurt you, father? Might drop on his head from the sky, said the frivolous Herbert. Morris said the things happen so naturally, said his father, that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence. Well, don't break into the money before I come back, said Herbert as he rose from the table. I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you. His mother laughed and followed him to the door, watched him down the stairs, and returned to the breakfast table. Was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity. All of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home, she said as he sat at dinner. I dare say, said Mr. White, but for all that the thing moved in my hand, and I'll swear, too. You thought it did, said the old lady soothingly. I said it did, replied the other. There was no thought about it. I had just... What's the matter? His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside who peered in an undecided fashion at the house. Appeared to be trying to make up his mind whether to enter. In mental connection with the 200 pounds, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed, and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with a sudden resolution flung it open and walked up to the path. Mrs. White, at the same moment, placed her hands behind her and hurriedly unfastened the string of her apron. Put that useful article of apparel behind the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room, and her husband's coat, a garment which usually reserved for the garden. She then waited patiently for him to broach his business, but he at first strangely silent. I was asked to call, he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. I come from Ma and Megan's. The lady started. Is anything the matter? She asked breathlessly. Has anything happened to Herbert? What is this? What is it? Her husband reposed. There, mother, he said hastily. Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir. And he eyed the other wistfully. The visitor bowed in assent. Wait. I'm sorry, began the visitor. Is he hurt? Demanded the mother, wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. Badly hurt, he said quietly, but he is not in any pain. Oh, said the old woman, clasping her hands. Thank goodness for that. Thanks, she broke off suddenly, as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath and turned to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling hand upon his. There was a long silence. He was caught in the machinery, said the visitor at length in a low voice. Caught in the machinery, repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. Yes, he said, staring blankly out at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. He was the only one left to us, he said, turning gently to the visitor. It is hard, the other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss, he said, without looking round. I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On her husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried onto his first action. I was to say that Ma and Megan's disclaim all responsibility, continued the other. They admit no liability at all, but the consideration of your son's services, they wish to represent you with a certain sum as compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hands and raised to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. "How much?" £200 was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. The huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant. The old people buried their head and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation, as though of something else to happen. Something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled, apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after the old man walked suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand, and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it. It's in the parlor, on the bracket," she replied, marveling. "Why?" she cried, and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before?" "Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. We've only had one." "Was that not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedrobes from his quaking limbs. "You are mad!" he cried, gasped. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly, and wish. Oh, my boy, my boy!" Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you are saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman fervently. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. He went down to the darkness and felt his way to the parlor, and then on the mantelpiece the talisman was in its place. On a horrid fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost a direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way around the table, and groped along the wall until he found himself in a small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish," she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish," she repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he rearranged it fearfully. Then he sank, trembling, into a chair as the old woman, with burning eyes, walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure with the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. Describe the mood. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed. And a minute or two afterward, the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently, listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time, gathered up his courage, took the box of matches, and striking one, went downstairs for a candle. foot of the stairs, the match went out, and he paused to strike another. And at the same moment, a knock, so quiet and steady as to be sacred, scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, staring up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat?" "It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her and, catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go! I must open the door!" "Don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son?" she cried, struggling. "Let me go! I'm coming, Herbert! I'm coming!" There was another knock and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, stained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried loudly. "Come down! I can't reach it!" But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back. In the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last whiff. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickered opposite, shone on a quiet and deserted road. What a story. One of the old classics. Good old classics. Alright, I'm just gonna throw something in the oven real quick here. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get into it. Another Hello Future Me. Today we're talking about metaphors.
House in the middle of the night. A man sits in a lonely, quiet house in the middle.
It's a little quiet. Oh, that's why.
A man sits in a lonely, quiet house in the middle of the night, unable to sleep. His 2 children are up in their rooms, sleeping on the floor. The night grows long and stale when a foul stench drifts in from the outside. The man follows the smell, down the stairs, creaking with every step, to the front door, to the porch. The street is swallowed up by the dark. No shape or light allowed, and the man has never been so alone. Until he isn't. Something shoves the man to the ground from the outside. The hallway about him is suddenly pitch black and freezing cold, and that rich smell of decay circles him. A sweet, furry stink of just beyond edible food, and the moss, and leather, and yeast, and feathers. The man looks up. A single shiny, jet-black eye as big as the man's face blinks slowly from a leathery, wrinkled socket. Shh, it whispers. I won't leave until you don't need me anymore, it says. A gargantuan crow looms before him, high and wide, its wings enveloping him, a living shadow threatening to whisk him away, and yet, for the first time in too long, the man falls into a gentle sleep, and he dreams of afternoons in the forest. Just a few days before, the man's wife, the children's mother, died. There were no sirens or police investigations or court proceedings. One day, she just died. And now all that's left is Crow. This is the opening scene to Max Porter's Grief is a Thing with Feathers, a surrealist, almost magical realism novella about, well, grief sweeping through the door to whisk you away, and it's filled with powerful metaphors, perhaps the most important tool every writer has. People often restrict metaphor to those lines like, the tree was a skeleton, but it's honestly a lot broader than that with how we use them, how we think about them. They connect in with symbolism and allegory and analogy. The lines really blur between them, and it's impossible to understand one without sort of understanding them all together. So we're not just going to use that narrow definition of metaphor here. So today we're going to go through a ton of stories to really understand how metaphors work, how to create them, and what kind of metaphors will end you up in bad metaphor jail. Oh, hey, Ray's saying she's a Skywalker. What are you doing here?
The rat symbolizes obviousness.
Or like, look at this person holding a gold nugget covered in butterflies. This is a bad metaphor. For what, you ask? For the people who buy my books. A catalogue for the end of humanity full of amazing sci-fi and fantasy stories, pick that up, or on writing and word building full of all the educational content we talk about, like in this video. See, the gold nugget is the books, and the butterflies are the knowledge and happiness you'll get if you have these books. Anyways, let's talk writing. Part 1, the most important tool writers have. Metaphors are powerful assets in capturing complex and nuanced experiences which people might not otherwise fully grasp if you just play it straight. Like, Summer Porter's book is written from the perspective of the crow. It's this weirdly dark comedy, and like there's this one scene where he tells 2 children to build a model of their mother from string, buttons, cutlery, whatever they can scrounge together, and then the crow promises to bring this model to life, only to cackle and refuse when they do, and for the kids to then cook the crow alive. This is broadly metaphorical because we try to bargain with fate to deal with death, but death is an uncompromising god. We convince ourselves there's hope even if we know there isn't, and there's kind of this almost dark comedic side to seeing how helpless we are against the crow, against the universe, embodied in the crow's own laughter. But grief also never takes just one shape. It evolves, it changes, it's unique from person to
Grab
person.
my food. I'll be right back. Well, a good metaphor for that is like the idea of the drug being power in Stoner Girl evolution. Like, weed is power, drugs are power. Power is a drug. A drug gives you power.
Person. It can be easy one day and harder than ever the next. Does it become rage or stillness or isolation? But all of this is why the crow shows up in multiple forms across the story. At the start, the crow forces its way into the man's home. We get that sense of invasion, insecurity, and helplessness, but then it also cradles the man. It helps him. The book itself says the crow is not a purely sinister presence, but neither is it kind. It is the, quote, antagonist, a trickster, a healer, and babysitter. It is never just one consistent feeling. Porter is only able to bring us closer to this very difficult emotion to really grapple with his cunning use of metaphor. Metaphors allow him to highlight, exaggerate, elevate certain parts of the grief, to turn something which is perhaps monotonous into a creative, striking visual image which catches our eye and stays with us. But let's also look at how Porter uses metaphors on a line-by-line level to describe the house they now live in. The house becomes a physical encyclopedia of no longer hers, which shocks and shocks and is the principal difference between our house and a house where illness has worked away. Ill people, in their last day on Earth, do not leave notes stuck to bottles of red wine saying, "Oh no, you don't cockcheek. She was not busy dying, and there is no detritus of care. She was simply busy living, and then she was gone. She won't ever use makeup, turmeric, hairbrush thesaurus. She will never finish Patricia Highsmith novel, peanut butter, lip balm." We might not know what it's like to lose a wife or lose a mother, but we probably know what it's like to go through an encyclopedia, an endless list of things that we could never hope to comprehend all at once. An encyclopedia of no longer hers is this overwhelming, endless compilation of things we cannot hope to handle emotionally or psychologically. But there's also a mundanity to it, a textbook that eventually grief becomes ordinary. It doesn't go away, it just becomes a dusty book on your shelf. Metaphors can help us understand things more viscerally than stating them outright would. They can turn the unfamiliar familiar, and Porter's surrealism takes this to a whole other level. So when you're writing, ask yourself what features of a person, a place, or an experience that you're describing that you really want to drive home, that you might want to elevate with metaphor. If you're describing a city, maybe you want to highlight a tower, which will come back later in the story, or the sewers that the heroes will escape through. So you say, the city had deep roots, a network of sewers of old forgotten passages running underneath it. And is there a more universal experience you could connect something to? Like, listen to this piece from Toni Morrison. She was the third beer, the one you drink because it's there, because it can't hurt, and because what difference does it make? What a weird way to describe a person, right? But it works. It makes you take a step back. It forces us to think of something in new ways. It is unexpected, but in that, it becomes memorable. What does it say about someone who has the third beer because it's there and it doesn't hurt? There's character in there. But more than that, it's a shortcut. We don't know who this woman is. We don't know how they related to her, but we get an instinctual feeling of how that interaction might have gone through this metaphor, through a simple analogy that invites us to imagine what's around it. And using your reader's imagination is one of the most powerful tools we have. They bring so much to it. But more importantly, this sort of writing can tell us a lot about the person who would make that sort of comparison. You know, metaphors aren't just creative descriptions we can use as writers, but they're expressions of the character we have in front of us sometimes. A good metaphor will often draw on imagery which exaggerates a feature of something in a way which evokes a feeling, an instinctual reaction first that doesn't need to be explained, like the third beer. Saying she was the third glass of milk, the one you have because it's there because it wouldn't hurt, might be accurate, but it really doesn't work on the same level because it doesn't conjure that instinctual response we have. That lands you up in bad metaphor jail. Metaphors like these mean we don't have to describe everything, but we still leave a really strong impression. At its most fundamental level, a metaphor is describing something with a direct comparison, and that's why it really blurs the lines with things like symbolism, right? Of course, sometimes metaphors are ham-fisted and kinda cringe and not great.
The rat symbolizes obviousness.
But that's why Grief is a Thing with Feathers works so well. Porter really knows how to use them. Even the title, Grief is a Thing with Feathers, is a metaphor, and we quickly come to understand what that means because in the opening scene of the book, Porter describes how the man is left with, quote, feathers between my fingers, in my eyes, in my mouth, beneath me a feather hammock lifting me up a foot above the tiled floor. He describes how the boys find feathers on their pillows and they're unwilling to disturb it, so they sleep on the ground. We like to imagine grief as being about the absence of something, right, or someone, but Porter makes it very clear that grief becomes a very tangible part of our world. It is an encyclopedia in which the turmeric, the peanut butter, the makeup, and thesaurus and Patricia Highsmith novel all become things they were not before. They all have this baggage attached to them, very physically. You can touch it. The ordinary suddenly holds all the weight of your pain. Should you move the chair that they last sat in? Should you clean that glass? Grief is the feathers which get everywhere, into every nook and cranny of your life, and there is always more. No matter how many you pick up, you keep discovering them. They, like grief, get in the way, making it hard to function the way you did before. The boys cannot sleep without their mother to tuck them in. The crow's constant bulging presence everywhere is all about how grief just takes up energy and time and brain power just existing with it. But if that's what a metaphor can do, then I want to tell you a secret about how to truly create a good metaphor. And that is, of course, part 2. Interconnectivity. Metaphors are all about elevating something by connecting it to something more evocative. You know, like the tree is a skeleton because skeletons got atmosphere and feeling, and especially if you attach those
tree is a skeleton because it actually has a person inside of it in case the end of Stoner Girl.
Something from another story. And to be clear, this isn't always great. It can end you up in bad metaphor jail, but some are good. Some can add real depth and layers. Like the title, Grief is a Thing with Feathers, is actually a reference to another metaphor in a poem by Emily Dickinson called Hope is a Thing with Feathers. It reads, hope is a thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb of me. Like, let's think about what this metaphor now does. For Porter, grief is a thing perched in our soul. It gets to the very heart of our existence. It changes how we see the world. It sings a tune without words in here, and even if it goes quiet, it never truly stops, because we cannot go back to the person we were before it. And much like hope becomes strongest in the sorest of storms and strangest seas, grief can become strongest in moments of happiness and triumph. It can be difficult to allow yourself to feel happy again. Grief, in a way, is the only thing allowed to be real. The final line of Dickinson's poem speaks to hope never asking a crumb of her, but in contrast, grief asks everything. It infects everything. It inhabits your home, it takes up space. It is not just a bird perched in your soul, it is a dark, gargantuan crow standing in your hallway. Porter drags all of this meaning into that central metaphor by linking it to the Emily Dickinson poem. And in the same way, when we write a metaphor, we drag in all of that instinctual meaning that we attach to the imagery that we use. All the context and subtext. If I write, she was a hurricane and I was a light rain, it drags in all the danger and brevity that she changes everything and everyone around her. So much of a good metaphor is about the instinctual kind of feeling of something that we drag in more than what we're specifically saying, and I think that's really cool. And this is because good metaphors are all about interconnectivity, connecting two things together to reveal some deeper third thing they share, connecting it to universal experiences, to famous imagery, to other works, intertextuality, or even ideas and symbols within the story itself. Like, if you describe someone as metaphorically wearing a crown of thorns, it drags in all the biblical implications of that, the Messiah, the sacrifice, the resurrection. If you establish piano music as an important symbol of freedom in your story, and then write, her voice was a long-held piano note in the dark, that brings in all the connotations you've already established in your book. He drags in the myths and stories and symbolism of crows, of death and fate. This adds depth and meaning without much effort, and you can do this too. Hear me out. I know this is technically a simile, but again, all of these writing tools really mix and blur together, and it really demonstrates just how powerful figurative language can be, because arguably the greatest monologue ever written is Rutger Hauer's Tears in the Rain speech from Blade Runner. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die. Just 42 words, and it is crazy just how many levels this figurative writing works on, how many ideas it connects to. Comparing memories to tears and rain is an immediately evocative analogy. Every single raindrop we know and we think is beautiful, almost perfect to our mind, but they're fleeting. They're dashed against the pavement and reabsorbed back into the earth without anyone noticing. It connects falling to death and fate. A tear in rain, because they may look the same to an outsider at a glance, at a distance, to someone who does not know it's a tear, that it seems made of the same stuff, but it is, unlike rain, so full of feeling and time and life and existence if you actually take a deeper look. Placed in the context of the wider film and story where Deckard is hunting down replicants who others have decided aren't worthy of living, who aren't human like us, who have been labeled as monsters, this is him now seeing the replicants as just as human as him, if not more so. He is seeing the tears in the rain before they're inevitably dashed against the ground. This cyberpunk world is too perpetually raining, as if it drowns out all other life. We might feel insignificant like a single raindrop, but in this moment, between these two, soon to be forgotten in the grand scheme, in this downpour, they are not. And then the replicant lets a dove fly off into the air, resisting that pull to the ground that tears and rain both have. Not only does the writing here help us understand something better than Betty explaining it outright, him saying, "Oh, I'm human too, I'm just the same as you, I too feel and have a soul."
The rat symbolizes obviousness.
No, it's this wonderfully memorable image, perfectly connecting with other imagery inside the film itself, and also to just universal experiences that we all understand and know, adding to their meaning as they all interconnect. The irony being that this moment will not be lost in time. It forever changes Deckard as a person. This is why when people talk about metaphors, it's way too restrictive to just think about the lines like the tree is a skeleton, because it's so much more than that. We can go so much deeper, and I really want to expand how we think about our writing. Like, listen to this passage from Shirley Jackson's The Lottery. The black box grew shabbier each year. By now, it was no longer completely black, but splintered badly along one side to show the original wood color, and in some places, faded or stained.
This is one we
The
skipped
Lottery
today.
is about a dystopian society where every year people draw lots from this black box to decide
Draw
who
the
should
name,
be stoned to death
then you
as
die.
part of some kind of ritual. Sounds fun, I know. The box is described as faded and stained and splintered along one side, but you might have noticed something here. The box literally does look like this. It is literally faded and stained, yes, but it is impossible to not see this as also metaphorically true. It is, in a sense, a metaphor for the outdated, twisted, degraded underbelly of this society who stones its people to death. The society is decaying. This practice is a stain on them just as much as it is a stain on the box. And it's hard not to connect the black box to the phrase black box, meaning a box of the unknown, the unimaginable, the stuff we don't understand that we might fear. Don't just think about how you can describe something, a person or a place, by comparing them to something else, but whether you might give them actual features which might, on some level, metaphorically reflect some part of their character, identity, or role in the story. And you can see how this already crosses over with, like, symbolism. Now, I don't mean, like, give your villains physical deformities because it reflects their true inner evil nature. No, straight to metaphor jail. I mean more like, what if a church has a broken steeple? Has God forsaken this place? Or if you describe protest graffiti being washed away in the rain after a government cracks down on them, then it might reflect the violence and oppression we see in the story. All of this gives a metaphorical layer to your writing. We'll take a look at this passage from Michael Cowan's Telegraph Avenue. Up all night, spinning 5 thoughts in his head. Gig tomorrow, brown and gold plaid. Bird needs his arthritis drops. Gas up the van, get to Leslie. Gig, plaid, bird, van, Leslie. Needle in a locked groove endlessly circling the spindle of his mind. Mr. Jones felt ashamed of that scanty midnight track list. When he was a younger man, his insomnia used to play it all. Sex, race, law, politics. Bach, Marx, Gurdjieff. All kinds of wild and lawless thinking, free format, heavy, deep and wide. Now, shit. fit it all onto a 5-track EP going around and around. The lines we've highlighted simultaneously describe his thought patterns, but also a record player or music, the man himself being a musician. This isn't quite an extended metaphor, nor is it quite a single standalone
What's up,
metaphor. It's
sicko?
a
Hey,
recurring
front
metaphor
burner,
running
how's
through
it
within a
going?
paragraph, being used in different ways.
Not
and
much,
adding
just
a lot of
chilling,
character
brother.
here. It might be a little too intense to do this.
We've been
sort of thing
slacking
too
off a
often,
little
but
lately,
it's
but hey,
fun.
we're back
It
at
does
it.
show the sort of creative stuff we can do with metaphor.
Got some extra
Describing
little
how
bit
we
of
used
sleep.
to live and think in a more free format
Ain't
way.
gonna
says
fucking
a lot
pass
about
out in my
where he is
chair.
psychologically now. But think about this kind of language. What does it mean to describe a room as smelling of isolation?
But how have
and
you been,
loneliness,
front
or a
burner?
crown to be made of blood?
How's
and
your day
iron?
going?
All of this adds subtext and foreshadowing and character. So I want to test you. I want to ask you, what do you think this metaphor from Gillian Flynn's Sharp Objects is hinting at? Outside the porch, I saw a changeling. The girl was in a childish checkered sundress, matching straw hat by her side. She looked entirely her age, 13. Actually, no, she looked younger now. Those clothes were more appropriate for a 10-year-old. Describing the girl here as a changeling, a mythical creature often swapped out for a child, foreshadows the revelation that this is not the sweet, innocent girl we are first
You
presented.
might going up for a
Sundress,
drink, but I might
a
just wait
very
until tomorrow.
rebellious drinker
Well, you never
who
know.
has
It's
more.
Friday
As a note,
night.
I do not think I've
Go
ever
find a
hated character
bitch.
as
I
much
mean,
as
what?
I hated the mother in this book, and I cannot recommend it enough. Gillian Flynn is fantastic. And yet, for all of these fantastic shiny metaphors, do you want to know the #1 reason people end up in metaphor jail? It's because they don't, part 3, know when to use metaphors at all. I adore Gillian Flynn's writing, but when I was researching for this video, I just found that she doesn't use that many metaphors,
Yeah, I don't
because
reckon we're
she
up to it.
understands that writing beautifully and
Fair.
immersively isn't
Fair,
about
front
finding
burner.
the most beautiful metaphor, which is what people often assume, but instead finding the most interesting specific detail in what you're describing. Like that passage from before, describing her as a changeling, great, but describing how her clothes don't fit and they're actually more for a 10-year-old, that's way more evocative. That's like, why? What's going on here? And you get dragged into it. It's a fascinating little detail to narrow in on that really catches the eye. Or think about that description of the house as an encyclopedia of no longer hers. Porter could have described his house as a crime scene, every nook and cranny another splatter of his wife's blood. It would be an okay
You ever notice that there are
metaphor,
vampires in
but
Europe
he
and
instead
America,
has
but
that
not in
line
Africa?
about turmeric and the thesaurus and ordinary house paraphernalia, which is
Holy
so much
shit,
more
front
specific
burner.
and relatable. The Patricia Highsmith novel brings us much
Wait,
closer to her life.
does that mean
pain
there
than
aren't
any
black
metaphor ever
vampires?
could. Maybe instead of writing the tree was a
Oh,
skeleton,
fuck.
describe the last
Vampires are
leaf barely
racist.
holding on in the winter wind.
What about
Fundamentally,
Blade?
the most powerful metaphors bring us closer to something than raw description ever could. But sometimes you just need
Congratulations
raw
on double 3, front
Porter,
burner.
Jackson, and Morrison understand this. They don't assume metaphors are
Is that
inherently
glass of
deeper
rains in
some
Africa?
way, or that they're better at showing over telling, which sometimes I think the writers do. They assume metaphors are a better kind of show. And what it really betrays is that you're not being specific enough with your description. So consider finding a more specific detail about something you're describing that captures
good.
some unique
That's
element
good.
of it before
It's gonna
you
take a
turn
lot
to
to drag me
the
away
myth.
from you.
Part 4. Bad
Nothing that
metaphors.
100
Bad
men or
metaphors muddy the meaning
more
we
could
want
ever
to give.
do.
Like, imagine if, instead, Max Porter described the
What's the
house they
range
now
down
have
in
to live in
Africa?
without her as a statue of some great conqueror.
Wait, is that
with a
actually the
rusty
lyrics
plaque.
to that song?
What does that mean? Like, I get what it's going for. You know, a statue is a sign of someone dead. It's got a plaque and all, but it's awkward. A conqueror is a very specific thing to compare someone to, but it's an image of violence, and I'm not sure the mother is in this story. It makes us ask, are we glorifying her? Is she a bad person? The rusty plaque might be about the pain of forgetting what someone is like after they die, but it also kind of suggests that
Yup,
she's not
guns
as
the
great as
lyrics.
the statue
Damn.
might suggest.
I don't
It
pay
doesn't
attention to
match
lyrics.
the somber tone Porter went for. It's mixed messaging, mixed metaphors. Bad metaphors are also often a symptom of purple prose, overly complicated writing, usually too reliant on poetics. And if you've never heard of the phrase cerulean orbs, then it is my honor to introduce you to it. Cerulean orbs is a famous metaphor for describing people with blue eyes, particularly common in the fanfic community. Like, there's an entire fan lore page dedicated to fanfic which uses this. Sam savored it for a moment as dark Godiva curls fell over Frodo's cerulean orbs, straight to metaphor jail. And when she caught me with those beloved cerulean orbs, straight to metaphor jail. Louis's eyes traveled to Harry's, the love brimming for him in Louis's cerulean blue orbs. There were no love behind those two pulchritudinous emerald orbs. There were no love at all. Jail, jail, jail. As a Wattpad veteran, yes, I know my crimes are out in the open. The cerulean orbs is a staple of the fanfic genre, but it's not good. It's needlessly complex, the terms cerulean and pulchritudinous meaning just blue and beautiful. You can tell when people use a thesaurus to find words which they just think are all beautiful, or they go too hard on the metaphors, like describing eyes as an orb, which is just a sphere with possibly religious overtones. It abstracts the description without adding depth, and it certainly doesn't bring us closer to understanding what Harry's eyes look like, or the homoerotic love he shares with Louis. Bad metaphors leave people trying to puzzle out precisely what you mean, especially because they will sometimes drag in other connotations or meanings unintentionally, rather than them engaging with the ideas underneath you're trying to get at, which is what a metaphor is really meant to bring us closer to. A lot of this, at least for me, comes down to editing, where you go through the story and you end up stripping back a lot of the metaphors which might attribute too much importance to something which ultimately doesn't matter that much, and then that sort of muddies the meaning that you're trying to communicate. But good metaphors can do what specificity can't, especially when we're talking about Part 5, Metaphors versus Realism. Metaphors aren't just about describing something, but engaging with the readers sort of empathetically, and in that, metaphors can boil down an experience to what it really matters for them to feel. Like, it's no wonder mental illness is so often expressed symbolically, metaphorically, like in Turtles All the Way Down, where John Green has intrusive thoughts in capitals and uses a spiral as a motif to represent spiraling thoughts, or the yellow wallpaper, where the wallpaper itself is a metaphorical prison for this woman in society, or like this passage in A Worm Beneath the Skin.
A worm itches under Marama's skin, somewhere between her inner thigh and knee. A skinny creature, twitchy and wriggling, so that when she comes at it with fingernails, it always manages to slither out of the way. It comes and goes, dormant most of the time, but when it wakes, it becomes all Marama can feel, and the itch becomes a burn as her blunted nails scrape across her flesh, red and raw. Tender is good. Tender keeps the worm still, paralyzed, fearful of where she might target next. Some nights, Marama goes at it with tweezers and tries to pluck its head out, pluck all the little hairs, ingrown included, leaving a dozen red pinches of flesh. Other nights, she uses wax strips to tear at the whole thing at once. Not one, but 3, maybe 4 yanks before the worm settles down. Then, all she feels is the red burn, like a boiled flannel pressed into her skin, and the worm becomes the least of her worries.
I'm going to talk a little bit about self-harm. If you don't want to talk about that, skip to this timestamp. This is a story about body dysmorphia. For people who don't have it, it can be really hard to understand why someone would want to do this to themselves. But the idea of an insect underneath your skin immediately makes it seem almost rational. You would scratch and tear at your flesh as well. Now, while the crow in Max Porter's book is a broader symbolic metaphor in the narrative, passages like this are called extended metaphors. They're used in prose over paragraphs or sentences to develop layers to kind of a standalone metaphor, recontextualizing it with new character action, feeling, imagery, and details before usually being left behind. A Worm Beneath the Skin is actually a story of mine, very different to what I usually write, but I'm really proud of this one, and you can read the rest of it in A Catalogue for the End of Humanity, which is mostly full of like sci-fi and fantasy stories, like a family who has lived with a book of death in their library for generations, or there's a now Pushcart Prize nominated story about a crew of scientists following a strange signal out into the wilderness, or how about a whole novella about an AI pulling strings on a distant colony, turning its inhabitants into something, but why and what? And yes, I will say there's a bunch of really cool metaphors in this book that I am really proud of, and even better, if you don't want the physical copy, there is now an audiobook as well, which is beautifully voiced by amazing voice actors. Murphy, Larissa, Tim these stories, really brought them to life in ways that I'm really happy to hear. Murphy, you actually just heard, just got a great voice, and all of that is linked down below. And even better, you know what? Every story in this book has incredible art. I was so stoked to see this sort of thing come together. I love it so much. So many of the artists are actually from this community. I thought that was really cool. Most importantly, the paperback, the physical editions are cheaper than ever. In fact, you can get it like 50% off right now, just in time for Christmas. I wanted that to be available. Thank you to the thousands of people who have already bought it. Really does mean a lot. If you like my writing, if you like my channel, these sorts of videos, then this is the book for you. If you want to take your writing and world building to the next level, that's why you're here, then these books are for you. And there's a ton of exclusive content and analysis which I couldn't put into these videos because of how YouTube works. And every single one of these books covers completely different topics, so you can pick the one which covers the stuff that interests you most. Or you can just get all of them. That's what I recommend. Thank you to everyone who's gotten so far. It is really meaningful for me that I'm able to sort of sponsor my own stuff with my own stuff. It means a lot. Links below. In a way, every story we tell is a metaphor. They're always about something bigger, revealed in the intersection of plot, theme, and character. But to truly understand the power of a metaphor, I want to tell you about one of the most powerful stories I have ever encountered. What Remains of Edith Finch. Part 6. All stories are metaphors. Edith Finch is a 2017 magical realist exploration game divided into a series of short stories, sort of. One about each family member and their fate as a child explores their old abandoned family home. Each one is profound in its own way, but perhaps the most famous is that of Lewis Finch. Lewis works in a fish cannery, with fish sliding down towards his workstation, where he has to behead them and send them onto a conveyor belt, over and over and over and over. And he starts daydreaming. The story here is about the daily struggle with the monotony of life, of feeling trapped in a dead-end job, feeling isolated, imprisoned within your own mind and no sense of a future for yourself, losing passion and drive for this world and life at all, so why care about reality in the first place? Lewis starts to imagine himself on this fantastical adventure story, and it starts to take over the screen, quite literally. But crucially, you as the player are involved in this story. You have to participate. You have to keep doing the movements to cut the fish, slide the mouse across, chop it, send it onto the conveyor belt. One half of you is in the factory, the other in the brighter, better world than this grim reality. The metaphor extends from the game into reality as you repeat the monotonous movements of the character but barely think about it. It slips into the subconscious while you're wholly fixated, wholly drawn into this other story like Lewis. You play out the escapism, the same way we and Lewis convince ourselves we have some control over what we're really doing, that we have some control in our life. The story isn't just about what it means to withdraw from reality, to become numb to our own suffering, for the world to no longer feel real in the way it did before. It asks, is the real you the one who actually has to work the terrible job every day, or the hypothetical one with dreams and ambitions but hasn't had the opportunity to live them out yet? My imagination is just as real as my body, Lewis tells his therapist. Until, at the end of the story, you walk past Lewis in an out-of-body experience that, in a metaphor itself, up the conveyor belt, by the mountain of dead fish, to the light, where Lewis takes his own life, in a public execution of his mind. The whole thing captures that inescapable feeling of being a cog in a machine in a beautifully metaphorical way, the pit we can find ourselves in. In much the same way, Max Porter's Crow will stay with me for a long time. Antagonist, trickster, babysitter, therapist, the dark bird just waiting to sweep through the door, the way only beautiful writing can. I wanted to talk about What Remains of Edith Finch because it shows how metaphors can operate differently in different mediums. Maybe you're doing a TTRPG, or you're doing a film, or a game, or a book, or a poem. They have kind of different tools and different rules that you can play with. If metaphors are all about trying to connect things to other more evocative ideas, you can do that differently in different mediums. With player controls in games, with improv at the TTRPG table, with visual symbolism in a film, with wordplay or grammar in a book or poem. But let's bring all of this together in a summary. Metaphors are one of the most important tools a writer has. Use them to bring people closer to an idea than describing it outright would, often by drawing a connection between something unfamiliar and something familiar, or something instantly more evocative. 2. Metaphors force us to look at things in new ways, often by using unexpected connections, making them more memorable. Which elements of a scene or description do you want to stick to the reader? Do you want to elevate? They form an important part of the impression you leave. 3. Extended metaphors allow you to develop a central idea over multiple sentences or paragraphs. 4. Good metaphors are often about interconnectivity with universal experiences, other works, famous imagery, or ideas and symbols within the story itself. Consider how other motifs or symbols in your story might impact how we interpret metaphors, the depth we draw out of them. 5. Metaphors aren't just X is Y. Consider giving metaphorical layers to things in your story with their actual features, or recurring language patterns that can create a metaphorical layer to something. 6. Know when not to use a metaphor. Oftentimes you just need to be more specific with your description rather than add more poetics. Ask if the comparison fits the tone of your description, whether you're accidentally introducing other meanings that are unintended, and whether the metaphor elevates something important in the scene or you're writing purple prose. 7. Grab my book, A Catalogue for the End of Humanity and On Writing and Word Building, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. Links down below. Stay nerdy, grab my books, and I'll see you in the future.
True. Alright, another video down. We'll give Hello Future Me a... Give him a view, give him a sub, give him a like. Yeah, it's getting back hot in here again. Some bullshit. Temperature in here go fucking crazy. Oh. Unfortunately, I didn't have much to add to that one, but, you know, very interesting. I'm just thinking in my head, I'm like, well, you know, I could do all these things, but I mainly want to focus on Stoner Girl evolution world building in some way like that, right? So it's like, how does that play into it? Well, power is a drug, and, you know, religion is power, and technology is power. Yep. Alright, okay, new chat. So we got this one already set up here. Super easy. Ahead of myself with this one. Alright, so we are talking about Antifa. Oh! Let this one go through here. Alright. Welcome back to another video, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about Antifa and organizations and what constitutes an organization and how that affects, of course, the new idea of considering Antifa a terrorist organization, let's say. Or at least certain parts of it. So we ask, with the violent rhetoric around politics in the past few years, and there's been one specific group of people that seem to be causing all the violence. With the news that Trump might be considering Antifa a terrorist organization because of their negative and violent behavior over politics and other things, what constitutes an organization? Is it a name, funding, an idea? When does an idea become an organization? Can Antifa be classified a terrorist organization, and how can you give me examples of why they should be considered a terrorist organization and compare them to other organizations? And why it should not be called a terrorist organization. Alright, here we go. What constitutes an organization? In general terms, an organization refers to a structured group of people with a common purpose, often involving elements like formal leadership, membership criteria, coordinated activities, funding sources, and sometimes legal registration. However, the concept varies by context. Legal definition. Broadly, under U.S. law, organizations can range from corporations with charter and hierarchies to informal groups. For example, in tax or civil law, an organization might be defined by shared goals, resources, and operations, but it doesn't always require a formal name or structure. In the context of terrorism, U.S. federal law, particularly through the State Department, defines foreign terrorist organizations as foreign entities engaging in terrorist activities, premeditated, political motivated violence against non-combatants, and threatening U.S. national security or citizens. There's no equivalent formal designation for domestic terrorist organizations. The FBI designates domestic terrorism as ideologically motivated violence, but doesn't label groups as such. Executive Order 13224 allows blocking assets of terrorists and supporters by its primary of foreign threats. Name, funding, or idea. A name alone, like Antifa, short for anti-fascist, doesn't make something an organization. It's often just a label for shared ideology. Funding could indicate organization of its centralized donations to a specific entity, but decentralized crowdfunding doesn't qualify. An idea, like anti-fascism, becomes an organization when it evolves into a coordinated entity with leadership, chapters, or operational structure. For instance, a loose network of activists sharing tactics online might be an idea, while a group with elected leaders and bank accounts crosses into organization territory. In short, ideas become organizations through formalization, hierarchy, resources, and sustained coordination. Without these, their movements are ideologies. Antifa's nature and classification as a terrorist organization. Antifa is described across sources as a decentralized, leaderless movement of far-left activists opposing fascism, racism, and far-right ideologies. It lacks a central headquarters, official membership, or unified funding structure, more akin to philosophy than a formal group. Participants often operate in autonomous cells, using tactics like protests, direct action, and sometimes violence, but without top-down command. Can it be classified as a terrorist organization? Legally, no formal U.S. mechanism exists for designated domestic groups as such, making any designation symbolic or investigative rather than binding. President Trump's recent announcement as of September to label Antifa a major terrorist organization echoes past attempts, but faces hurdles. It's not foreign, and experts argue it doesn't meet FTO criteria. However, it could trigger enhanced FBI scrutiny under domestic terrorism laws. Some congressional resolutions have called for deeming Antifa-related conduct as domestic terrorism, but these are non-binding. Trump's move has internally echoed like Hungary's Viktor Orban following suit. Recent ex-posts reflect polarized views. Supporters see it as overdue accountability for violence, while critics call it a witch hunt against dissent. Examples. Why Antifa should be considered a terrorist organization. Proponents argue Antifa's actions fit terrorism definitions: politically motivated violence to intimidate or coerce. Key examples: violence and protests. During 2020 BLM riots in Portland, Antifa-linked groups engaged in arson, assaults on police, and property destruction, costing millions in damage. Journalist Andy Ngo was attacked in 2021, suffering injuries. Attackers went unprosecuted. Intimidation tactics, street brawls with far-right groups, doxing opponents, and disturbing events. Berkeley protests 2017 aimed to silence perceived fascists through fear. Funding and coordination. While decentralized, some cells receive indirect support via crowdfunding or leftist networks. Trump has vowed to target funders. Congressional support. Resolutions like cite Antifa's extremist motivation and violence as grounds for designation. Supporters, including Senator Bill Cassidy, argue this curbs unchecked violence. Why Antifa should not be called a terrorist organization. Critics emphasize legal, structural, and civil liberty issues, not a unified entity, as a politics, not a specific group. It's hard to target without broadly criminalizing anti-fascist fields. FBI notes ongoing investigations but declines formal labels. First Amendment risks. Designation could chill free speech, equating protest with terrorism. It's seen as political theater, not evidence-based. Lack of scale. Unlike groups committing mass casualties, most Antifa actions are localized clashes, no evidence of plots like 9/11. Precedent concerns. Could be abused against other dissenters, parents at school boards labeled extremists under Biden. Legal experts question its feasibility, noting U.S. law focuses on foreign threats. Comparison to other organizations. Here's a table comparing Antifa to selected designated or discussed terrorist extreme groups. Seems not applicable. In summary, while Antifa's violent elements warrant scrutiny, its decentralized nature and domestic focus make formal terrorist designations unlikely and controversial. Balanced sources highlight risks of overreach, but substantiated claims of violence support calls for accountability. So in the cases of calls for violence, yes. In the cases of calls for non-calls for violence and peaceful protest, no. And that's kind of how I look at it too, right? It's like, if it's going to be a peaceful protest and you're just going to say you don't like these ideas, okay. Even if it's like, I think you're just being a sore loser and you lost, so go vote next time. You lost this round, but maybe you'll win the next one. That's how I think about it. Well, this is going to be interesting. Okay, we're not going to do Herman. We do so many Scots. Diderot. We did that before. Let's try another one. There's got to be something else on here, right? Jonathan Brooks? Okay, let's go with that. David Weber. Alright, let's see what kind of story we get out of this one. It's going to be pretty interesting. I have no idea which direction it's going to go. And I kind of didn't want to give it any direction because I want to see what happens. It's kind of what the idea with these is. It's not necessarily about what the story actually is. It's just the direction that it goes. Based upon, like, the input information, right? Like, basically the world building of the backstory of what it should essentially be. Or could essentially be. Shadows of the Fractured Republic. Love it. Shadows of the Fractured Republic? Or the part where I was talking about I don't care where the direction, or I don't want to give it specifics, I just want to see the direction that the story goes, based upon the information and the world building from the commentary. The last part. It's like, okay, well, let's do an expanded version. All right. Apparently didn't have enough. But yeah, the main thing for this is organizations that come together in order to like spread hate, kind of, right? Like they're so fanaticized that they can't see what reality is. They only see what people tell them. They can't think for themselves. So at the end of the day, what really is a fascist? Well, in my definition, DEI is fascism. Well, that's kind of one of the problems also with, you know, political stuff, is the actual, whatchamacallit, like, definitions of words get so muddled over time. And people purposefully, like, manipulate, like, meanings and stuff like that. There we go. This one is Shadows of the Fractured Republic. I mean, it's keeping consistency with the names across these. So, you know, you could make these into like a little short story compilation of all the characters and everything, because the universe kind of fits together with the names and stuff. So, I wonder if I can world build an entire, like, fake world mirroring the real world in a sense. In the sprawling metropolis of Eldridge City, where the steel spires of corporate towers pierced the smog-choked sky like defiant spears, Marcus Hale gripped the handle of his protest sign with calloused hands. The sign read, "No tyrants, no chains," in bold, red letters that dripped like fresh blood. He was 32, a welder by trade, but in the streets, he was a warrior for the Anti-Tyrant Alliance, ATA, they called it. Not an organization, mind you, just an idea. A spark in the dark that ignited when the world grew too heavy with injustice. Marcus's breath fogged the air as he marched with the crowd, their chants echoing off the graffiti-strewn walls of the old industrial district. Freedom for all or chains for none. His voice was rough, honeyed by years of shouting over factory noise and the roar of riots. He remembered the first time he'd joined, a rally against the corporate overlords who'd gutted his union. That night, under the flickering sodium lights, he'd felt alive, purposeful, like he was building something greater than himself. Level by level, brick by brick, much like the dungeon cores in those old fantasy tales he read as a kid, expanding their domains against the encroaching darkness. The crowd swelled, a living entity pulsing with anger and hope. Marcus scanned the faces, young students with fiery eyes, older laborers like himself, even some professionals in disguises. No leaders, no dues, no headquarters, just shared purpose. But the news had hit hard. President Harlan Vance was pushing to label them a terrorist syndicate. Vance, with his parade ground posture and rhetoric of law and order, saw them as the root of all violence. Marcus laughed bitterly to himself, as if their occasional clashes could compare to the state's drones and batons. From the rooftop of a nearby tenement, Captain Alina Reyes watched through her binoculars, her uniform crisp under the tactical vest. She was a veteran of the Border Wars, where she'd commanded squads in the arid Badlands against insurgent ghosts that melted into the sand. Now, back in the Republic, she led the Federal Security Bureau's urban response team. Honor and duty were her anchors, principles drilled into her by mentors who spoke of strategic patience and the greater good. They taught Weberian tactics, detailed planning, resource allocation, and the unyielding pursuit of the victory of the collective. Alina's perspective sharpened the scene below into a tactical overlay. The crowd was disorganized, but pockets of coordination stood out. Black-clad figures directing traffic with hand signals, their faces masked in balaclavas. ATA, or whatever they branded themselves. Not a monolithic beast like the Shadow Caliphate overseas, with its hierarchical cells, suicide vests, and global ambitions. No, this was decentralized, like a network of autonomous forts, each defending its own territory, but sharing blueprints. But violence, she'd seen the reports. Arson in the financial district last year, assaults on counter-protesters that left bones broken or spirits crushed. If Vance labeled them terrorists, her team would have the tools, warrants for wiretaps, asset freezes, the whole arsenal of counterinsurgency. She adjusted her comms earpiece, the wind whipping her short-cropped hair. Unit Bravo, hold position, eyes on potential instigators at Grid Charlie 4. Her voice was steady, laced with the quiet authority of someone who'd stared down the barrel after barrel in dust-choked villages. Deep down, though, doubt gnawed like a persistent enemy scout. Was this honor? Policing ideas in the heart of the Republic? Was it necessary to prevent a slide into anarchy? Down in the throng, Leela Voss pushed forward, her backpack heavy with pamphlets, water bottles, and a first aid kit. At 24, she was the idealist of the group, her voice soft but fierce, carrying the melody of forgotten folk songs from her rural upbringing in the hills of Greenbridge. The ATA wasn't about violence to her, it was resistance. An evolution from passive protest to active defense. Like those progression stories where the hero starts weak but levels up, gaining skills and allies to face bigger threats. She joined after her brother was evicted by Vance's cronies in the housing reforms. Reforms that favored the elite towers while the poor rotted in shanties. "Keep moving, folks," she murmured to the cluster around her, her tone warm, encouraging, like a storyteller weaving hope into despair. We're here to show them we won't back down. Our voices are our weapons. But as the police line formed ahead, batons glinting under the streetlights, her heart raced. Rumors of the designation swirled through the crowd like poison gas. Funders cut off arrests en masse. Was ATA an organization? No more the wind was a storm until it gathered force and toppled trees. The clash began with a thrown bottle, shattered against a riot shield with a crystalline crack that seemed to echo the fracturing society. Chaos erupted, a maelstrom of shouts and shoves. Marcus swung his sign like a club, blocking a charging officer's advance. This was what they want, he bellowed, his voice gravely with rage, cutting through the din like a forage hammer. To paint us as monsters so they can justify their chains. In his mind, it was a siege, him the defender in a grand narrative building defenses against the invading horde, upgrading his resolve with every blow. Alina ordered the advance, her commands precise as a laser-guided strike. Gas on my mark, non-lethals only, rubber rounds for crowd control. She saw the bigger picture. Vance's move was strategic, a way to consolidate power amid rising unrest from economic divides and political polarization. But as tear gas bloomed in white clouds choking the air, she wondered if they were forging heroes out of rebels or simply repeating the cycles of history's failed empires. In the opulent halls of the Crystal Spire, hundreds of miles away in the gleaming heart of New Avalon, President Harlan Vance paced his office, the city lights sprawling like a conquered battlefield dotted with watchfires. At 68, he was a strategist at heart, his mind a web of alliances, contingencies, and calculated risks. He'd risen through the military ranks, earning scars in the same border wars as Ray's, where honor meant victory at any cost, even if it meant glassing a village to save the regiment. Now, facing re-election in a republic torn by violent rhetoric, the ATA was his scapegoat. They're not just protesters, he told his advisors earlier that day, his voice booming with conviction. Echoing off marble walls. They're a syndicate of chaos, funded by shadows, striking at the Republic's heart with a fire and fear. His chief of staff, a wiry man named Thorne, with eyes like hawks, nodded deferentially. Sir, legal hurdles are significant. No formal mechanism for domestic terrorist designations exists. It's all foreign-focused, like the Caliphate or the Lion Legion. This would be symbolic at best. Vance waved it off with a meaty hand, his rings glinting. Symbols win wars, Thorne. Label them, and we dismantle their myth. Freeze their crowdsourced funds. Prosecute their cells under material support laws. In his view, the ATA had evolved from a mere idea to a tangible threat. Coordinated attacks in cities like Riverton, doxing of officials, disruption of public order. Like the star empires in those military sagas he admired, where threats were met with overwhelming response, horror bound to protect the innocent. But Vance's perspective hid personal fractures. His daughter, estranged and living in the liberal enclaves of Coastline, had called him a tyrant and leaked messages that haunted the net. Doubt flickered like a faulty shield generator. Was he the hero preserving the Republic, or the villain accelerating its fall? Weeks earlier, in the quiet suburbs of Willowbrook, outside Eldridge's urban sprawl, Jonas Kerr nursed his bruises in a dimly lit kitchen. The scent of coffee mingled with antiseptic. A journalist by trade with a nose for stories that cut the bone. He'd been covering a rally when ATA militants, black bloc operatives, masked and merciless, jumped him for spreading fascist lies. His camera smashed against the pavement, ribs cracked under boots. "They're terrorists," he muttered to his wife, his voice bitter, edged with the pain of betrayal. Jonas saw the words through the facts and fallout. The burned storefronts in downtown districts. The intimidated speakers at universities. the cycle of violence that fed on itself. His progression from neutral observer to advocate was swift, like a character gaining experience points from trials. He'd testified before congressional panels in New Avalon, renaming places and faces in his mind to protect sources. Riverton became River City. Vance, the president. Call it what it is, he'd urged the suited lawmakers, his tone measured but urgent. An idea becomes an organization when it coordinates harm, before it escalates like the old Liberty clans with their midnight raids for those overseas caliphites, with their bombings, back in the streets of Eldridge as the riot quelled under the barrage of gas and arrests. Marcus huddled in an alley, adrenaline fading into exhaustion. His shoulders throbbed, but his spirit surged. Leela bandaged a comrade's arm nearby, her hands steady despite the trembling fear. This designation, it's just words, she said softly, her voice a soothing balm against the night's chill, like a bard's lullaby in a storm. Marcus shook his head, his rough laugh echoing off the brick. Words build empires, Leela, or topple them. Vance thinks he can label us, and poof, we vanish. But ideas don't die that easy. We level up. Following days unfolded like a layered military campaign with moves and counter-moves across the Republic. Vance announced the designation in a primetime address to the Spire, his voice resonant with patriarchal resolve. Broadcast to every screen. Anti-Tyrant Alliance is hereby classified as a major terrorist entity. Their acts of violence, arson in our cities, assaults on law enforcement, intimidation of citizens threaten our Republic's core. We will cut off their funding, dismantle their networks, and restore order. The media storm was immediate, a barrage of opinions from all fronts. Supporters cheered in online forums and talk shows. Finally, accountability for the chaos in places like Riverton, where nightly clashes left buildings charred and communities divided. About time posted one user. Their words echoing Jonas's sentiments. Critics described it on the streets and in editorials, a McCarthyist ploy to silence dissent, equating peaceful protest with terror. Marcus, evading capture through a network of safe houses, went underground. In a dingy basement lit by flickering screens, he gathered with a dozen others, their voices a choir of defiance mixed with strategy. They call us terrorists. Fine, we'll show them resistance that's smart, not just loud, he said, his tone shifting to that of a commander plotting a raid. They discussed tactics, decentralizing actions, encrypted comms, even alliances with sympathetic groups. In his mind, it was progression from loose idea to fortified alliance. Leela, however, wavered in those meetings. Violence begets violence, she whispered during a late-night debate, her melodic voice tinged with sorrow, evoking the mood of a fading sunset. She'd seen friends radicalized, ideas hardened into weapons that hurt the innocent. Was ATA becoming what it fought? A monster in the mirror, Alina reviewed dossiers in her stark office in the Bureau headquarters, the hum of servers a constant backdrop like the drone of Renaissance craft. Files on ATI piled high, no central funding like the Shadow Caliphites, illicit oil revenues or extortion rackets, but decentralized donations via anonymous apps and leftist networks. Tactics mirrored historical groups, the old Liberty clans with their lynchings and intimidation, decentralized yet deadly in their impact. If we designate, her superior said in a briefing, his voice weary, we risk overreach. First Amendment fallout. Lawsuits from civil liberties groups. But sir, Alina countered, her voice firm as forged steel, strategically it disrupts their momentum, like cutting supply lines in the border wars. Starve the beast and it weakens. Yet, Privately, she questioned, was ATA truly comparable to the Pride Enforcers? That far-right group with their theory hierarchies, seditious plots, and involvement in the Capitol siege 5 years ago. Those had leaders, convicted source structures dismantled. ATA was amorphous, an idea weaponized by individuals. Vance and private audiences at the Spire confined to Thorn over branding. This isn't about crushing ideas, Thorn. It's about order in a chaotic world. Yet leaks emerged from within his administration, memos labeling school board protesters as extremists, surveillance on journalists like Jonah's, mirror cracked reflecting the leader grappling with his own tactics. Jonas Kerr published his expose, Shadows in the Streets, a detailed tome that hit the nets like a bombshell. From idea to insurgency, he wrote. This prose sharp and investigative. Weaving facts with savior stories. Survivor stories. Jesus. Interviews with victims painted a vivid picture of fear. Families doxxed and harassed, homes vandalized with ATA symbols, events disrupted with threats comparable to the Pride Enforcers, street brawls with Liberty clans, terror campaigns but without the formal trappings. Designation overdue to prevent escalation, he argued, his voice in the text carrying the weight of witnessed horror. As the tensions built like a storm front, a pivotal event shattered the fragile peace. In Eldridge's center square, a massive rally converged. Thousands of ATA supporters on one side, counter-protesters waving Republic flags on the other. Marcus led a contingent, his sign now reinforced. Today is the 8th. Where are we? Eldridge's Central Square massively rally converged, thousands of ATA supporters on one side, counter-protesters waving Republic flags on the other. Marcus led a contingent, his sign now reinforced with metal edges for defense. "We fight for the oppressed," he roared to his group, his voice thundering like a commander's rally cry, boosting morale in the face of overwhelming odds. Leela marched beside him, but her eyes scanned for escape routes, her backpack slung low. "This feels wrong, Marcus," she murmured, the atmosphere thick with impending doom, the air heavy with sweat and anticipation. "We're walking into a trap." Alina positioned her forces with meticulous care. The tactical web spun across the square. Snipers on surrounding roofs, drones hovering for real-time intel, ground teams and phalanxes. "Hold the line," she ordered over comms, her mind calculating probabilities. Escalation risks 80%. Casualties projected low if discipline held. Then the spark. A Molotov cocktail arced from the ATA side, igniting a barricade in a whoosh of flame. Gunshots followed, stray fire from the panicked counter-protester, or deliberate provocation. No one knew at the moment. Chaos reigned, a whirlwind of screams and clashes. In the melee, Marcus charged forward, clashing with officers in a frenzy of limbs and shouts. Pain exploded as a baton struck his shoulder, but he pressed on. "For freedom!" he gasped, falling back into the crowd, his world narrowing to survival, each breath a level gained in resilience. Leela pulled a wounded ally, a young student, to safety behind an overturned bench, tears streaming down her face. This isn't us, she cried, her voice breaking against the cacophony, the mood shifting to one of tragic loss. Elena directed evacuations amid the smoke. Her commands clipped and urgent. A bullet grazed her arm, drawing blood, stray or targeted. Medic, on me! Push forward. Secure the perimeter, she barked, honor demanding she stand firm, duty the shield against panic. Vance watched from the Spire's command center, live feeds streaming in like battlefield reports. Deploy reinforcements, full containment, he ordered, his strategy unfolding with cold precision. But the casualties mounted, dozens injured, a few fatal. The doubt grew, and he created martyrs, fueling into the very fire he sought to extinguish. Jonas, embedded in the counter-protest side, filmed the horror with shaking hands. This is the cost of unchecked ideas. He narrowed mentally his perspective, one of grim truth, capturing footage that would go viral. In the aftermath, with the square smoldering and ambulances wailing, the designation held firm, ATA fragmented under the pressure. Some cells radicalized further, plotting more aggressive actions. Others disbanded their members, scattering like defeated troops. Marcus, arrested in the Dawn Aid, faced trial in a fortified courthouse. In his cell, staring at concrete walls, he reflected, "We were an idea. Now they're making us legends. We'll rebuild stronger." Leela left the movement entirely, starting a peaceful advocacy group in Greenridge, focusing on community building. Ideas don't need fists to win, she told her new allies, her voice gaining strength, a new level unlocked in her personal saga, from fighter to healer. Elena received a medal for her actions, pinned on the ceremony, heavy with pomp. But she resigned soon after, seeking honor in private security. Duty has limits when it erodes the soul, she confided to a former comrade, her perspective broadened by the blood on her hands. Vance won an election by a narrow margin, his speeches touting the victory over terror. But the Republic remained scarred, divisions deeper. Victory at what cost, he pondered in quiet moments. The board of power tipping unpredictably. Jonah's book became a bestseller, bridging divides with its balanced accounts. In the end, he concluded, organizations are born from ideas, but terror from unchecked power on all sides. The Republic endures, but only if we learn. The story of the fractured Republic continues, perspectives weaving a tapestry of conflict, growth, and uneasy peace where heroes and villains blurred the ever-shifting shadows. Just solid, bro. Dude, that's solid. Like, is it getting better? I feel like it's getting better. I have no idea. All right. Should be here. All right. So, we now have Smokey's story. All right. Let's take a toke and we'll get into this. So just looking for feedback on visuals, sound, any area to add sound effects or anything like that. The music, general vibe, how I'm telling the story. So not necessarily what the story is, but just everything revolving around it as a formula to say, is this a good video format? Is this going to be successful? Shadows in the chat. In the dim glow of his London flat, Alex Hargrove hunched over his keyboard, fingers dancing across the keys like a pianist composing a symphony. He was a writer by trade, crafting intricate novels about lost souls and hidden worlds, but his true passion spilled out in his nightly streams. On Twitch, under the handle Ink Veins, he read excerpts from his works in progress, debating literature with viewers, and occasionally dove into improvised storytelling sessions. It was a modest setup, a webcam framing his tousled brown hair and wire-rimmed glasses, a bookshelf crammed with dog-eared classics behind him, and a chat window buzzing with a loyal handful of followers. Among them was Smoked. The username popped up every night without fail, a persistent blip in the digital ether. Smoked was British, like Alex, his messages laced with that unmistakable slang, full of "in it" and "mate." But what set him apart was his unyielding quest for attention. "Oi, Ink Veins, read my poem! It's about a pigeon shagging a crisp packet." He'd type her, "Shout out to me mom, she's watching from heaven," or the pub, same difference. Alex chuckled every time. Smoked was a troll, sure, but a harmless one. The kind that added flavor to the monotony. "This guy's gold," Alex would say aloud, leaning into his mic. "Smoked, you're the chaos I need in my ordered life." Alex didn't know much about Smoked beyond the chat. Pictured him as some cheeky lad in a Manchester bed set, nursing a pint and firing off quips between FIFA matches. In truth, Alex loved him, not romantically, but in a peculiar way creators love their most engaging fans. Smoked made the streams feel alive, like a conversation rather than a monologue. "Without you lot, I'd be talking to walls," Alex often said. But he meant Smoked most of all. Across the city, under the arches of a derelict railway bridge in Camden, the real Smoked, whose name was Eddie, huddled against the biting autumn wind. He was 32, though the streets had etched years onto his face like graffiti on concrete. Homeless for 5 years now, ever since a factory layoff spiraled into eviction and despair. Eddie didn't beg for coins, he begged for connection. An Ink Vein's stream was his lifeline. But watching required a phone, and phones didn't grow on trees. Tonight, like many nights, Eddie had acquired one. He'd spotted it on a cafe table in Soho, left unattended while its owner nattered away at the counter. Quick swipe and it was his. For a few hours at least, until the battery died or the owner tracked it. He crouched in the shadows, the screen's blue light casting eerie shadows on his stubbled chin. "The stream's startin'," he muttered to himself, his breath fogging the air. As Alex went live, Eddie's fingers flew. "Ink Veins, yo wanker, tell us a story about a homeless king who rules the sewers." He grinned, the thrill of being noticed warming him more than any blanket. Alex laughed on screen. "Smoked, you never disappoint. Alright, let's spin that yarn." And just like that, Alex wove a tale of underground empires and forgotten thrones, his voice rich and rhythmic, pulling Eddie into a world far from the damp cardboard he called home. From Eddie's perspective, the stream was escape incarnate. He imagined Alex as a kindred spirit, a bloke who'd understand the grit of life if he ever peeked behind the curtain. But Eddie kept his secrets buried. Begging for attention was one thing, begging for pity was another. "They'd boot me if they knew," he thought. scrolling through chat as anonymous donors tossed bits his way. Not enough to change his life, but enough for a hot meal now and then. Weeks blurred into months. Alex's channel grew modestly, hitting 500 followers, thanks in part to Smoked's antics drawing in curious onlookers. "You're my mascot, mate," Alex said one night after Smoke had suggested a story about a time-traveling teapot. The chat erupted in emojis, and Eddie felt a rare swell of pride. But pride didn't fill bellies or ward off the cold. One fateful evening, Eddie hit a snag. His latest pilfered phone, a sleek iPhone from a tourist in Trafalgar Square, had a finicky signal under the bridge. Desperate, he ventured out, wandering towards a brighter spot near a hub. The stream was in full swing, Alex reading from his latest manuscript, a thriller about a man haunted by his digital double. "Smoked, where are you at tonight? Miss your madness," Alex quipped. Eddie typed furiously. "Here, boss, make the ghost a proper troll, yeah? One that nicks souls like I nick..." He froze. Like I nick what? Phones? Hearts? The slip was tiny, but paranoia gripped him. He deleted it. But not before a sharp-eyed Maud noticed. No harm done, he thought, but the night soured when a police siren wailed nearby. Panicked, Eddie ditched the phone in a bin and bolted back to his spot, heart pounding. Stream cut off mid-sentence in his mind. The next day, Alex woke to a flurry of DMs. A viewer had cross-referenced Smokey's IP logs, nothing official, just amateur sleuthing from public data, and pieced together a puzzle. "Dude, your fan Smoked? I think he's homeless. Saw a post on Reddit about a guy matching his description, stealing phones to watch streams. British accent, always online at odd hours." Alex stared at his screen, coffee forgotten. Homeless, stealing phones. It didn't compute. Smoked was funny, chaotic, but vulnerable. Guilt twisted in his gut. All those shouts for attention, were they cries for help? He scrolled back through chat logs, seeing the patterns now. Late night logins, erratic typing, pleas wrapped in jokes. That night, Alex went live earlier than usual. "Alright folks, special stream. Smoked, if you're out there, this one's for you." He dove into a story tailored just for him. A tale of a street-smart jester who topples a kingdom with wit alone. The chat lit up, but Smoked was silent. Eddie, phoneless again, watched from a library computer, tears stinging his eyes. "He knows," Eddie whispered, "but how?" Midstream, Alex addressed it head-on. "Smoked, mate, I heard some things. If it's true, you're not alone. Hit me up privately, let's talk." Eddie logged off, shaken. Perspective shifted like a kaleidoscope. To Alex, this was compassion. To Eddie, exposure. But curiosity won. The next day, using a borrowed phone from a shelter mate, Eddie DM'd. "Yeah, it's me, homeless as a ghost. Don't pity me, innit?" Their conversation unfolded over days. Alex learned of Eddie's life, the factory closure, the spiral into the streets, the stolen moments of joy from the stream. Eddie discovered
Queen.
Alex's own struggles. Writer's block, isolation in a city of millions. "You're the reason I keep going," Alex admitted. "Your energy, it's real." Love deepened, platonic but profound. Alex offered help. "Come on the stream as a guest. Share your stories." Eddie balked. "Nah, mate, I'd scare him off." But Alex persisted. One night, he announced, "Big news, chat. I'm handing off the stream. Not quitting, collaborating. Smoked's taking the reins for a bit. He's got tales that'll blow your minds." The chat exploded. "What the fuck? Smoked? The troll?" Eddie, now with a donated phone from Alex, shipped to a shelter, logged in as co-host. Nervous, he appeared on cam for the first time. Rumpled jacket, wild hair, the bridge arc faintly visible behind him. "Alright, you lot, name's Eddie. Homeless, yeah? But I've got stories from the gutters that'll make your posh lives seem boring." He launched into a yarn about a phone-thieving phantom who haunts London's alleys, begging for Wi-Fi instead of gold. The humor was raw, the depth unexpected, woven with real pain, like the night he slept in a skip during a storm, dreaming of Alex's words. Viewers tuned in, first for the novelty, then for the authenticity. Alex watched from the sidelines, beaming. "This is your stream now, mate. Run with it." Eddie did. Smoked Streams was born. Rebranded overnight. He streamed from parks, shelters, even a cardboard fort he dubbed the Troll Throne. Begging for attention evolved into sharing survival tips, interviewing other homeless folks, and spinning tales that blended fantasy with harsh reality. Perspective, isn't it? From down here, the world's upside down. Virality struck like lightning. A clip went mega. Eddie recounting stealing a phone to watch ink veins, only to return it with a note saying thanks for the escape. Media picked it up. BBC, Guardian headlines. Homeless troll turned streamer sensation. Followers surged to thousands. Donations poured in. Not just bits, but GoFundMe links for housing, rehab. Alex guest starred occasionally. Their banter electric. You were my muse, Alex said. Now you're the master. From Eddie's view, it was redemption. No more thefts. Sponsors sent gadgets. He moved into a tiny flat, but kept streaming from the streets to stay grounded. Depth comes from the depths, he'd say. 1 year on, Eddie, now Smoked the Streamer, hit 1 million subs. Alex's book sold better, inspired by their saga. In a joint stream, Eddie reflected. Started as a troll begging for laughs. Now, I'm the voice for the invisible. Alex nodded. And I thought you were just a funny, laughter echoed, bridging worlds once divided by screens and secrets. That's the Smokey story. We gotta come up with a thumbnail for it, though. So we need one of these. Possibly this. And then that one. Hey Sam, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Okay, then we go here, and we go... I guess we could just go like this. I am doing well. We are we edited today to get another video out, so we just watched it to see what it was like. I think it went pretty well. Now we are... Where the hell did it go? We were trying to create a thumbnail. So we gotta find a thumbnail that's like something along the lines of homeless man who steals phones, homeless phone thief, or from homeless phone thief to world's #1 streamer. need to have those ones do separate then. From homeless phone thief. To World's #1 streamer. From homeless phone thief to world's #1 streamer. Viewer's journey to the top. This is my biggest problem is, like, I'm not, like, artistically creative like this shit, so I'm like, I have no idea if this is, like, you know. Because this is what, like, we've been doing previously. Right, so these are like examples of our thumbnails. And then if we look at welcome to something like this, for instance. Then there's like these. Then there's welcome. I don't see it on here. Lighthouse Horror. This one's like, this is what they look like. So I'm like, is that more the style I should go for? Like, I used to be, something like, I used to be, like, I used to be a homeless phone thief. But now, I am the world's #1 streamer. Maybe just something as simple as that. I want to try like I want to try using different formats and different things for, and like having multiple thumbnails to try and test it. So we can keep this as like one of them, right? I like the picture. I think the picture goes well, because I think the other one doesn't work as well, because it doesn't give us room for the space. We've got, like, Smokey over here. You're like this rugged frickin' homeless dude. And then all the text over here. With, like, the two forms of text. With, Something like I used to be a homeless phone thief. It's one in like big bold letters. Get something that's more like that. And white with like this effect with like I used to be a homeless phone thief. What did I just do? Whatever I just did, I didn't want to happen. Maybe so. I don't know. Should it be like that? Used to be a homeless phone thief. Something like that. I used to be a homeless phone thief, but now I'm the world's #1 streamer. Because this seems to be the format that most of these use. There's another one on here that I have that I can never remember what it's called. Oh, Mr. Creeps. It's like all of these use like the same style of like maybe not this block type, maybe something a little bit different. I used to be a homeless phone thief, but now I'm the world's #1 streamer. I'm wondering if I should do it backwards, like the other way around, and say like, I'm now the world's #1 streamer, but I used to be a homeless phone thief. World's #1 streamer. I used to be a homeless phone thief. I mean, it mimics the format. I'm just gonna save them both. And we'll just try both of them. And then I want to add like one more that's like my homeless viewer took over my stream. So we got like 3 variations and then 2 different ones with 3 different variations. So that's pretty decent. I don't know really else what to do, right? Like these are the ones I have before, right? And it's just like they're not. I like these ones because they give you like the synopsis and everything, but again, it's like my what I think it is versus what it actually is. And according to the views, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Views speak for themselves. That's all that matters, right? Obviously, I'm not getting the clicks because I'm not getting the pics. So it's one thing if people say, it's another thing if they even click on the video, right? So that's kind of where we're at right now. So maybe we'll upload that tomorrow and see how it goes. Well, actually, I mean, we could just... do I even care? We just upload it right now. I just don't think it's a good time. Maybe we schedule it for tomorrow for... Would be a good time. I think like 11:45-ish? Maybe 10:45. Maybe I'll do... No, 11:45 because of my time zone. I think 11:45 would be perfect. Okay, let's... Here, create, upload... Go here, Smoky Story... Title. How my homeless viewer took over my stream. My stream was hijacked by one of my viewers. His name is Smoked, and he has my blessing. But the crowd has spoken. He is what they want to see. I have been place for him to grow. Now it's time to step aside and let the true star shine. Upload the here talk stories. Oh, it's in downloads. That's fine. Bring those over, and the first one we're gonna do is used to be a homeless phone thief. And now I'm the world's #1 streamer. How my homeless viewer took over my stream. I think that's good. We're setting it for 11:45. Alright, there we go. It has been posted. The last one we posted was July 23rd. So it's almost 2 months since we uploaded a video. What? It's a fucking funny video. That's what matters. It's just a giant joke. Oh, what's a giant joke is the fact I can't fucking write. Let's go here. Banquet. Back to where we were. So this, and this is where we have the conversation about the car lock. drink. I'll be right back. Okay. For life, need be no game. Feast make all one. Feast make great spirit. Be my flesh taken unto my people. Waver not me be still. Time till last breath be drawn. Be worthy of great spirit. I will. He be chieftain, all fall to me. Couldn't be. Oh, there's my idea. Future, my tribe. could I play? Great Spirit. No Chieftain. Kucha. What say? Okay, Mr. Kucha Chieftain. What be the Great Spirit, the ancestors. One soul. Our people. Smokey! What's up? Yo, Smokey, I've just finished making your story. Do you want to see the thumbnail for it? Think people will click on it? I think you sell it. I think you sell it. Trying to copy everyone else's style of thumbnail. Zab, hey, what's up? Amazing. Thank you, Smokey. So you ready to play some PoE, Smokey? You seen the emote? No, I haven't really been on Discord, Zab. I've been super fucking busy lately. Too many projects going at once, you know? Let me check it out. Smokey. Alright, what do you guys think? I'm just gonna download it so I have the actual file. This stupid thing. can get it to loop, but I don't think I can. I guess this is better in here, because I can just keep clicking it. There you guys go. How about that? Fuck you. How are you? Hello, hello, Queen. Hey, Queen. Everyone says hello. No, fuck you. Exactly, Queen. See, now you've got the spirit. I love it. I love it. Let's go. Ooh, yes. 100% Smokey. 100%. Every day, bro. That's me and you. Okay. So that would mean if we're in here. Okay, we got this. Is that why I can't control myself? Feels so much bigger. Do. Inside your head, there's to be a reason, right? I didn't bring myself here, so you must have. And this is where it's like, we're not just talking about the car lock. This is where it's like, oh shit, the car lock is happening. That's when I'm like, wait, no. No, 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 no. We cannot let this happen. I am not going through this. I'll be fucked if I have to go through this. Okay. So I can't control myself. My body feels so much bigger. 300 pounds. My body will observe. Didn't bring myself here. You must have. Be car lock. Car lock bring great spirit. Great spirit judge. Car lock. That's what she said. Jesus, Smokey, Jesus. Some of these things, man, you bring too much to play. Sudden cold, dark, heart stopping, dread overcame me. Carlock was beginning. I'm delayed, man. Shit streamer. Wow, how are you delayed, Smokey? Type 1 in the chat. More like shit platform. Get on Twitch. Oh, you just woke up? You woke up so early. You wake up so early. Croc is a pirate. I used to, I don't anymore. Queen got out of the business before it got too bad. Before the whole thing fell to shit and fell apart. Did you hear that they're calling like the leader, like the CEOs of Smokey? Did you hear this? They're calling the CEOs of all of the major companies, like social media companies, like Reddit, Discord, Twitch, and there was one other one. I think maybe TikTok, or maybe it was Instagram. I was having PTSD from Mixer. Oh, I couldn't imagine. People are terrible. Oh, alright. So you write only these days? Oh. Yeah, have you written any more, Queen? I know I can't really say that I haven't really. I've been doing other things. We're so close to finishing the story, though. There's like 3 or 4 places that this thing kind of gets fucked. Okay, so we're just gonna ixnay this for now.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Fuck! God damn it, Smokey. I was just getting into the zone, man. Fuck. I don't believe it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, fuck me. I'll take away your fucking point, Smokey. Don't do it.
Right.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Shadow's Star.
Then he'll
No,
just
I have
fuck with
not
you.
written any more yet. Kind of been caught up in actually outlining a different story idea I've been wanting to do. Nice, Queen, nice. Then I'll just fuck with you. Then I'll just scam you.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Why do you waste your points, Smokey?
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
It's a writing game these days, because you'll take them anyways. Would love to hear about it, you absolute ball man.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet.
Oh
Do
my
not stretch.
fucking
Do not go
god.
to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Then you're gonna complain that you don't have any fucking
Do not leave your
fucking
seat.
point.
Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Your redeems are boring anyway. Which one? Well, I'm too nervous to talk about the second story idea. That's okay. That's okay, Queen. You in the server? I'd love to interact with you in
Your
Discord.
redeems are boring anyway. Your 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 redeems are boring anyway.
Yet you keep using them, Smokey. So what does that actually say? If you keep using them, yet you keep saying that they're boring, I don't know what to say. Bro, I don't know what to say. That just, to me, that's just you smoking. I just wanted you to toke. Why, Smokey? Scatman! Scatman! 3, 2, 1, go!
Zero Smoke, where is it?
It was fake. It was fake. The whole thing was fake, Smokey. I don't actually smoke weed, guys. It's all for show. It's all for shits and gigs. It's all fake. Fake fucking news. Ugh. Okay, this is what we want. Why is the stream not ended yet? Normally you bitch out at the 6-hour mark. Smokey, I did that 2 days. I've done that for 2 days. You know what? You know what, Smokey? I'm literally pulling it up, and we're gonna look, and we're gonna see how correct you are. I'm sad I didn't get to talk to Callie tonight. Yeah, I sent him on a special mission and he never returned, so I assume it was successful. Okay. 2 days. We bitched out. That was 1 day. That was yesterday. Hell, it was only 1 day! I thought it was 2 days. It was even less than that, Smokey. It was 1 fucking day. Did you send him on mission to search his bed sheets? Shouldn't be any day. Yeah, I told him, he said he was sleepy, so I told him to go to bed. And then, yeah. So I think it was successful. At least I hope it was. Otherwise, he would have felt bad and probably just didn't want to come back to make him be like, Callie, go to sleep! And he's like, no, I can't go back to Tox's stream. Happy to hear he listened. I hope so. You go hop around a couple of streams, see if Hellish is online, if Fabulich is online, and see if he's lurking in any of those chats trying to avoid me. Tox, I'm sorry! I can just hear it. I can hear it. Okay. said to me before my mouth began to open and foreign words spewed forth, not by my command. Kucha, be seen worthy by great spirit. Kucha clan be continued. Way of life. Kucha way of life be recognized. The Carlock has been blessed. Carlock be blessed. So should I send you the emote file? Yeah, sure, Zab. Go ahead. I can just use the downloaded one that I did to turn it into an emote in. Like, I can literally just go like this if I go to Canva. Oh, that's not what I want. Go to Canva. Well, this is normally what I do. We go like this, so I'll take it, right? Okay, let's just get rid of everything. Make a blank slate. GIF. Yeah, I think I can do anything with that. Put it into a GIF. And do like Twitch emote. Resize. And you just go here. And you just drop it in here. I guess it's all fucked in size, but how do I? Oh, it's because I didn't resize the entire page. If I resize the entire page, then I can do it. Because it's a square, right? Yeah, sure, if you want to send it. That's just normally how I would do it, right? I just resize it to the size of what the emote is. The square, and then I just do that. Hungry. Carlock. And then this is where it's like... Carlock was beginning. Forward, place his hand on my head. Let me be as worthy. hold our ways forever. Long live the Kucha. Through the car lock, we all become one. Man stepped back and sat down on the throne. My mouth moved on someone's words spewed from my maw once more. Let him partake from my flesh. I am prepared. You must be prepared as well. The Great Spirit has spoken. Well, you can't be serious. You're just going through with this? Isn't my presence alone enough to prove that you're worthy? This deep silence filled my heart. And then the thoughts exploded. I could feel the water on my skin and the fire for breath in my chest. Yet they remained even, each one slowly draining a piece of me, exhausting my muscles. I think this is okay, but I don't know about this. This is the Ixion. So maybe we don't even want this, we just want this. Can't be serious. You're just going through with this. This is my presence alone enough to prove that you are worthy. This deep silence filled my head. Now I want to do this whole thing again of step 1 of the Ixion. I'm like, have we gone through the sneeze yet? I don't even know. Around me, if I can taste what he tastes, if I can feel his sneeze, yet not act. What the hell have I found myself in? Maybe I don't even want this yet. I don't know why it's not letting me do lightheadedness, but whatever. Take control. Okay, I already decided we're taking all of this. Okay, this needs to be changed, but I'm still going to take it because we know that it needs to be changed. Removing this. Dread that I might not wake up was building. My mind would break before the ritual was done. I was wondering. It's like it's just, it goes back to thinking about it's a dream again, right? And it's like, that should be like the last time I think we go back to that. All of this is good too. Okay, and this is like talking about ideas, right? And how my ideas are, you know, respect your ideas. I think that works. Yeah, because we're just still in the preparation stage. So this is fine. This is fine. And we're back to characters. Cause like, I don't know about you guys, I like the jumping around kind of thing, where you don't stick to like one thing, you just kind of jump between them, and it's like 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, then it's 1.1, 2.2, 2. Or like 2.1, 3.1, right? So it's like you're kind of splitting it up into different sections to emphasize like what that section is about. So overall you have like 50% in this section, 40% in this section, 30% in this section or something, but different combinations of them in order to build this like elongated narrative. So it's like I'm talking about the dream, and then within the dream I'm talking about my ideas, and then the characters that are the dream themselves, and then how I feel about that. And then it's like get interrupted in my thoughts by the world that's happening around me while I think that I'm dreaming. And it's like I'm trying to use my mind to pull away from reality, essentially. But I keep getting dragged back to it, and I'm like, no, 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 no. Not here, not now, not like this. And then again, see, after like 3 paragraphs, then we come back again to what are the consequences of creating this. So it's like we're back to the creation and the power of your imagination and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I like that jump, but I don't know how that resonates with other people. Because that's a large chunk of the story that if we wanted to bring it down to 2,000 words, most of that would be what we delete. But I just feel, I don't know, I feel it's good. Because it's like, it's the psychological part of the horror. It's the build-up in your mind, the panic, the thoughts that go through your mind, the things that you'll do to try to get out of it, the things you'll convince yourself of to prevent it from happening. To convince yourself that it's not happening. But all the while, you're inching closer and closer to that final dreadful outcome. Just like now, the first cut. All this is pretty good. Yeah, no, this is really good too. And look at that, just like that, we're down to 1,000 words. And then this is the consequences and the jealousy or the arrogance and spite that you would want to, because you're going through it, you want someone else to go through it as well. Okay, we need to make sure we change the chieftain's dialogue, though. That is like the main thing. We have to change the way that the chieftain talks. But I don't think any time in here he has been talking. This has all been just me in my mind. Yeah, this is me talking to him, but he never responds. Sacrifice yourself for nothing. You'll never get your silence. So yeah, there isn't anything he says until, like, he comes out of the Ixiom. His mind drew near as if summoned by my claims. Great spirit, I take your challenge. Challenge. True. Great spirit. See, hear, feel, be my mind. I guess now it really didn't matter whether it worked or not. Till he felt the pain, you could feel it in his voice. You playing? Yes, Smokey, I am playing, but not until I finished editing. Like I said, we got like 1,000 words left. We got 850 words left. All we have to do is change the dialogue of the chieftain. And then from there, the next final edit is basically just structural and grammar. Making sure that we did put everything in the right order for the story and we didn't miss anything. Maybe shearing up sentences, like, then we can do like line editing, because this is just the developmental edit, right? Then we can do the line editing where we actually make the sentences not retarded. And that's where we can combine stuff and really mold it into maybe 2,000 words. But for now, we just need to make sure we have everything that we need in the story and the dialogue set to be what it makes sense. So we can tell who's talking at what time. Because I'm sophisticated, he's not. That's just how we're doing it. And he says be a fucking lot. So you kind of just know. Is that the only time he talks? Challenge be true. Okay, here we go. This is... Great spirit, be demon or trickster. Trial or test. Be reflection. Of self or reality. So it's like he uses simple language, but he can understand complex concepts, right? So you can have a complex sentence, but he just has those mimickers of slight... Be no matter. Faith be alive. What's done be done? What done be done? There, I think that's a lot more unique in the way that he's speaking, for sure. Earned once more in my mind. Bitter taste of defeat. His choice. Next step. Exploding beyond the point of return. Fate worse than death. And again, we're back to can I wake up? Can I wake up? State. News already. This is all good. So piece yourself. Hi, coming from TLC Opal as well. Hey, Kels, how's it going? Hell yeah. We're just finishing up the developmental edit for our banquet story. So we just need to change the dialogue of the chief's son at the end here. Just trying to think, how can I make this specific? Like, he only has like 2 lines in the entire thing. How do I figure out what to be very specific about his dialogue, what his wording is? Or do I just follow along with the same as the chieftain and use like a B? Here's your bless, be worthy when time comes. Reign of the Kucha lasts 1,000 years, 4,000 years. Ancestors live on in us for all time. Just passing on his lineage. Son devoured the fingers of his father, passing on his lineage. Alright, well there we go. We're at 4,000 words. We can probably break it down to less than that by, you know, combining sentences and structures, like diluting some stuff down, expanding some other stuff, and just kind of, you know, in general, clogging it down a little bit, stamping it down, compacting it, and using more than just basic sentence structure, because that's kind of what we have, just to get the story down. But I don't think it's that bad. Like, it's definitely not the worst. And the whole point of it is to have voice in it. I think it definitely has voice. Ugh. Okay, Smokey, are you ready? You ready, Smokey? If not, well, that sucks to be you, bro. Oh. Let's get some Path of Exile! Let's go! Yeah, that one conversation that we had to do is definitely the worst out of everything. That was so hard to do. But everything else just kind of fell in line once we had that done. But that's usually how it goes. There's that one really tricky part, and then from there we can figure everything else out. Alright, now I gotta finish buying gear. Whoops. PoE 2 trade. Did I? Apparently did not. Bookmark. Arc Stormweaver? Nope. Trinity. This one? this. This one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, here we go. Power, cast on critical.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Sure thing, Smoke-a-Dity. You can believe that all you want. Don't make it true. What do I need for resistances? Everything. Boots. Baby. 77. Movement speed 30. Count. Resistance. You level 70? I'm level 77. Oh, here we go, Smokey. Oh shit. Well, this isn't good. Well, 78. What are you doing? My game's frozen. Woo, PoE! Yeah, but my game's like frozen. Those require 93 decks, dude. I have like 12 decks. $17 dexterity. Yeah, I literally can't use those. I forgot. I'm queen. Sell those. Sure. I feel like this is good.
the drought stretches on.
It's done. I'll sort it.
Okay, so we need fire and cold resist mainly. Mana, cast speed, mana regeneration. No, actually we want a 100% cast speed. We want like 4 in combination of, no, actually we want 2 of those, and we want another count in the way of mana and mana regen. I got a pair with 25 movement, if any good. I already bought one. I think this is really good. I think I want both of these.
I guess it's worth that.
I don't know how many egg salts I have. Me right now after breakfast? Nice. I'm fucking starving, Smokey. You bastard. Spell damage. $700 egg salts. You want to buy that for me, Smokey? Oops. I need a lot of cold res. Oh, I never put this on, that's why. Okay. So I'll need a little bit of cold res. Okay, well, let's go back and we want... Well, we don't even need to worry about that on this, actually. We don't need to worry about any of that. Let's just go with this, because this is probably going to be the biggest thing, right? So, okay, well, yeah, no, that doesn't help. Mana regeneration. Critical. Oh, damn, this is really good. I'll take it. If I have the 40 exalts, I don't even know. I'm just expecting eventually just to not be able to buy something.
It's done. I'll sort it.
Where's my... Can I not open my stash here? I want to see how many I have left. I have to still have to buy belt and gloves. Man, my hideout really doesn't like me. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, I still have 400 egg salts? Oh shit. Wait, can't this use one? Yeah, this one can still have one on it. Okay, so I need a belt. True Smoky. Okay, so what do I need on my belt? Oh, Darkness Enthroned. Okay.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Indeed.
I had the Calandra ring drop. It mirrors your other ring. Sold it for 13 divine whoop.
Nice. That's insane. I don't know what I'm supposed to put in this belt, though.
It's done. I'll sort it.
Okay, and then we want the gloves. Oligaro. They're 200. The ones with 2 sockets. Can I do that? Resist, maybe life? Well, I guess actually,
Have
yeah,
you played
I'm
Skate yet?
probably gonna have to do... Have I what? Skate? No, what's skate? Okay then. So you want one that's corrupted to 2 sockets.
Is Queen still here?
I don't know, ask her.
Queenie.
Sockets. Where's
I am calling for you.
Rune sockets. 2. Okay, so there's none on sale that have 2, but at least I can get one with 1. Can't click the socket. Okay, well, I guess we're just getting this one. Can't use it because of Dex. Fuck. But, I mean, I guess I have to redo my tree anyways, so...
It's
Is what it
yours.
is.
It's only 16 decks.
It says Dex 56. I need to respec. I don't have any money to respec. Oh, I need glasses?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll just go back to the gloves that we had for now. Where are the gloves that we had? Are they really these shitty ones? I guess so. So we can't wear those, we don't have enough decks. It's a helmet. Okay, we'll just put that there. Okay, my gloves are filthy. Nice, Smokey. Nice. Okay, let's see what the skill tree looks like. Yeesh. Okay, so...
Yes.
Paid 20 Exalt for them. I think the guy was supposed to put 20 Divine. I was fast as a ninja. Damn. Yeah, so this tree doesn't look anything like mine. What is my damage? Did we gain damage even without modifying the tree? Where's Spark? Yeah, we did. We did 8,800 before, and now we do 9,600. So even without a tree reset. And we still need this jewel slot. So we need to buy another jewel. I don't know if that's a smart idea if we're going to be resetting everything. I don't know where the jewels on here are, but I am not really seeing any of them. I don't even see a single jewel slot on here. Skeptical about redoing my tree on this one. I feel like this is fine. I need that jewel though. Okay, so what do we want for a jewel? Spell damage, cast speed, and mana.
Bro's game is crashing more than a drunk driver on GTA.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? And it is recover 2%. Cover percent on kill jewel. Increase cast speed. Which I don't think we really need. We want spell damage. And what's the other one? Two, four. Okay. See what this looks like. Okay, so we want two, 10. Damn, this one's really good, but this guy's AFK and he doesn't have like the new tabs. Okay, there's nothing like that with this. Increased cold damage. This one's really good.
It's done. I'll sort it.
Boom. I guess we can't see our damage here. For some reason, it's just my hideout that freaks out. I don't know why. Okay, and then we're just waiting to get enough decks. We can just do that. It doesn't even really matter. Refund
Inspiring.
passives. What do we need? Hold on, let's do math. Like, is this 12? So 12 is 29.
Ray is a direct outcome of severe consanguinity within the Whitaker lineage. Repeated intergenerational inbreeding has concentrated deleterious recessive alleles, causing a genetic bottleneck. His phenotype shows profound neurodevelopmental impairment, absence of verbal communication, and cognitive dice.
Decision making? What are we at? 52? We need one more. Okay, we can put these on, and then we can change this. 59 decks. Perfect. Oh, and we can put this on now. Nice. Oh, we are so set, bro. We are so fucking set. I love this. Okay, what do we need now? We need cold and chaos. So we need probably a cold in there, right? So runes, fire. Armor is lightning. Wait, we don't... I don't have any cold fucking resist? Oh, there it is. Cold resistance. Yeah, that's enough. 14. Boom. Okay, now we need to buy... What are these? Soul core of...
Can I help? Hail.
Want... What the fuck?
What's new?
I want... Soul core of... This one, chaos resistance. $75? Fuck, I'm broke.
I'll post it right away.
It's worth it though. I absolutely need it. So, what
What's
can I
new?
sell? I don't think those are worth anything.
Sell your ass.
Oh, well, there we go. 51.
I'll post it right away.
Oh, there we go. That was easy. Soul core. Oh, no. I want...
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Oh, it went up to 76. Worth. I'm sure there's still other stuff I could sell, right? I still have 30 egg salts. Alright, Smokey. I think we're ready to play the game. 13k. 13.1 unbuffed. With full resistances and almost nearly. I mean, the numbers are reversed, right? It should say 75. I'm dyslexic, so I'll just believe it
Ain't
says
you gonna do your
75.
passive tree?
I don't have any money, Smokey. I have 45 fucking K. I can't do shit. So, we're just gonna say fuck it. And honestly, the passive tree on here looks horrible compared to the tree that I have. I don't know. An elemental blast of frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy, leaving behind infusion red. Okay, I don't know what that is. Never used that before. Snap. Begin recharging energy shield and prevent it from being interrupted. Do I have to actually use that? Isn't that... No, see, that's just Yeah, no, that's... Boop. Boop. Storms. Can we do 3? No, we can only do 2. Are you ready to smoke, Smokey? And then we ready to get into this? Gem Cutter's Prison. I don't think I need anything else. That's fine. Maps. 10? Wait. You don't have a head... Wait. There's no way you have a headhunter. You don't actually have a headhunter, Smokey. I don't believe you. That's linked from something else. There's no way that's yours. Send a screen... I wouldn't even believe a screenshot on Discord because I think you would have fucking photoshopped it. What the fuck? That's insane. Give me that. I've never had a headhunter in my life. That's insane. Okay, we only have a couple of those. Well, what do we get from Doriani?
Quickly.
9s? It's expensive, though.
Go.
Let's turn these 9s into something else.
Yes.
Okay, now we got 10s. I don't think we need to juice them, but that's good enough, right? Alright, let's find out where we're going. And we headed towards this corrupted spot here. So, mine shaft. Alright, now let's see if my mana can hold up to... I mean, that seems pretty decent. That's just one spell, right? What's this snap, though? Create an elemental blast from a frozen, shocked, or... Oh, you can blow people up using that. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Alright, everyone, get your tokes ready. Are we ready? Tokes are ready. Ready a tokes. It tokes. My name should be a tokes, not a talks, guys. Should I change my name?
Read.
Read what? Smokey? Three, two, one, go! Carry me, senpai. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm obviously not tanky.
I'll break you.
This is 2 people though, so on your own you'll be fine. I was being like instant, like I shouldn't just get plapped, right? Like just insta dead, nothing I can do. Just 1 hit dead. So annoying.
I must travel light.
Gotta go back, I'm already full. I need fucking money.
Go on. This is all we have. Gold is useless to me. Take it. Indeed.
Ooh, level 17 gem.
Ah.
Wait, don't I have art? Level 18. Oh, these are level 18. That's why. That's right. I forgot. Researches Strongbox, Gamba.
A prize waiting to be claimed.
10 Vol Orbs. Can't open it anymore. I ain't paying 2 mil. Oh, that's a skill gem. Cool. Doubles in price every time you use. Oh, so it was costing you money. Okay. Cool. So it's a money thing. This game is so easy.
Speak. This is all we have. A useful trade. Go.
Also, there are maps that give you XPL like 360% more but drop no items.
Well, the hell was that fun? I want to do this Bastille. And money.
bring fortune. Vile creature.
You crashed?
Yes. Quickly. As expected. Go.
Welcome back. Oh my god, it doesn't connect to this one? What a joke. Oh my god, I lagged and instantly died. Yo, Ahmed, how's it going, man? Welcome, welcome. Always appreciate the alert, good sir. Super appreciate it.
Cold, take you. Not yet.
Good looking, bro. Hope you're doing good. Hell yeah, man. Doing great. Finished editing the story today, at least the developmental edit. Now we just need to line edit and we're good to go. Getting some gaming on with Smokey here. Game's a little laggy, but that's what we get for having 2 lightning people in the game. Are we gonna do the breach?
I have no space for that.
Go on. Choose what you need, as expected. Go.
Oops. Did not mean to go in there. Fine. Fucking stupid shit. Okay, let's do it. Firewall is still a good use, a lot more damage.
Fall before me.
True, Mr. Ahmed. I'm lagging his balls, though. Love to see it, man. JJ. Oh my god, it lagged for a second and I'm just instantly fucking dead. This game does not go well with lag. What the fuck else can I do to make this shit run?
Go on. Choose what you need. A useful trade. Time is of the essence.
I like to move it, move it.
You're a move it, move it. I'll move you! Oh, you didn't even tell me, guys, that I'm on the wrong fucking layout. You guys never tell me! The whole time!
honor.
Just another map.
Yes? This is all we have. I will make use of it. Indeed.
Okay.
You are welcome.
Fuck off, Smokey. I don't need your fucking charity, okay? Just making me look like a fucking pleb.
A prize
Ooh, a
waiting
box.
to be claimed.
I like boxes. Boxes are nice. Wait, are these herons?
Inhuman beast!
Holy shit! Okay, I'm staying back because otherwise we're just gonna fail. Why am I walking? What did I press? How do I get off of walk run? Oh, I just have to roll and then it takes it off. Okay. Yeah, it's like basically impossible to play with this lag. Coming to the abyssal depths. Okay, come to me so we can do this depths. Try going back through the portal now. Hacks.
Garu Khan favors me.
Hate defines us all. Go on. Speak. Choose what you need. As expected. Time is of the essence.
Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, smoky, 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 smoky. Holy shit. Oh my god, like, I'm stuck. Ah! That was some bullshit. Literally started the map completely surrounded by monsters. Just like, okay. Thanks for that. Best spawn location.
My Akhara will remember my name.
Yes? These are our supplies. A useful trade. Indeed.
What's a deadly boss? Deadly map boss. What's the difference between a normal map boss and a deadly map boss?
One is deadly.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks, Smokey. That really helps.
Fall before me.
Do you want to try a map on your own? Like, if I leave party, it should be easier.
I'm fucking destroying them, dude. So it's up to you, Smokey. Ooh. I hate those fucking things. They just hit you all at once with like infinite fucking damage. Holy shit. Not the mobs you want to fight. I'm immune, Smokey. Didn't you know?
That's just cheating.
No, I'm immune. Don't accuse me of cheating, you bastard.
Aimbot cheater hacker.
Yeah, sure, bud. Skills, get good. Learn to play. Bitch.
Will of the Marrakesh.
Wow, stop hacking, bro.
Dude, it's called a 27 kill in one bullet, okay? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean it's not hacks. Just because there's only 8 people on the map at the time and I killed 27 doesn't mean I'm hacking, bro. It means I'm so good that the game can't keep up. I'm literally killing shit before it spawns.
Was the 360 necessary?
No, it was not a 360. It was a 1080. Get your shit together. 360. What a pleb bullshit. Come on. Learn to play. If you can't do at least a 1080, then I don't know what to say, bro. You're just weak. Fuck. I hate ranged attacks.
Shut the front door before I DDoS your router.
Get in here and help me, bitch. I'm on my last life now. I shouldn't be doing tier 10s. Like, I should be maybe doing tier 6s. But not tier 10s.
No, you said you didn't want my poison fingers to help you.
No, shut up, Smokey. I'm gonna fail the mission. You're the one who said you didn't want to help me.
You may have failed the mission, but you have another life.
Yeah, but if I die, I can't get back in. This is my last life.
Then don't die.
Oh my god. If only it was that easy. It's more like just don't lag. If it doesn't lag, I'm fine. Oh god! Nope, I'm dead.
Skill issue, skill issue, skill issue.
It's not a skill
Ray,
issue.
skill issue.
It's fucking
bark, bark, skill issue.
No, it's fucking this. It's bullshit. These monsters are bullshit. Is this extra projectiles?
Yo, I am streaming every day at 12:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Come for the stories, stay for the ideas.
Oh god! Oh god! No! God damn it! Alright, I'm done. I'm done.
Speak.
Skill issue, skill issue.
Shut the fuck up! You made me open a tier fucking 10 and you didn't help me. No, you said that, Smokey.
Spark more like wet fart.
Victory is mine.
Do you feel a difference?
Dude, it's a tier 1 map. How am I supposed to know?
How am I supposed to know you put a tier 1? Why put a tier 1?
Because you're not helping me.
I meant tier fuck you.
Like, I know that I can't do a tier 10. The only reason I'm doing a tier 10 is because you're there.
Do a distilled tier 16 then or no balls.
I mean, I can do it, but it's better be your map. 'Cause I don't have a tier 16. And you can waste your map.
Only poor people say that.
You're a poor person. That's how you know.
Actually, I have 42,000 pesos.
So $8?
Not yet.
£1,693.66 sterling.
That's how much your mom weighs.
Back, creature.
Okay, I did a map. Let's go, Smokey. Come on.
That is early 3,144.49 Canadian dollar.
Come on, dude. It's a fucking... It's a fucking unique map. Come on.
Shut the fuck up before I poke the glass from yo glasses.
My glasses don't have glass in them. Why is this the same unique map?
Hard enough.
Why did of all the unique maps, why did I get 2 of the exact same unique map?
Who's this dickhead inviting me?
Your mom. Don't call your mom a dickhead, that's mean.
This place will take all that you love if you tarry. There is no more wisdom to be had here, only anger.
It's probably gonna be the last map though, Smokey. I'm fucking tired.
An image traps how we see ourselves. Break the image, break the trap. Break the image, break the prison. To be
Interesting.
locked in time is to never change.
JJC, indeed. Oh,
Fuck off, you
boy.
twat balls.
True, Smokey. Oh, thanks for the carry, bro. As always. Oh, I'll see you in the next one, bro. Oh. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for coming by. You guys are fucking awesome. As
You owe me 40 dick for
always.
the carry.
Yep, that'll be in your inbox in the morning, Smokey. Don't worry about it. So, remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for stopping by. As always, another successful day. And we will be back again tomorrow. As always. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Except Smokey, when he's not your friend, you can still say fuck you to him. I mean, what? Fuck you, Smokey. That's not what I want. want one. There we go.
But we are. Hey, what's up? I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. I will give you a shout out, but my bot isn't fully set up. But shout out, my boy. And appreciate for the follow. Shout out, my boy. Yo, what's good? Yeah, appreciate